and this is better anyway. And other towns have been doing it this way too.
So who gets to issue it? The town just gets to issue it? The staff just get to issue it, or does the select board get to issue it?
No, I'm just going to issue, basically say, you know, we're putting a temporary hiatus on, you know, these activities. So, you know, we can still enforce on you if you're creating a lot of noise or something like that, but for now you don't need a permit. It's till October 1st, at which point we'll either extend it, or if they want to make permanent changes, they'll have to come in for site plan review.
Wow, okay. Good to know.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Motion to adjourn?
I'll move we adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor of adjourning, thumbs up.
Hey.
We are adjourned. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
All right, welcome everybody. It is Tuesday morning, and this is the General Housing and Military Affairs Committee, and we are addressing two items on our agenda today. We're going to spend the first hour on H783, which is, there are amendments that have been filed to the bill that we passed back in March, one from the Human Services Committee and then one from our committee from Representative Kalaki that just clarified some of the definitions in the bill. We had a conversation about these two issues on Friday, but we also received a document from an individual which has been posted on our Facebook page, and it was a document that, and a person that who's interested in recovery housing, who has actually been in contact with VTAR, and so the items in his email tended towards processes within recovery residences. It didn't so much address what we're doing with the bill, which again, I wanted to thank Katie for taking us through the bill last week. From a purely there's several ways to look at the bill. One of which, of course, is why are we doing this bill, which is an important part of the conversation, but also a reminder that Katie made is that this is basically enabling, and this is an enabling act. This allows recovery residences to be certified by a certifying organization. In this case, we've named VTAR as the certifying organization, but they don't have to be, and they can adhere to the law and the underlying law in the statute. So for all different purposes, if they so choose, and they would only be choosing to be certified by VTAR in order to receive the benefit that's offered in this bill, which is to basically say that there will be a statewide allowance in zoning to allow recovery residences to be in a residential neighborhood, same as group homes, basically using the same language and the same numbers. So with that, I wanted to reintroduce Jeff. And Jeff, I just wanted to be able to, again, it's been a while since we've seen the bill. We did get some information on it on Friday, but I think from your perspective, if you could just start by really discussing how you felt the bill has gone, what you felt the changes in the suggested changes in the amendments are, but then if you could focus a bit of your time on what that letter was addressing and how VTAR has worked either with that person or how they intend to utilize not just the information, but have the discussion on how is that going to be shaped within how your certification process is developed. And can you unmute yourself easily, or shall I try? There you go. One more time. There you go.
Great, thank you. Jeff Moreau, Executive Director for the Vermont Alliance of Recovery Residences. Thank you to all of you for your continued work on this bill. The amendments that were proposed on Friday, I think all make perfect sense. I'm especially pleased that Representative Kalaki has addressed with all of you preliminary certification, because that really would have been an issue for new homes to get fully certified without having any clients, so to speak. So preliminary certification allows us to certify them based on a review of the policies and procedures that are in place and a site visit to ensure that the home is going to be safe. And then we come back in after that 6 months to provide the full certification and make sure that things are really going well. So in terms of the amendments, I think we're headed down the right track. In terms of Mr. Wolf's memo to you, I'd like to preface that I had the opportunity to meet him at the Recovery Coaching Academy, where both of us became certified recovery coaches. And I found Kyle to be a very knowledgeable and thoughtful person in the recovery sphere. And just recently, I'd say about a month ago, he and I had coffee and he shared all the good work that he's done and that he proposed to all of you. And I would say that there is so much that he has brought forward that we can learn from and that we agree with. The one thing I will say is having one prescriptive method for dealing with an individual that has a reoccurrence will be detrimental to the system. We certify homes based on 4 levels of service delivery. And so as we shared with you originally, that's everything from a completely peer-run home with no staff to more of a level 4, which is really clinical and has staff and maybe even provides medically assisted treatment. So you can see there's a wide variation in terms of resources that would be available to support the individual. So if we just took what Kyle brought forward, that wouldn't work in all circumstances. But I think what he has brought forward will really help us launch a conversation of how we create that safety net that I've talked to you all about, of sobering centers. And really the crux of it is utilizing the public inebriate beds that are already existing across the state and not reinventing the wheel. And I think that's where Kyle is spot on. We've reached out to ADAP, and we have representation on our board from ADAP as well, to begin the conversation of how can we partner with ADAP and other providers across the state to get access to those public inebriate beds. Right now, it's the funding silos, and we're fairly confident that through this partnership, we can break that down. And that will be a resource that these home operators will be able to utilize going forward. So the last thing I'll say is that everyone's path to recovery is very different. And we really want to be mindful of that. That's one of the tenets that we believe strongly in. So having one prescriptive approach isn't the best practice, but having lots of options for people to explore. And Kyle's really opened that up for us, having time to reflect in the public inebriate bed, having access to go back to residential treatment if that person desires that, having access to medically assisted treatment, having access to counseling and support. Those are all the sorts of things that we want to try to wrap around an individual with and let he or she choose how they'll move forward from that reoccurrence.
And so the amendments, one of the conversations that we had about the amendment that was passed by Human Services addressed the notion. The bill that we passed basically talked about the medical side of it and only the prescription side of it. And but the Human Services definition, I think, made it more inclusive of the counseling. That's what we heard from Representative Noyes. Is that an accurate way of and is it more inclusive to you in order to get the definition right?
Yes, I think that's spot on.
And then Representative Kalakis also, again, you mentioned that at the beginning of your testimony about the 45 days, allowing a home to be open for 45 days. I guess, well, we have a couple of questions. I'll go to Representative Triano first, and then Representative Walz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for coming in, Jeff. I'm really enthused or happy to hear that Kyle's message has been heard, because it kind of reflected my concerns over the entire course of discussion in this bill, is that, we all know that relapse is part of recovery. So if we don't deal with that properly, then I think the bill would be flawed. But I have become more encouraged as we went on that these conversations are taking place, that this understanding is generally accepted by you folks and most folks that we have spoken with. So, I'm happy to hear that. What do you think the possibilities for these public inebriate beds, access to those, as it would suggest in this amendment? Do you think we're going to make some headway with that?
I really do. We've been talking about this for over a year on the ground, and I'll give you an example. The community of St. Johnsbury received a HRSA grant, yep. And I've gone to some of their meetings, and the field service director in that region had already indicated that they've already done some work in this area. and to be able to open up access to what is really underutilized. To be perfectly honest with you, I think as part of the process, though, we have to do an inventory of where the capacity is, and then we need to figure out how we shore up the capacity where it's lacking. And my understanding from the early work that we've done on this is that Chittenden County's public inebriate beds are pretty well utilized, and there's not a lot of capacity there. And I think we'll find that in other parts of the state. But generally speaking, we do know that there is some access availability. So we want to take advantage of that. And then where there isn't enough access, we want to find other avenues. So one of the things that's very exciting is in St. Albans, there has been great work done in collaboration with Samaritan House, otherwise known as Tim's House, to create a second shelter that will be low barrier for folks that are homeless or that have substance use disorder. And the facility that they've acquired is it's in the same building actually as Vermont Foundation of Recovery's recovery home. So in that instance, if someone did have a reoccurrence, they could literally go downstairs and take a couple days to think about what their next steps are. So that's one of the ways that we'll address any of the identified gaps. And frankly, it has to be a partnership between ADAP and VTAR and some of the other providers to really get this done across the state.
Yeah, I would agree. Of course, you know, through this emergency order, we have found that the Department of Corrections has been working on their furlough policy, which is also encouraging that in respect with to you know, somebody not being yanked out of a recovery house for relapse and thrown back in jail. So that's the other encouraging piece. I think it's coming together pretty well. And I'm optimistic that, you know, overall, this bill, this recovery housing is in our communities is really what we need. And it will go a long way to help those in need of recovery. So thanks very much, Jeff, Gus, and John.
My pleasure.
And everyone.
And before I pass the microphone to Tommy, to Representative Walz, Jeff, ADAP stands for?
Alcohol, drug abuse programs, and it falls under the Department of Health. Kelly Doherty is the Deputy Commissioner of that program.
And just as a reminder for us, VTAR is?
The Vermont Alliance for Recovery Residences, and
okay.
We are the Vermont affiliate of the National Alliance.
Okay, you may now go back to using the acronyms. Thank you. Representative Walz.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and you just touched on one of them. I was wondering about the availability of these public inebriate beds. Wow, I'll get that to come out right. Public inebriate beds. There we go. And thinking that there probably are regional differences in the availability, and I think you just touched on that. But is that going to be a real problem in some places? A shortage of these beds?
I think there'll be opportunities to fill those gaps, but we are going to find shortages in different pockets of the state.
Okay, well, thank you. And the other question I have is I'm not really clear on the continuum of care. So we have a person in a VTAR type program who has a relapse, goes to a public inebriate bed. Do the services follow? I'm not clear on what the path is there.
Sure, that's a good question. Most of the homes, and again, we certify based on 4 levels of certification. So it really depends on the type of home that folks are in, most are certified under what we call level 2, which has a part-time house manager. So there aren't a lot of services being provided by the recovery residents to that individual. Rather, they're being provided throughout the community. So if I'm living at a V4 home in St. Albans, I might be going to the Turning Point, which is literally almost across the street. I might be going to the Howard Center for counseling or Northwestern Counseling and Support Services. I would be going to the medically assisted treatment clinic. So those services would still all be available to the individual, and the home operator would be checking in on the individual, making sure that they're accessing those services as best they can support that person. But it really, it is kind of that village approach, helping the individual. It's not always coordinated completely through the recovery residents.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely. And
Representative
I think one of the key points that's so important in all of this is personal choice. You know, an individual that has a reoccurrence, it may be severe enough that they really would benefit from going to residential treatment. On the other hand, it might have been, look, you know, I was in the wrong environment. I allowed myself to be tempted, and I used, and I'm ready to get back on track. And then everything in between that. So all those circumstances and then all the individual choices that go along with that play into what the next step is for that individual.
Okay, Representative Kilecki.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeff. I think the one concern from a lot of people I still am hearing about is we've laid out the written agreement between the landlord and the resident. And then there's also the procedures are laid out for temporary removal. But I think there's a concern that people are just going to be tossed out of, on their own. And so can you address that concern from your perspective as a certified agency?
Sure. I think that's an excellent grounding to this conversation that perhaps I neglected to start with. If you remember what we talked about very early on, and you folks did a nice job of crafting the language within the bill to support this. If Representative Kilecki is running a home and I enter that home, he's going to ask what my plan is if I have a reoccurrence. And I would identify that hypothetically I would go to grandma's house. You folks added language that you wouldn't just take my word for that, that John would have to call grandma and say, Jeff's identified your home is a safe place for him to go if he has a reoccurrence. Are you okay with that? And that has to be documented. If I'm under supervision of probation and parole, you've also put into the bill that you will document who my probation and parole officer is. So if I have a reoccurrence, the bill now says that the operator will bring out that document and sit with the individual and say, you've identified that you're going to grandma's house. Let's help you facilitate that. We're going to contact your probation and parole officer so that he or she's made aware so that you're not losing your residency. And that hopefully all works out beautifully. What we've talked about is the opposite end of the spectrum today with the public inebriate beds. Grandma's now upset with me and said to John, no, I'm not having him. He's not coming here. I have no other options. So this notion of a sobering center using the public inebriate beds or a low barrier homeless shelter would allow me to go to that space. And that's really what Mr. Wolf is really encouraging with his language, and why we're so excited about what he's brought forward, because it really does give us that safety net that we want to develop, that people are rightfully concerned about. Not everybody is going to have a safe option to go to. So that was the next step in this legislation, is once we had this, to be able to build a safety net across the state for folks that might fall through the cracks.
Okay.
Did I answer that okay?
Yes, thank you. I'm good.
Representative Byron.
Thank you. I guess my question is sort of, what is there a scenario you mentioned before that there could be, in theory, a potential shortage to the inebriate beds? What's the backup plan to the backup plan, I guess?
Sure. Well, it really is doing an inventory of the low barrier homeless shelters and where there might be access there. So in Burlington, we know that access to the public inebriate beds is going to be problematic from just anecdotally what we're hearing in terms of utilization. But a new place, an organization that's a nonprofit in Burlington is doing amazing work. They would be an ideal place for an individual to go. And they are actually expanding their services beyond their traditional settings. So that is one avenue that we would be exploring. I think really what we want to have at the end of the day is all the options that are available and feed those into HelpLink, which is the health department and ADAP's new 800 number that people can call when they need help with recovery services. So really what HelpLink wants to have eventually is almost like a bed board that you'd see in a hospital that shows what is the capacity for treatment centers, what is the capacity for recovery residences, what is the capacity for public inebriate beds, so that if an operator calls and says, you know, I have Jeff with us and he needs some help, what's available in the state? They're hoping to really fill that eventually. I'd be lying to you if I said, oh, pass this bill and next week will be good. We've got some work to do. But there really is a commitment on VTAR's part, as well as ADAP and other providers to get to that vision that I'm sharing with you.
Okay, so basically like expanding capacity is what you're saying.
Right, and there is federal funding through the block grant that comes through that could be used to fill the gaps. I think, like Vermonters do, we don't want to create a whole new program of sobering centers across the state. We want to utilize what we already have. And that's where the public inebriate beds and the mental health crisis beds and the low barrier shelters really make a lot of sense. And then we just need to fill the gaps with that. And it's just going to take some time to get a good inventory of that and have it embedded into this new HelpLink process. But everybody's committed to working on that. And I can honestly say to you, so much better than what we've had over the years. We had no certification. We had no, oversight of these homes, and everybody just did the best they could. And I think we've taken a big step forward.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Triano.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that when we had the Department of Corrections in to testify on this bill, they were very clear, at least, that the probation officer would respond quickly, and that could be a resource for transportation for a bed that is available outside. Now, do they work on catchment areas, Jeff, or these public inebriate beds? They work in a catchment area, or are they available to someone who is in South Royalton to go to St. Johnsbury and get a bed? Is that the way it works?
I'm not 100% certain in terms of the geography, if they would allow someone to access from another area. I would assume they do, but I don't know the answer to that for sure.
Okay. But I mean,
one thing that we always hear in a lot of the human service elements is transportation.
Yeah.
And that's, that is a great resource for us to be able to tap into. I know a lot of the home operators, they will bring someone to treatment if that person just doesn't have a ride. And I know recently John Caceres from Valley Vista has said they'll come get the individual. They've got some new resources to be able to do that. So we're making improvements there as well.
Good. Okay, thank you.
All right, Representative Hengo.
Good morning, Jeff.
Morning.
I just wanted to ask a quick question about HelpLink because I did publish that and I want to make sure it is available for individuals, but also for treatment counselors and other folks who are in the helping professions.
Absolutely. They're developing a lot of materials too. So if you need access to that, right on their website, you can request materials to share with professionals. So if there's a conference or you have a great relationship with the education system, educators should have access to that information as well. So it's for the entire state to be able to access. And, like anything that's new, I know that they're learning as they go and they're improving and they're updating information, and that's just how information referral works. I was one of the founders of Vermont 211, and we all know that hasn't been perfect. It continues to evolve. But I think it's going to be really a wonderful resource for people. And one of the things that we often forget about with these types of systems is, sure, it provides information and referral. That's great. That's what it's there for. But one of the side benefits is it also provides all of us with real-time data. So to Representative Byron's question of, well, what about that gap? Well, we'll be able to have real-time data of people that are calling in and not finding a place to access in Morrisville, hypothetically. And then we can take that information to decision makers and funders and say, look, this is the real-time need that we have. It's not just hearsay and anecdote. It's actually people that fell through the cracks there or didn't have a resource. So we need to lean on that system for that information as well.
Thank you.
So, Jeff, two quick questions for me. First of all, how long is an average stay? Do you have that if someone is released, or it could be released from the DOC custody, but if I were at a place in my life where I needed to go and I applied to a recovery residence, what would be the expected time from the recovery residence perspective? Like what's the time frame? I mean, I know my individual recovery would be an important part of that, but again, this is a reminder to me that recovery residence is about living in a place while you're establishing your recovery in a way that will eventually allow me to step up. We heard a lot about step up apartments that may be offered through some, but this is a process that allows me time to get more secure in my recovery. And we know recovery can have its issues, as we've discussed. You're not successful always the first time through, but if I were successful in a recovery residence, what would it look like from a time frame?
Sure. Well, you've asked a few questions there. So I'll hit it a couple different ways. The most operators, and again, this varies, but most operators ask for a 30-day commitment as the minimum. So that people can expect to stay at least for 30 days. I would say, to give you a rough range of average, I think 6 months is a good, solid experience for a lot of folks. And then the longer range would be around 2 years. And what that might look like is an individual that came in and lived in the recovery residence for 6 months to a year, and then moved into a transitional apartment that is affiliated with the recovery residence, and lived in that, maybe had a roommate or discovered one, and then the two of them go out on their own and get their own apartment. So that's kind of the ideal. When you insert the corrections element to this, it tends to be a longer commitment as part of their opportunity. That will tend to be more the 6 months to at least a year that they're in one of those types of programs, like Dismiss House or the Restorative Justice Centers program in St. Albans.
Okay, and last question I think for me for today is, I mean, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't ask, given the concentration that we've paid over the last several months about congregate housing, what are the issues that you've seen, or how are you addressing social distancing and isolation in the recovery residences that you're aware of?
Well, knock on wood, we haven't had any positive cases that I'm aware of COVID-19 in any of the recovery residences that we've been working with throughout the state. So we're happy about that. What we've tried to do from VTAR's perspective is just provide a lot of education. So from the CDC, the health department, of all the precautions for folks to take. I was actually on the phone this morning trying to get more PPE for our certified homes to be able to have access to. So we've really just focused on education for the homes. I do know that one home, they didn't have a positive case, but they were concerned, so they did isolate one individual and asked that he stay in his room primarily. And they really kind of wrapped around that particular individual until they were sure that he was okay to protect everybody else. So we haven't had anyone have to be removed or any of those sorts of things related to COVID-19, which is certainly a blessing. The other thing that we've done that I'm just really proud of, our board at one of our meetings a couple weeks ago said, how can we help the individual? This is such an uncertain time, and we want to send a message to the individual living in these recovery homes that someone cares about them. And, they get a lot of caring and attention from the operator of the home, but someone out in the community. So what we did is for all our certified homes, we bought gift cards to local grocery stores. It wasn't based on need or anything. It was like, here's a gift card for every single resident in your home for them to go out and get groceries. And we got the nicest notes from folks, and it just made us feel really good to be able to do that as a system.
Great. Representative Kalaki.
Yes, Jeff, how many homes are you working with that you've certified, and how many individuals is that? It's an interesting thing about the COVID relationship, and I just like to understand the scale.
Sure. We have 8 homes that are currently officially certified, and then we have another 14 or so that we're working with that want to get certified. Of the 8 homes we bought 50 $20 gift cards. So we invested $1,000.
But how many people are living in these 8 homes? 50 people?
It's about 50. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
There were a couple empty beds at the time. So, but we just bought the cards regardless because they'll be coming in eventually.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions right now for Jeff? What we have in front of us is 2 amendments. We passed 783 out of our committee, again, prior to crossover, or what would have been crossover. And so we have 2 amendments in front of us. We have the Human Service Amendment, and then we have one that was being presented by Representative Kolacki. We would need to vote on those one at a time. And so, and if anybody needs, does anybody need a reminder of what those amendments are? The Human Service Amendment was to, as we discussed a little bit earlier, our bill basically defined MAT as the prescription drug portion of MAT, and the Human Services Amendment expanded that simply by taking out some language and said that it's actually, John, I'm gonna actually ask you to describe what the 2 amendments are, because you studied them a little bit more deeply than I am, and I don't want to get that wrong. You can unmute. I can't hear you.
There, I'm sorry, it was me. Katie, I wonder if you're here with us on this call.
I am.
Okay, so I think it'd be the 4 instances of amendment from Human Services. Could you just remind us of those?
Sure.
Okay.
And the definition, so I'm in the first instance of amendment for the Human Services Amendment, and the amended part of the definition of recovery residence. There's a subdivision A, and they deleted a clause at the very end of that subdivision A, which read, available to persons recovering from substance disorder. And that was referencing assistance accessing support services and community supports. And that language was sort of duplicative with the lead-in language. So that language is gone. The second and third instances of amendment make the same change. And that is the version of the bill, the report of your committee discussed MAT and specifically referenced the medication portion of MAT, whereas definition and statute kind of takes the medication portion of MAT and counseling together as kind of one entity, and that is how MAT is defined, those 2 components. So what Human Services does is reference that definition and take both components of MAT when it's referenced. And then the 4th instance of amendment for Human Services was just a technical correction. Right now, the report that is coming in with regard to furlough is going to a number of committees. The underlying bill said the Senate Committee on Economic Development, and this clarifies that the full committee title is Senate Committee on Economic Development and Housing and General Affairs. And that's it for the Human Services Amendment.
All right, committee, so what's our pleasure? I would entertain a motion on finding the Human Services Amendment as favorable.
So moved. Is that, Katie, is there a draft number on that?
Yes, it's 2.2.
2.2. So I'll move that the Committee on General Housing and Military Affairs accept the amendment as proposed by the Human Services Committee, draft 2.1.
2.2.
2.2. Thank you.
Second.
All right, Representative Wall seconds that. Any further conversation? Seeing Representative Zott.
I just need a process clarification. I'm all screwed up. We're voting on these amendments, and is that the end of it, or are we voting on these amendments and then once again voting on the bill again as amended?
We are simply voting on the amendments. I mean, we voted to support the 783 back in March, and so we're finding these amendments favorable to the work that we did.
But we won't be re-voting on the bill as a whole.
No.
Okay.
All right. Further questions or comments? Again, I know they're not here in person, but in absentia, I'd like to thank the Human Services Committee for hearing the bill. I mean, simply having both Katie and David Hall as our attorneys on this bill, representing, you know, the split between the issues that are raised by what a recovery residence is from a medical perspective or from a human service perspective, and then of course on our end from a building perspective, landlord-tenant perspective, was a very interesting mix. And I appreciate the work that the attorneys have done on this, on working together, but certainly in the human services on weighing in and helping us craft the definitions in a better way, in a more inclusive way. So thank you to them. Seeing no further hands up, the clerk may commence to call the roll if she wants to take herself off of mute. Okay. Mary, you're still muted, Mary. There we go.
Okay. Okay. Representative Walls?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Long? Representative Gamache?
Yes.
Representative Troiano?
Yes.
Representative Howard votes yes. Representative Kalaki?
Yes.
Representative Zott?
I certify I'm Representative Zott, and I vote yes.
Representative Byron?
Yes.
Representative Hango?
Yes.
Representative Stevens?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez? Representative Long?
Okay. Representative Gonzalez is not feeling well today, and so she's not
Oh,
here.
okay.
And then
So-
Representative Long was here, but she had to duck out for another meeting.
Okay, so that's 902.
Okay. Second amendment is from Representative Kalaki. Katie, can you give us a quick synopsis of what that amendment does?
Sure. The first instance of amendment also amends the definition of recovery residence, but in the subdivision B instead of A. The language as it left the committee doesn't reference preliminary certification, and this new language does allow a recovery residence that is obtaining its preliminary certification to be deemed a recovery residence under the definition. So that's the first instance of amendment. And second, there's an update in language that would allow a resident who has been temporarily denied access to either have their property returned to him or her, or to ensure its safekeeping at the recovery residence. And that's it.
All right. Any questions on this? Seeing none. Oh, wait a minute, Representative Gamache.
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
Regarding the retaining the property and ensuring safekeeping. Is there a time limit on that? I'm just wondering if someone doesn't return for whatever reason, or and does not make an arrangement to pick up personal belongings or such. How would that be handled?
I think
I totally understand keeping personal things. Yes, absolutely. And then I guess, you know, there's the assumption that the person would return unless there's some.
well, this is for temporary. This would be for those days, you know, with the temporary removal, which is your first.
Right, but temporary could turn into permanent.
So I will ask Jeff if you can unmute and just give us an answer to how this might work. What happens when an individual is put into a temporary removal and then might transition for either personal choices or for another breaking of the rules issue. If you could address that for Representative Gamache, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Most often, the home has language, and if this passes in the bill, we'll ensure that they do, in the membership agreement, how long they will hold the personal belongings if the person leaves. And usually it's 30 days. I think the nice thing about this amendment is it really gives strong clarity that if the person leaves, that the operator not just throw the belongings out on the corner,
Right.
and it does give them access to it. But I think Representative Gamache's inquiry is really an excellent one that can be handled through the participant agreement. And most of the homes that we've certified do have that language in there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Further questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept Representative Kalaki's amendment as friendly.
I move to accept the amendment as friendly.
Okay, and that, Katie, what version is that? Is that a 1.1?
Senator Kalak, I've made you a senator.
2.1.
2.1, sorry.
2.1. All right, so Representative Gamache has moved that we accept Representative Kalaki's version of the amendment 2.1.
I'll second it.
And Representative Troiano, further discussion, Representative Troiano?
Please, I just wanted to, it's just a comment that this was a concern that I think we addressed properly. I think it was Stephen Whitaker that brought it up, that oftentimes, I know in my dealings with folks in corrections and people that are taken to jail suddenly lose their belongings, and to restart that is really difficult. So I think that this is a really important piece of this bill, that individuals who are participating in these programs are not concerned about losing their belongings if they are removed from the house. I think that's a wise idea, and I think it's a credit to the recovery houses and the recovery house bill. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further discussion or hands raised, Representative Howard, you may commence to call the roll.
Representative Walz,
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez is out. Representative Long is out. Representative Gamache,
Yes.
Representative Troiano,
Yes.
Representative Howard votes yes. Representative Kalaki,
Yes.
Representative Zott,
I certify I'm Representative Zott and I vote yes.
Representative Byron,
Yes.
Representative Hango,
Yes.
Representative Stevens,
Yes.
902.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So these amendments, Ron, will be brought down to the clerk's office or sent to the clerk's office. You will then also certify you send a sheet to Mary, Representative Howard.
Yes.
Katie,
And
do I send the amendments down, or do you to the clerk's office?
I suppose that the committee amendment would come from the chair of Human Services, and that Representative Clackey would have to send his.
So Representative Pugh would send hers, even though this committee voted on it?
Yes, because you were just voting that if the committee finds it favorable, it's not the work of the committee.
Okay, so how does the vote get transferred? I know how it happens normally, but how does the vote get transferred to the clerk's office?
That I'm not sure.
All right, we'll send Bill the information and he'll catch up to it all.
Okay.
I think Representative Pugh did already send to the clerk's office their amendment, and then it came back to us. That's my understanding.
So we'll get this. Yeah, we'll get this straightened out. I mean, I think the first important piece will be for Ron to send the vote sheets to Mary so she can certify them. We'll make sure that if it's Representative Kalacki's responsibility, which I think it is, because I mean, this is just imagine any other normal day. If you needed to get an amendment done for something, you would go see the attorney and you would work with the attorney and it would be under your name. And I think that's what we did here as Representative Kalacki's amendment. So that we'll make sure Representative Kalacki can check to the clerk's office to find out that it's been filed properly. It's unlikely that we'll see this bill on this week on the floor. So that gives us some time to figure it out, because with the earliest we'll get it to the clerk's office is sometime this afternoon, and then it'll be on notice for tomorrow at the very, so the very earliest we can deal with it on Friday is Friday. But I think the way they're stacking up the bills, and we're only on the floor for a short amount of time on Friday, or scheduled to be on the floor for a short amount of time on Friday. So I'm not sure that this would appear, but again, we will get that cleared up by the end of the day today, and find out when that's going on. I think this is a bill that definitely needs some caucus time, some explanations in the whole all-house caucus to give everybody the opportunity to hear it before it goes on the floor. I think we saw an example last week of where the tree warden bill in particular had not been given a hearing in a caucus, and so people were just naturally curious about it, which extended the testimony on it probably longer than may have happened if we had an all-house caucus on it prior to the floor. And certainly the recovery residence bill is complex enough that it's going to need some education to the whole caucus before we get on the floor. But we'll keep track of that. So thank you, Jeff, for coming in.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah.
Path 500, the Ace Ticket Hotline, web radio at patriots.com.
Who's on? Who's listening to web radio?
Oh, no, it's my cell phone.
All right, I'm going to mute you then.
Thank you, Katie.
Yes, thank you, Katie. So we are now, so Katie, I think you may go have lunch. Thank you for your help today. So we have, for the second hour today, we're going to go back to the housing situation. We have Gus Seelig back with us this morning, this afternoon now, and I just wanted to continue this conversation. This is this remains an important part of our work of understanding what we can do, what we're able to do, and how we're going to be able to do it. It is so complicated with respect to the CARES Act money. And I know that Gus, as a representative from VHCB, has been conversation and in testimony in other committees, specifically over in the Senate, or Human Services here in the House, with various facets of the conversation that we've been having as well. And I just wanted to come in and first get an update, not only of those conversations, Gus, but also, of course, of what you've learned over the last few days about what we can do with the CARES Act money, what's been clarified, perhaps what remains murky, and then again, the news we heard from AHS sort of was their input is going to be probably more geared towards the short-term solutions. What's the next step from when we need to move people out of motels, if and when we need to move people out of motels, which I think is clear to everybody that that's the next step. But also, what are the medium and long-term solutions that you've been hearing about? I think we're going to need to take a real, probably a little bit more energized stance on just investigating at the very least what are the options in front of us. So, the microphone is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So, for the record, I'm Gus Seelig. I'm the director for the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, and I know I've been before you in the past, but just to separate us out a little bit from the alphabet soup of housing organizations that you deal with, the board is the one entity through which state funds are generally appropriated for the capital side of developing and rehabilitating housing. Most recently, we, with your support, endeavored to develop a housing revenue bond that is now turned out to be $37 million, now fully committed, and will produce 843 homes or apartments all over the state. Over time, we've been involved in 13,000 homes in most communities in the state. You know us usually best by investment in cornerstone buildings like the old Waterbury Seminary and the Chairs District, downtown buildings in Hardwick, so on and so forth. We've worked in South Burlington and other communities on new neighborhoods where that's been the need. Over the years, we've worked with most of the homeless shelter providers in the state, some so long ago that they don't know that we provided capital grants to them. We also provide support through our AmeriCorps program. There are usually 5 to 7 AmeriCorps members that are assigned each year to those organizations that serve the homeless. As a matter of background, 5 or 6 years ago, an executive order was issued that asked that anybody who's getting public support set aside 15% of their homes for either homeless Vermonters or people who are at great risk of homelessness. I'm pleased to tell you that challenge has been met and exceeded. About 17% of the provider of the housing that we have supported, rental housing that we've supported, is now occupied by people who are in that situation across the state, and that's close to 1,000 units of the rental housing that we've supported. I was in the Human Services Committee, as the chair indicated, last week, and testifying along with me was Jeffrey Pippinger from the Agency of Human Services. And what he told them at that moment was that that week, 2,000 Vermonters were in motels as a result of the loosening of rules and support through the GA program, and the absolutely dire need to get people out of shelters that would have been unsafe because people just could not, in a COVID environment, be sleeping that close together. There weren't separate bathrooms necessarily for folks, and so on and so forth. And AHS has just done a tremendous job, I think, responding to that immediate crisis. But 2,000 Vermonters is an awful lot. What Mr. Pippinger said at that time that really struck me was that this was, in essence, an inflection moment for the state and a time to reimagine how we might deliver emergency housing services to people and how we could do better. And that certainly is the work that I've been about and working on for quite a while, and more intensively with our partners in recent weeks. My colleague at the board, Jen Holler, worked with across agencies with our friends at AHS and at the HFA and the State Housing Authority on a project that we've reported to you on a few years ago called A Roadmap to End Homelessness. We brought a national consultant in. And in recent weeks, that's really been a kind of cornerstone document of people, as people have talked about what are the medium and long-term solutions to the problem of homelessness. I think about 3 years ago, this committee heard from Dr. Megan Sandel of the Children's Health Watch in Boston, and her testimony struck me at two levels. The first was that she argued very strenuously and with data to you that housing is a social determinant of health, and that health costs and mental health costs go up dramatically when people don't have housing. I think that's been borne out in any number of ways. We understand the struggles kids have being educated when they don't have secure housing. If you think about being a diabetic and not having a place to refrigerate your medication, your health can't be as good as it would be. The other key thing that she said, and she showed you a chart, was she looked at what we spent in the United States on healthcare and what we spent on other supports and safety net programs, including housing, and then compared that with lots of other Western countries in the world. And not surprisingly, we spend a huge amount, much more on healthcare and much less on support services and housing to support vulnerable people. And I think the fundamentals of her argument is that there are cost savings to be had if we invest more in housing and services. The fundamentals of the roadmap and any roadmap on this issue is we have some parts of the state where we have an inadequate supply of housing. And you can give somebody a voucher and they may not be able to find a landlord who would accept it. And if we don't expand supply, and this was a big part of our work with the Housing Revenue Bond, you will not house those folks successfully. There are a whole host of Vermonters who, and especially in light of unemployment that we're now faced with, simply need subsidy to get by. And then there are other Vermonters who really need services, some of a lighter nature and some of a clinical nature. So not everybody needs all three of those things, but we need all three of those elements in a plan to be effective over the long term. And I can tell you that we've been talking, and you saw a proposal from CHT and Housing Vermont a few weeks ago. We've been talking with the providers we work with on a regular basis about the elements of such a plan, and I've been in close touch with Maura Collins, my colleague at VHFA, and Richard Williams at the Vermont State Housing Authority about what a comprehensive plan might look like. I think Richard testified last week or the week before, I'm not sure in which committee, that if we wanted to provide vouchers for 1,000 Vermonters, it would cost $12 million annually. Services are not my area of expertise. Again, my colleague Maura Collins, who also is at VHFA and chairs the Pathway Board, is more expert than I am. But we've had a lot of input from the Agency of Human Services, and depending on the clinical needs of whether somebody needs clinicians' help or needs other kinds of wraparound services, we can ballpark costs based on 15 to caseloads of between 15 and 30 folks. We clearly also need an infusion of some dollars if some of these facilities around the state that have provided shelter are going to be reoccupied to improve them. You've heard from Pathways Vermont that they could house another 200 Vermonters in existing housing. So I think the elements are in front of us, and we'd be happy to work with you in giving you a comprehensive long-term plan. In recent days, we've heard from a number of your colleagues, including appropriators, about what can we do urgently with the coronavirus relief fund. We have looked at data that the Agency of Human Services has given us about where we have the largest numbers of homeless Vermonters in their regions across the state, where there are the most families with kids who are homeless. We have been in close contact both with nonprofit housing developers and they with their service providers about what the opportunities are in the short term to make a dent in this. And the short term meaning that as we understand the guidance from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, funding needs to be spent by December 30th. And spent means more than we write a check. It means that the work is done. We think we've identified 5 to 9 opportunities all over the state of various types, again, in these high need regions, that could likely produce 200 new units of various types. Some might be micro apartments. Some are apartments that need rehab and can be rehabbed relatively quickly. The catch to this is we can do this work, make some deals happen by the end of the year, if we can also establish a rental assistance reserve and a services reserve. It is not unusual when we close a housing deal that a part of their budget is a capital needs reserve, an operating reserve. It is unclear whether or not a reserve for rental assistance, and this is allowed under other federal programs like the National Housing Trust Fund, could be established as part of the closing of a real estate deal. So that's what we're up against. The thing that I would say to you today is that if we are to try to tackle that, to add 200 units to our supply in those regions where we need the housing the most, and might continue to be a pivot point in the future as those folks get integrated into other settings and be much safer than the current shelter system, we urgently need a signal that you want us to do that. It takes time to negotiate real estate deals. It takes more time in a remote environment to get those deals closed. The projects we're looking at would all need, many of them would need at least light rehab, not the kind of substantial rehab you usually see us undertake. And the clock is ticking. So the quicker you can get policymakers, yourselves, the appropriators, and others to say, yeah, we'd like to have some long-term impact with the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the quicker we can get to work and secure some of these potential facilities around the state. So I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to go to work with Maura and Richard and others in developing a more comprehensive plan that will have a much higher price tag and take a lot of mapping of where can the resources come from. As I said, the rental assistance for 1,000 folks, Richard tells us, is, each person costs about $8,000 a year. So it's at $12 million to provide rental assistance for 1,000 Vermonters. We do expect that the administration will come forward with a short-term rental assistance program and a rent arrearage program. There's been a lot of discussion about that. That's very important. They'll probably come forward also with some form of they've been discussing a modest rehab program as well. Clearly, we need to do whatever we can to make sure that as people have lost income, lost jobs, that they don't fall into homelessness and make the problem we have today worse. But I would say to you that it makes both fiscal sense from my perspective because of the savings will ultimately accrue in our healthcare system, our corrections system, our mental health system, to invest in some of these funds in some permanent solutions. So I'll stop there and answer your questions.
Gus, just quickly, the 200 units that you're talking about for this immediate situation would house approximately, or did you guesstimate on how many people this would affect, or is it all dependent on whether it's a single person household versus a family?
Well, I know that, for instance, we have identified some apartments in Bennington that can quickly be renovated and another facility that is waiting for grants that wouldn't necessarily be announced until the end of the year that would all be for families. So for those 30 households, it would be at least 60 people. And I think in the rest of the state, you know, there would be some families housed. We opened a facility called Great River Terrace, which mostly has single adults in Brattleboro in it, but there are at least 3 parents with a child living in those micro apartments. So it would be more than 200. I just can't tell you today whether it would be 300 or 250 or exactly what the number would be. I think it's clearly in everybody's interest to focus as much as possible on getting kids and their families out of a situation of homelessness, because the long-term costs and implications are the trauma that induces in a family is just can be, the data says it's very hard to overcome. So that would clearly be a big focus of ours. But I think we also want to work on individuals who have significant needs that you've all heard end up in the emergency rooms in our state hospital. And, you know, I understand the hospitals are significantly, those ERs are much quieter today. And I think part of the reason is people are currently being housed. So I do think there's savings to be achieved.
And we have a handful of questions here. I'll start with Representative Triano and then Representative Hengo.
Thanks, Gus, for coming in. It's always good to see you. A couple of questions. One is, I guess, Pathways, we were told by that Pathways 200 beds would cost about $3 million. Is that your recollection as well?
I didn't hear the testimony, but that's how it was reported to me.
Okay.
And I believe that's an ongoing cost. You know, so what I've been focused on with the Coronavirus Relief Fund is what can we do and incur those costs by December 30th.
Right. Okay. The other piece is that we had spoken some about overlapping services that we have heard from plans from 3 or 4 different agencies and organizations, and it did appear to be some overlap of services. Has that been looked into a little bit more, Gus, as to who would be responsible for what?
What I can tell you is that the way we are working, and I preface this by saying I'm not the services expert by any means. Long ago I worked in community action, but that was 30 years ago. What we have done, for instance, with our Brattleboro example, and we have another project in development in Rutland at a former school that's been vacant for some time, is we get the housing providers and other partners together. Sometimes it's in the case of Great River Terrace, it's a partnership between the mental health agency and the Groundworks Collaborative. So the housing entity does the capital end of it, manages the property, but they have contracts with the service providers to actually provide services to the residents. And I think in every community, it ends up being what the mix of services is a little different. And in some cases, you're working with groups that are focused on battered women. So there isn't like one singular model, but we certainly don't want overlap, and we want coordination.
All right, Representative Hengo.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I just want to reiterate that you said that you've identified 200 units statewide that need some kind of light rehab that could be ready by the end of December. Did I miss a dollar figure that went along with that or no?
You didn't miss it because I didn't put it in front of you. So it's a great question to ask. We think that the acquisition and rehab is in the $21–22 million range. We think the rental assistance is another $7 to $8 million. The services is another $2 to $3 million if we can capitalize those up front, or if we can identify ways that they can be met through existing services.
Okay, thank you. And that leads me to the rental assistance and the support services, you did not believe could be covered by the Corona Relief Fund, correct?
What I said is that from my perspective, it's a gray area, which is to say, the argument I would make to you and to anybody is it is not unusual when we do any kind of housing deal, and we've just done a couple in Franklin County, up in St. Albans, that when the project closes, there are reserve funds that are part of the project. Sometimes it's a reserve to make future capital improvements. Sometimes it's a reserve to cover an operating loss. So I would say to you, it is not unusual in the affordable housing world to capitalize a reserve. And what we don't know is whether the feds will accept the capitalization of such reserves upfront as a legitimate cost for the coronavirus relief fund. So I'm not, if you read it as conservatively as some people might, you'd say that's off the tracks. What I can tell you is 2 weeks ago, the guidance that Mr. Steve Klein, your joint fiscal officer, got was you can't invest this in capital. And then last Thursday, I got an email from him late in the evening that said capital to serve the homeless is now on the list. So I think that it is possible we could get to yes on this, but it will take your support and probably input from our congressional delegation to get the kind of clarity that I know everybody would be more comfortable with.
So thank you for that. So by capital, you mean that $21 to $22 million that's identified. You don't mean to say the additional 10 million for rental assistance and support services being built into a reserve and counting on the coronavirus relief fund to fund that as well?
What I'm saying is that it appears quite clear that the money for acquisition and any rehab that can be done by December 30th clearly qualifies. The capitalization of reserves for services and rental assistance is a gray area in my mind.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify that. So I also have a question on how did you identify these 200 units that are vacant and ready to be rehabbed?
Well, it's a variety of different ways. And I actually, my staff has been working on this, so I can't tell you each one. In some cases, people are talking to brokers. In one case, there's a 100-unit development in Bennington known as Applegate Apartments, and I happen to know there are 20 vacancies there and talked to the owner about what it would take to get them ready for use. There's another facility in Bennington that we helped an entity buy, and they're hoping to get a grant from the Federal Home Loan Bank, but that won't be announced until the end of the year. If we could use the coronavirus relief fund to get that work underway now, it could be operable. So there's a variety of different kinds of properties that people are looking at all over the state. And that's being done by our community partners, not by us. My staff's not out looking for these properties. It's really local people on the ground, your constituents who serve these populations on a regular basis, trying to assess what, real estate is always opportunity. What are the opportunities right now? What's for sale on the market? And they've been having those discussions at the community level.
Okay, so it's properties for sale. It's not necessarily vacant rental properties that are not up for sale?
In the case of Applegate Apartments, it is, that's an existing property that 80 families are in right now, and there are 20 vacancies. So as I said, it's a mix around the state. But in some cases, yes, it is properties that are for sale.
And by around the state, do you truly mean all corners of the state, or just focused in the larger municipalities like St. Albans, Burlington, Brattleboro, Bennington, St. Johnsbury?
We have been focused based on the data that AHS gave us on northwestern Vermont, the Upper Valley, Brattleboro, and Bennington. They would follow that by saying we'd love more facilities in central Vermont and Rutland. If we give a signal to people that the legislature and the governor want to spend some money on this, we may well get some proposals from other parts of the state as well, but we don't have them today.
Okay, and my last question has to do with location. So what do you do if you have a congregation of vacant properties or available units, let's call them, in municipalities, but your homeless people live in rural areas? How do you reconcile that?
Well, I don't easily reconcile that, and there is going to be more than one solution to this problem, and certainly that's why a rental assistance program and the approach that a group like Pathways takes is so important. What I can tell you is the reason that I've named those parts of the state is because when we sat with our partners at the Agency of Human Services, they gave us the data on where are the greatest needs in the state. And I do think people will do better in the long term, and this isn't everybody, there'll be an exception to every rule, if they can be someplace where there is public transit, if they can be someplace where there are services and social services that they can get to either by public transit or on foot, as opposed to being far out in the countryside. So we're following the data to focus on where should we go first, second, third, and fourth, is what I can tell you today. But I think it's very important to view that people are being economically displaced all over the state, and we will need different approaches in different communities to meet the need as well.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Walz.
Thank you. And thanks, Gus, thanks for coming today. This rehabbing issue is one that's dear to me, one I've been pushing for a while. And I'm happy to hear there's a possibility through the Corona Relief Fund for an infusion of cash that might make this happen. But I do have a question about the role of the Vermont legislature. I'm not really clear about that. These are federal funds, and it seems like the administration would be figuring out how to deal with them and disperse them. So what do we do as a Vermont legislature? What's our part in this?
Well, I believe that what your appropriations committee has done up to now was to say to the administration, go ahead and spend some of that federal money on some things and then bring us back a plan for the balance of it that will become part of the Appropriations Act. So I think that there will be an opportunity for the legislature to weigh into what the plan is and how those federal funds can best serve the needs of Vermont. And, and I'll be clear, I know that housing is not the only need. There are needs in the healthcare world, and, there are needs, and I'm sure the administration will be coming out with this soon to assist small businesses. This is the part of the need that in my work needs to be addressed most, and that's why I'm speaking to it today. So I'm sure you'll see that the administration will be bringing lots of plans out for the use of these funds, and there will be competing demands, and you folks as the General Assembly have to sort out what you think is most important to utilize these funds for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mary Howard, Representative Howard. Hold on, you're still on mute. There you go.
Sorry. Thank you. And thank you, Gus, for your testimony today. You mentioned the renovation of the school in Rutland. Do you know if that is ongoing or if there has been a halt to that?
My understanding is that project now has all the funding that it needs. It got an allocation of low-income housing tax. We supported it quite a while ago through the Housing Revenue Bond. About a month or so ago, our partners at VHFA gave it an award of low-income housing tax credits, and that should be under construction, I would think, this fall. I don't think it'll be open by December, but it should be underway and into renovation this fall.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And that'll provide 19 micro apartments, I believe, is the number there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Gus, a micro apartment, is that a studio with a small bedroom and a kitchenette?
Well, it's a term of art, but it probably means 350 square feet or less. So whether there's a separate bedroom or it's just a studio with a bathroom and a kitchenette, it's probably not quite a one bedroom.
But 350 square feet is the
350
approximation.
square feet.
Yeah.
In that range, yeah.
In terms of going back to the question about capitalization, I think that there's a nuance here. I think that you're talking about, like, what is a gray area in terms of that, because if I'm not mistaken, under a conventional project, you would include the capital improvements, or you would include any other of the issues, perhaps the service issues within the project itself. Is that right? And that's why you would consider it a capital expense, even if the federal government does not quite get that yet.
As I said earlier, Mr. Chairman, yes, when we close a real estate deal, there are various kinds of reserve funds so that the project can perform as it's intended to over time. And sometimes that's for capital needs. Sometimes it's to deal with operating losses or rent losses. There have been a few times, and I think we've been encouraged to do this with the National Housing Trust Fund, where you can set some money aside for services over a number of years. So it's not an unprecedented thing to suggest, but as I said, we don't have clarity and yet on whether that will be allowed or whether we can look for other resources. So, for instance, the Speaker Pelosi passed a bill in the House last week that will provide a huge amount more money for the ESG program. Maybe that can be a source of rental assistance. I talked with somebody at AHS last week, and they don't know for sure, but FEMA has provided in past emergencies monies for case management. So that might be another source for case management. But yes, to get back to the question you asked, we typically capitalize reserves and projects as part of getting them funded. That's not an unusual activity, and there are federal housing programs that have been used for those purposes in the past.
One of the concerns that I have, and I've heard, and I think we've all heard, is that, okay, so if we spend 20 some odd $20 million in a short term, or even 70 million, whatever the number is, on finding projects and finding properties and doing it, your partners can't necessarily just do these without those services. I mean, isn't that kind of the precept of affordable housing, is that all of these pieces that make housing a vaccine, as you were alluding to earlier, but there's we can't just build a house and then expect the services to follow. And again, that's part of, I think, one of the concerns that I've heard from, in the appropriations world, is that, okay, so we have these things, now you're telling us that we have to bake in these services. And I think that gets at this gray area that you're talking about. But what is it that would stop, or I guess I'll put it in a positive sense, what is the combination that you need from us to commit, from the state to commit, in order to make these projects happen?
Well, because I think we all expect the state is going to have several difficult budget years, our planning has been around a reserve that would, take us out 3 to 5 years in terms of moving forward. So that's the thinking we've been doing about it. It has been to establish a reserve that would carry us for a number of years to meet those needs. And again, not everybody will have the need for clinical services. Some people will need a lighter touch. They may need help finding a job. They may need other kinds of assistance. But there are certainly people among the homeless population that need an intense level of services. And whether that comes from the designated agencies or other providers, in order to successfully house people, that's an essential piece of the package.
So this is just a way of saying, okay, so for these particular, because these particular services will be available for 3 to 5 years to coincide, to coordinate with the housing. I mean, I think one of the things with the Pathways number, which I actually think is probably closer to $3.5 million, is that would be that would include an increase to go statewide, which is a desired outcome of sorts. I mean, they came in this year asking for two extra counties, which would have been I think their ask was $900,000. But this larger number would then become the number that's in the budget for Pathways down the line. And that's what scares some people. And I think that's what it scares me only because it scares other people. I mean, these services cost money. This is what it would cost. We've seen Pathways present statistics that show that $3.5 million might be the equivalent of some other larger number, as you alluded to, when you're paying retail for services. So it's just an interesting, but if we can get this, it sounds like if we can get this defined, this gray area defined of what the capital expenses are, that might open some other doors and allow these projects to move forward.
That's what we think we can do. Yes.
Okay. So committee, I don't know what I think I'm trying to look for next steps for us. I mean, what more information do we need to hear in order to start, I think having these discussions is important because this is a public conversation, and I think we're trying to define what priorities are. And but I'm wondering and asking for opinions on next steps here. I mean, we can continue to develop, we can continue to hear what the possibilities are. We will. We can continue to try to imagine what the next steps are going to be for, again, the medium and long term. But then, the reality is that the skinny budget is going to start being discussed pretty darn soon. And so is this proposal, or is this idea, that these ideas that are may formulate into a proposal, is this something that we, what do we need to hear? What do we need to advocate for work with appropriations to make sure they get the message? Because there is a lot of competition for the funding. I think we're going to hear from the administration sometime this week about their plans on some of the economic money to be spent on businesses that have been hit. As we've heard, there's a long line of people who are hoping for help. And so, how we advocate for this or how we discuss this is really the next step. So I would, while we still have Gus here, if there's any further questions or further comments on what we should do and who we should be talking to and how we should be talking to them, the floor is open, and I see Representative Kalaki and then Walls.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. I'm wondering, we heard from Josh and Sarah that there was going to be this rehousing plan that was being formulated, and it seemed to be so aligned with Gus with many of the things you're talking about. I don't know what happened to that. Is Sarah Phillips not developing this plan, and should we not hear from her? Because the conversations we heard, there seemed to be a real congruence happening that seemed really terrific. But so that's how I don't know how to judge moving forward. And I mean, this committee, homelessness is one of our things, it's ours. And so this, I think, is important to us to get it right. But I don't want to start piecemealing things and not understanding a bigger picture. And so, Gus, am I wrong that is there still going to be a rehousing plan from the administration?
I think, and I can't speak for Sarah, that
Right.
the plan will be far more modest than she might have hoped. And I do think you'll hear from Josh, and they are very rightfully focused on rental assistance and rent arrearage assistance as a positive use. I can't guarantee that, but I know that they're pushing for that. But I think the kind of comprehensive plan that I think we are very much in alignment at a staff level about how to take that roadmap to end homelessness that you got a few years ago and actualize it.
Right.
I guess I would say two things today. One is that it would be wise to have a small group of people begin to plot out, now that we have 2,000 Vermonters in motels, what a long-term plan is going to look like. That might not be for you to act on this year, and figure out where the resources can come from to get it funded. I think what I'm telling you, we've suggested to the appropriators today for the Coronavirus Relief Fund is a piece of that plan. It's not the full plan. It doesn't do everything. It's going to serve some of the people who have been who are made vulnerable, but not do it all. And I guess what I would also say is the longer we wait to get started on it, the harder it will be to achieve even the 200 units by year's end.
Right. And we struggle each year. Well, in the 2 years I've seen the struggle that I've been here in trying to build affordable housing, and with the bond that we had. And I know there was concerns, do we do another bond? And that doesn't seem to be fiscally prudent to do. But there seems to be an opportunity, as I understand it, with COVID relief money to do a capital investment that can take a piece of this dilemma that we're grappling with. So that's what I'm hearing from you. Is that correct, Gus?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think to the larger issue, just to simply say, okay, we need to house 2,000 people. That's what we're working with. But I think we need to also keep in mind what Ken Schatz provided us, which was the percentage breakdown, where you have X number of people who are episodically homeless, it may have just happened because of an eviction or because of general poverty, they lost their jobs and they didn't have a place to go. And then there may be a certain number at the other end of the homelessness spectrum of people who are chronically homeless, who are some of the most difficult people, whether it's due to mental health issues or extreme poverty or lack of availability in there. But there is, and Gus mentioned earlier, there's a number of folks who have households with kids. And, again, I don't want to prioritize one or the other, but if we start breaking down who's homeless and where they are, I think, that may help us shape at least some of this conversation, but understand, it's like, the benefit of having the data that we have is at least we're beginning to know who's homeless as of now and where they are, and hopefully we can use that information. Representative Walls and then Triano.
Thank you.
Actually, I was thinking along very much the same lines as Representative Kalaki was, trying to make some sense out of this because there are so many moving parts and it's not clear what resources are going to be available for what and what is allowed. So we really need to figure out which pieces of it we can deal with. And I think Representative Stevens, you just did a good piece on what we should know about the homeless situation. I think we need to do more of that, and we need to have a better idea of, is there really something available that we can recommend to take care of this? Or is the Corona Relief Fund really available to help take care of that? And there are so many questions. So I guess one of the things I would like to have is some kind of master plan, which I don't know exists yet, but within this master plan, what individual pieces fit into the Corona Relief Fund and which of those pieces are kind of our bailiwick having to do with housing. And I think it's very hard for us to deal with any of this unless we see something like that and then can help refine it. So that's my request. I just don't know if it's possible.
Well, Representative Walls, I'd be happy, as I said, to sit down with my colleagues at the State Housing Authority and at the Vermont Housing Finance Agency and begin to sketch out something along the lines of a master plan. I guess I am also saying to you as urgently as I can that if we want to take a bite into this now, because we have $1.25 billion available to the state to address an issue that I think causes lots of other disruption and financial impact, that this is a good time to do that and to push as hard as we can to get some of these folks into permanent housing. And as I look at numbers, I think I recall that the roadmap to end homelessness suggested we needed 368 units of permanent supportive housing. I think, that number, we have better data today because of the coordinated entry system and because we now have data on all the folks who've shown up needing GA support in this crisis to formulate that larger plan. But I think if you wait for the master plan to do anything, we will miss an opportunity that is in front of us now.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Gus. And that's not what I was suggesting. Absolutely, we need to move this to the front burner. And even before the burner, we need to act on whatever we can do right now to take care of these people who are being temporarily housed. Yeah, no question about that. But to get farther into this, I really want to understand the whole thing better. Boy, it is vague.
Well, it is vague, and traditionally housing resources from the federal government come in lots of different silos. Some monies come from HUD, some monies come from USDA Rural Development. As I said a few minutes ago, there may be opportunities for service dollars from FEMA. There's funding through tax credit programs. So it's complicated even for those of us who live in it every day.
Yeah.
How do we put the jigsaw puzzle together? It's not like the old days back in the 70s of the Section 8 new construction substantial rehab program where you went one place and they gave you low interest debt, they gave you rental assistance. It all came at once. Those days are long gone. So it is complicated. And again, we'd be happy, I think, to begin to sketch out the master plan and how do we weave all the resources together and where are the gaps?
Thank you very much, Gus.
Representative Triano, then Hengo.
So if we do in fact have $2 billion out there somehow, I think that maybe this committee should be working with appropriations or making recommendations to appropriations to, we've heard a number of different plans and that would house hundreds and hundreds of people. I think it is to the best interest of Vermonters to provide long-term housing or permanent housing to as many of these folks as we can. So, my thoughts are to get to work with appropriations and get the most we can to place as many people as we can in permanent housing. And maybe that's something that we need to do. I like Tommy, it's very difficult to see a bill materializing that would accommodate all of what we've heard on this housing issue at this point. So, maybe it's just to get to approach and make sure as many resources as are available are presented to rectify this problem.
Representative Hengo.
Thank you. I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around the dollars of this, and Representative Waltz brought up kind of a way of looking at it, that we need to look at the big picture, right? So my big picture is telling me that, you know, we have 200 units available right now that we could put people in. Just for simplicity's sake, I'm calling that 200 individuals, not 200 units. And it would cost about $10 million a year ongoing for those 200 units to be supported with services. So we have 2,000 people who need to be rehomed, rehoused. And if I work that out in my brain, that's like 10 times 10 million, which is $100 million just in services. That doesn't include capital for building new buildings or rehabbing old units. So I totally agree that we need to see some kind of big picture of what money is available to us for housing, because obviously other hands are out asking for money for their projects. What money is available to us for housing, and how we can use it, when we need to use it by, and going forward, this is the more important thing, how we would sustain it going forward. I totally agree with Representative Troiano that it behooves us to rehouse as many people as we can. But my concern is that people are going to get left out from this because it just isn't going to be the money to go around. So rather than have a grand plan for, say, 1,000 of the 2,000 people, having a more modest plan for the 2,000 people who will need rehousing. And I don't know how to go about that until, like Representative Walz said, I see the big picture, because I really am a big picture person. So that's more of a comment than an actual question for anybody.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's part of breaking it all down. Gus?
Just one clarification, and I think you're asking exactly the right question, and I think it's absolutely fair to say, what are the ongoing costs to the state of Vermont, and what will be the offset savings, whether in healthcare, corrections, mental health? The one clarification I just want to make is that $10 million for services, to capitalize a fund for services and rental assistance, would handle 5 years. So that doesn't make your math question illegitimate. It just makes it 1/5 of where you thought it might have been. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. So it's about 10 million for every 5 years going forward, not counting inflation or added needs.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Gus, thank you so much. We will be in touch, and we will keep pushing. And I think that there's a clear desire on the part of the committee, at least as expressed this morning, that it would be appropriate for you to work and start shaping a master plan with the people who know how to do it. I would like to be able to reach out to the Senate. I know you're testifying to the Senate. I know you're probably going to be in contact, or at least with Senate appropriations, and ours. I know it's going to be a couple busy weeks on the appropriations front as appropriations develops a skinny budget. So there's going to be a lot of work on this. I'm going to reach out again to Senator Sirotkin to see if we can actually, if it's worthwhile to at least, again, I know you're testifying in front of them, I think this week as well. But it would be good to hear what the Senate is thinking as well. I know that housing is a priority of the Senate Economic and Development Committee, General Affairs Committee as well. So I think that the next steps we will be in touch, and we'll try to see what we get for our Friday session on committee. And committee, it's just being conscious of the time. I just wanted to remind you, if you did not get I'm sure you may have gotten an email from Luke Martland today concerning doing a survey on the Legislative Council, folks that have helped our committee. He says it takes 10 minutes. It took me 15, basically because we needed to answer questions on all the different attorneys. I think we had questions on David Hall, as well as Damien and others, including Luke. So just make sure you take the time as quickly as you can to do that. It's important for them to get an idea of how you felt about the work that was done and provided by Legislative Council.
Chair, Katie was left out of that, and I didn't write to Luke about that. Should I?
You can write him a note.
Okay.
You can write him a note. I think it speaks to the broad portfolio that we had, like 4 attorneys and we missed one, because I don't think Tucker was in there either. Right. And so, as opposed to maybe some committees only have 1 or 2 attorneys that they work with, like government operations. So anyway, just take the time. And if you do have private notes, there's plenty of room in the survey to let those go. I guess on a lighter note, one of the little, I call them bumper stickers, whatever little things that you see on social media over the weekend. Somebody wrote a little bumper sticker and said, I guess no one wins the contest of, I knew that, from 5 years ago, that said, I know what I'm going to be doing 5 years from now. I think we all would have failed that. And so I thank you for your continued work on this and efforts to try to have some form of regularity. It's good to see you all after a weekend, which was spent out in the garden finally. And we will see you this afternoon.
Okay.
On tap from our committee this week will be the, no pun intended, will be the alcohol bill. Represented by Rong, I believe, is scheduled to do some conversation about it today. And it'll be on the floor on Friday. So thank you, everybody. Ron, I'll stay on the line with you for a minute. And
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So unless you've avoided news of all kinds for the last 4 or 5 days, you probably know that things in the United States have gotten extremely intense. On top of a global 100-year pandemic, coronavirus, where the United States has been one of the worst hit countries, thanks in part to our failed federal leadership, we have seen the tragedy of George Floyd being killed by police in Minnesota set off a string of extreme civil unrest. And this includes examples of just about everything you can imagine, both by protesters and by those who are pretending to be protesters but actually have nefarious intentions, and by police as well. And meanwhile, we are completely lacking anything that would be called leadership from the Oval Office, with Donald Trump doing everything from calling for pro-Trump protesters to gather at the White House on Saturday night, which they didn't, all the way to tweeting about essentially release the hounds, talking about Secret Service's vicious dogs that would be unleashed on protesters who breached the fence at the White House, up to and including flying to Florida and taking credit for a SpaceX launch of a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 2 astronauts to the International Space Station, while retweeting videos of himself talking about all of it Saturday as protests raged and buildings burned. And I really spent a lot of time this weekend thinking about what's the primary story here? What's like the main analysis that has to be done? What's the lens through which we need to understand what's happening in our country right now? Because I wanted to come to you and give you that point of view. Here's really what this is about. And the conclusion I came to is that there is no one lens. Things are more complicated than this is really what's going on. And I know that there are a ton of hot takes about this. If you look at Twitter lately, if you look at cable news, everybody claims to hold the real key. They claim to say this is the true filter through which this should all be seen. I'm here to tell you I don't have such a lens for you, because I believe any such lens is too simplistic. Now, if you want that simplistic analysis, there are plenty available. There's no question about it. But to some degree, we sometimes are blinded by narrative. And in some cases, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Meaning, if you want to see every issue as being related to one problem, you're able to find a way to do that, even if it's not really the right or most robust analysis. So I'm going to give you some examples, and then we'll get to what I think is a reasonable analysis and way to think about all of this. So one storyline we're hearing, and we've heard it from a lot of different people, is this is merely about race. This is about white cops killing black people. This is about white cops oppressing black protesters. This is about a fundamentally racist justice system. It's about a fundamentally racist society. That's what the lens is. Now, of course, race is a massive component that is causing understandable rage among a lot of people. But that analysis doesn't tell you everything that you need to know. Our economic system, at its core, for example, functions to stymie and suppress real change and activism. And it goes way beyond race, has racial implications, of course, but you miss that if you make this only about race. Much of that economic system is certainly rooted in supremacies along racial lines, but a race-only analysis falls short. A lot of the hot takes we're seeing are only about race. Another perspective that is heavily represented is that this is really about capitalism, right? Any capitalist system is inevitably racist and inevitably leads to this degree of social unrest: arson, looting, property damage, police violence against protesters, protester violence against police, protester on protester violence, protesters versus looters. That the idea is that is because of a capitalist system. Making this simply about capitalism ignores the countless social democracies, right? That's a form of capitalism, it's regulated capitalism, that are some of the places where these issues of inequality and racial tensions have been best dealt with around the world. Some of the best examples, in fact, of functioning societies with reduced income inequality, reduced racial inequality, social safety nets, trust in institutions, less corruption. They are regulated versions of capitalism. So I believe that the capitalism analysis also fails. Another lens that's being presented as the lens is simply about police brutality, meaning this is about police brutality as what killed George Floyd. This is about police brutality as the problem in the protests. In other words, if it weren't for police brutality, George Floyd would be alive. If George Floyd were alive, we wouldn't be seeing these protests. We at the protests are also just seeing further police brutality. Now, there is no shortage of police brutality at the protests. What happened to George Floyd is unconscionable. But this is about so much more than that, including economic and racial issues. It's about the militarization of law enforcement in the United States. And there are people making it only about that. It's not only about that, but that's a part of it. When you militarize law enforcement, you create overly aggressive policing. You can argue that that played a role in George Floyd's death. Militarization is what led police in riot gear in dozens of cities over the weekend to use tear gas and rubber bullets, and to see media and random bystanders and even people peacefully protesting, which is, of course, their right to do, horribly injured by police. So militarization of law enforcement is another huge problem in the U.S. We've covered it, but it is not the only lens that we need to be using. So here's the reality when you think about this, and we often want things to be black and white. We want to say this is what this is really about. The reality is this is a country of 331 million people. We have examples of everything you can imagine. We have dozens of different problems that relate to what we are now seeing. Just this weekend, we saw sickening violence done by police to protesters, including, for example, an elderly man with a cane shoved onto the ground by police. And we saw police, and I believe it was Michigan, show up and tell the protesters, I'm putting down my weapons. I'm with you. Let's march together. We saw protesters burn entire buildings and brutalize business owners, including middle-aged women. And yet we also saw protesters guard a police officer who was separated from his squad on Saturday night. And this is the risk about the out-of-context sharing of pictures and video on social media, 10 seconds from one protest and 15 from another. And I actually did some of this over the weekend, and I don't know that it was the best thing. Not only does it lack immediate context, it lacks broader context about all of the issues that have gotten us to where we are now, including, by the way, a complete lack of leadership from the president. And we're going to talk about that later, which is why I'm not digging into it too much right here. So my message is what we are seeing is mostly about systems, and it is less about individuals. You're seeing a ton of debates about what portion of police are good versus bad, which is very fraught terminology anyway, good and bad. What portion of protesters have good or bad intentions? What portion of protesters are grassroots members of the community versus out-of-town astroturfers, as has been a growing narrative over the weekend, used in part to discredit the real and justified anger that protesters have about what's going on in their communities. The problem is, if you just argue about that, if you spend your time on those questions, well, 82% of the protesters are good, or whatever you might say. You're not really digging into the systemic elements at play. If we figure out it's 85% of the protesters that are good instead of 80, then what? It's good fodder for corporate media. It does little for anybody else. So I don't pretend to have one single unifying theory about this. This is what it's really about, and at the exclusion of other things, that's not something you're going to hear from me. But what I can tell you for sure is that you won't understand any of this if you don't understand the context. And that's where a lot of the local news coverage of the protests has failed, which is a complete lack of context. Oh, somebody looted a cheesecake factory and they came out with a cheesecake. That's coverage that we saw. Doesn't really tell us anything about what's going on. So racialized policing combined with a two-tiered justice system for rich and poor, a system that focuses on street crime at the exclusion of white-collar crime, combined with an economic system that doesn't work for a huge portion of the country, in addition to right now having nearly 25% unofficial unemployment in the midst of a 100-year pandemic, in addition to a complete absence of federal leadership from a president who tweeted all weekend from his bunker at the White House, combined with corporate media that really is seeking to foment division rather than find solutions, it's not a good recipe. And then you add to that militarized law enforcement that seems to always have money, despite we supposedly lacking our supposed lack of money for healthcare and education. It's all of that stuff together. Now, I want to be really clear. This is not like a social justice intersectionality analysis of race and gender and it's not that. What it is an understanding that we have systems in our country that are bigger than any one protest or any one police officer. And only with that multi-focus perspective can you really get anything that we would call an all-encompassing analysis. Let me give you another example of a false debate. Riots are good versus riots are bad, or riots are effective versus the riots are ineffective, or they are criminal or they are heroic. First of all, a ton of this debate is actually semantic in terms of some people are arguing over whether riots are good or bad. Others are arguing over what counts as a riot versus a protest. There's racialization of the language, there's a lack of context, etc. But what you really have to understand is you can simultaneously say, I'm against violence, both against people and property. I believe it is unlikely that the violence will achieve much. And yet, at the same time, I understand that people have had it and I get what's going on, right? Someone's son is killed by police and then a window gets smashed. It's hard to feel like these things are equivalent in any way without needing to endorse property damage. We can understand that people have absolutely had it. People are sick and tired of the status quo. And while I might not think we will achieve change by breaking windows, I understand and sympathize with the absolute anger and disgust with these systems that protesters have. Now, I have to tell you, the argument that the unrest has accomplished nothing, I don't know if it's a good argument. You all know that I have always said I favor legal protests. I'm against violence, including against most forms of property crime. Over the weekend, we saw the officer who killed George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, arrested. We saw Fox News Sunday devote an hour to the protests, to George Floyd, and to how coronavirus disproportionately affects communities of color with guest Cornel West. I don't know that were it not for the national unrest, we would have seen that be the Fox News Sunday show. I don't know. I think that what we're seeing played a role in what Fox News even decided to do on Sunday. Would we have seen Derek Chauvin get arrested? Would we potentially be seeing the other 3 officers get arrested were it not for this degree of unrest? I don't know is the question. It's less clear to me that this has accomplished nothing. And that is separate from whether these are tactics that I condone. Last thing, and I want to be really clear here. This is not like some kumbaya segment where everyone's thoughts are equally valid and everyone is equally responsible for what's going on. That's not what this is. But what we need to understand is that the word privilege is often thrown around. You're privileged if you say cops are mostly good and protect you, because a lot of people live in places where the cops aren't primarily there to protect you, or at least it certainly doesn't feel that way if you're part of certain communities. Or you're privileged to be against property crime during protests because you live somewhere safe and the systems work for you and you can't possibly imagine what it's like to actually be in the position that a lot of the protesters are in. In some way, all of those allegations are correct, and yet this is not so much about individual privilege. It's, again, systems that aren't working for large swaths of people. And that gets me to my last thought. In history, we've seen unrest lead to movements which lead to activism, which will often enter the political and legal space, which at some point will end up being decided by a judge somewhere. Look at Brown v. Board of Education, the landmark decision that said states can't segregate schools by race. That was in 1954. It started in 1951 in Kansas. It involved 3 years of activism, protests, consensus building, and eventually it was a Supreme Court decision under Earl Warren that decided 9-0 on the court, schools can't racially segregate. As we figure out what needs to happen next, do not miss the forest for the trees that may come 1, 2, or 3 years down the line. If what is going on now will lead to change, it may come down to who is on the Supreme Court in 1, 2, or 3 years. I don't even have to tell you what that means about a decision we all have to make 5 months from now, because you all know exactly what that decision is. So 2 weeks ago, I did a story asking, is the United States a failed state? We failed on a medical response to the pandemic, health systems falling apart, corruption, no trust in government. Are we a failed state? We are now finding ourselves asking, is the U.S. a first world country in light of the completely absent leadership as from federal government as protests rage nationally over out of control policing, as it is seen by millions and millions of people? And in addition to the protests, literal dumpster fires around the White House as the White House sits in darkness with Trump tweeting, as you have violence, police attacking protesters, protesters attacking police. We're seeing media get shot with rubber bullets and attacked not just physically, but ideologically for their presence at the unrest. Caitlin Rust, a reporter for an NBC affiliate station in Louisville, Kentucky, was fired upon by police Friday night covering a live street protest that was going on. CNN reporter Omar Jimenez was arrested while covering protests over the weekend, subsequently released. It was chalked up to confusion by police about who he was. He happens to be black. Last night, Cleveland police said no media would be allowed in any of the downtown area as protests raged. It's not even clear that that's legal to do. This concept of a first world country comes from the Cold War. It has some implicit biases, but really now what we're talking about is the westernized, developed nations of the world. So look at what we have: corrupt, incompetent leadership, increasing attacks on media by government and by police, growing unrest between police and the public, a judiciary system that has two tiers, one for the rich and one for the poor. We've got rampant cronyism and corruption, lack of access to quality health care for a huge portion of the country, a failing education system. Our response to the coronavirus pandemic has completely failed compared to other developed nations. Infrastructure is not crumbling, but we are way behind where we should be for a country of our wealth. Look at our airports to some around the world. Look at our highways to those in many parts of the world. And meanwhile, our president is sitting in a darkened White House, sometimes in the bunker below it on Friday night, as D.C. literally burns, providing no leadership, no words of de-escalation, nothing other than self-aggrandizement and threats to protesters. So I'm not literally saying we are no longer a first world country, but more and more we're reacting to events the way a less advanced country would. I want to hear from you about this. I will have more about it upcoming. Let me know your thoughts on Twitter @DPacman. Remember to make sure you are subscribed for free to the daily 1 hour long David Pakman Show podcast on whatever podcasting app you use.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Tom Cunningham and Chad Sampson. Thanks so much to both of you guys. Also want to say thanks to Kelly Good. Kelly is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. She's been a member for almost 5 years. Grab a membership, get all the great membership benefits, including the daily bonus show, by signing up at joinpakman.com. There are images of police using violence against peaceful protesters. There are images of police creating confrontations, even attacking defenseless elderly people. We played a video of police knocking over an elderly man with a cane, shooting at the media. These images have gone viral over the weekend. Now, I want to be really clear. I already did a story about how what's going on in America right now is not just about one thing. It's not just about race. It's not only about police. It's not exclusively about capitalism or Trump. This is a massive, multifaceted ordeal. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at individual elements. And one of these elements is the idea of police as oppressors versus police as victims, as some have started framing police to be. We are seeing wholesale pepper spraying of peaceful protesters. We've seen members of the media shot with rubber bullets. We saw kids hit with pepper spray. We've seen police ramming police vehicles into crowds. A Dallas woman was hit in the face with a rubber bullet while walking home with her groceries. police wildly hitting people with batons, in some cases, people walking away from protests. None of this excuses any violent actions by protesters, and there have been horrible actions, including attacking business owners, beating one business owner to within an inch of his life for trying to defend his business, beating a female business owner brutally out in front of her store. We have seen it all. But I want to focus in a little bit here on the police component and talk about it with you. There are people, and I'm friends with some of them on Facebook, I'm seeing it on Twitter. There are people who have immediately taken to painting police as victims. Arguments like, a bad cop may have killed George Floyd in Minnesota, but now innocent police all over the place are being attacked for no reason. And often these arguments end up in debates about numbers, like, well, most police are good. Is it 97% or 99%? Well, is it 99 or 99.3%? And I said earlier in the show, imagine we figured out with some precision what portion of police are the problem, as we might call it, and what portion of police are not. Imagine 99.2% of police are good. Okay, well, I imagine that most of my audience, even if you're okay with property crime in protest, where insurance companies are the ones taking a hit and corporations, I imagine most of my audience is not okay with unprovoked attacks against random police officers who aren't doing anything wrong. If you do believe that for what happened to George Floyd in Minnesota, it's okay to just physically attack an officer in Miami, we're just not on the same page. I think that's the minority of my audience. Does our analysis depend, though, on whether it's 99.2 or 99.3% of police that are good guys in it for the right reasons? Because what really this is about is context and power dynamics. In total, once you concede that most cops are good and doing their job as best they can, often in difficult situations, sometimes dangerous situations, you also have some cops that go into law enforcement specifically because they would love an opportunity to beat the crap out of someone, just like some portion of people go into the military because they like the idea of shooting someone and killing them in some kind of theater of war at some point. That is some percentage. Okay, so then what, right? Whether it's 0.8 or 0.7 or 0.08% of police that are going in because they want to do violence and misbehave and have all the worst intentions, what next? And that's where the more difficult conversations start. Questions like, are the good cops who are just doing their job part of the problem? In that, if you're not part of the solution, are you implicitly supporting the status quo of that small percentage of police that do horrible things and get away with it? To what degree? Should every, quote, good cop quit in protest to show solidarity with the protests, leaving our country to be policed only by the bad cops? What counts as a sign of being complicit? Is silence a sign of being complicit? What power and responsibility do individual police officers have to fix the problem versus police chiefs, versus federal law enforcement agencies, versus police unions that represent officers around the country? Should the good cops be treated respectfully or suspiciously, absent any reason to believe they are one of the bad cops? How should they be treated by protesters, the average person, etc.? When you start asking these questions, you realize that most of the changes that need to be made are systemic changes. It needs to be much more likely that if you do the wrong thing as a police officer, you will be caught and punished. It's not likely right now in a lot of our society. Just from this weekend, we have dozens, if not hundreds of officers on video doing horrible things. Are we confident they're going to be identified and investigated and charged and punished when it's appropriate? Not really. Because if it were more likely that they were held accountable, they would probably change their behavior. That is a systemic issue. A good system will take care of that sliver of police that are doing sick, horrible things. So let's answer the questions one by one. First of all, being a police officer is not like being an accountant, okay? Accountants don't represent communities in the way that police officers do. Accountants don't wield their power with firearms, and accountants don't have a power dynamic relative to their clients the way police officers have a power dynamic relative to the people that they are dealing with. So on the one hand, the good police officers must say much more loudly, these things are not okay, and we're committed to fixing it and changing it. And good for them, many police officers have done exactly that. At the same time, the anger by protesters towards a system of policing that is fundamentally broken in many parts of our country is justified anger. And this is why it's so powerful when police officers get it and say, I'm with you, like the sheriff in Michigan who marched with protesters and the video going viral. And it's important for protesters to know that their anger with the system is justified, and yet it's not okay to go attack random individual cops who have not done anything wrong, which is why it was great to see protesters protecting a police officer Saturday night who had done nothing wrong and was separated from his squad. This is why it was great to see video from, I believe it was Brooklyn last night, with organizers saying, do not interact with the police. We are not here for that. We are here to get our message out. Do not incite violence. If you see anyone inciting violence, call them out. And, you know, in the midst of this, there's this really ugly thing that's going on where there are people sort of making the focus that the protesters are from out of town. And at one point, there was some wrong report that more than half of protesters in some place were from out of town. Another report, it said, it seemed like 1 out of 7 were from out of town. Now, sometimes that could mean the next town over. It's not really a big deal. But the point is, this out of town narrative is being used to imply that you merely have people from other communities who are not coming in to protest because they actually are concerned about police brutality and relations or whatever, but that they are coming in to provoke or to loot or to steal. You could be concerned about what went on and drive from another state. And it also appears to be completely untrue. So we've got to be really understanding of how some of these narratives are being used to distort and discredit real justifiable anger. We also have to recognize the growing number of protests that are saying, we are not here to do violence at all, and we are not here to do violence to the police, but we have to realize that the anger is justified given the systemic dynamics that exist. That's sort of my sense of it right now. I'm glad to hear from you about it as well. Okay, so now let's go from talking about police to talking about destruction of property. There are reasonable people who have centered in on what seems to be a dividing line as we see unrest and protests and physical violence and property damage around the country. When we talk about property damage, there is often a debate as to whether it counts as violence in the sense of when people say, I am against violence. So most people agree attacking random bystanders who aren't being violent is unacceptable violence. Attacking random police who aren't doing anything wrong, that is violence in any sense of the word. Most people agree blocking traffic is not violence. Now, you could be for or against blocking traffic as a protest tactic, but most people would not say blocking traffic is violence. You could maybe say, well, if you prevent people from getting to work and then they lose their jobs, blocking traffic becomes kind of like economic violence. But in the kind of violence we're talking about, blocking traffic, most people agree is not violence. What about property damage? So first of all, we have to call out the right-wing hypocrites on this issue, the concern trolls who a month ago were saying sacrifice grandma to coronavirus in order to open the economy, who are now saying the worst thing you can do is break the windows of a big box store. They are hypocrites. I'm not interested in those hypocritical concern trolls. I want to deal with the real people, with the sensible people who in a real way want to talk about this. There are folks who believe that, for example, destroying government property when no one gets physically hurt is okay. But, for example, destroying a private business is not okay. That depends on who you're targeting. You could be targeting a business with bad practices, or you could be targeting a government that is a bad actor or whatever. You could find, a logging company and say, we are going to destroy or disable their bulldozers so that they cannot take down these trees. Saying what determines whether destruction of property is violence is merely whether you're doing it to a government property or to private property. I don't think that's really the dividing line. What this comes down to is, what do we mean by violence? Violence defined as behavior involving physical force to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something damaging property sort of fits. If you want to take a legal perspective, certainly the unlawful exercise of force or the exhibition of such force would encompass the destruction of property. Now, others would say the real crux of human violence versus physical violence against people rather than objects is where we should be focusing. If you are talking about breaking a window, that's not really what a lot of people believe is violence. So here's the bottom line. If you want to make this a semantic argument, if you want to make this about definitions, you can define violence in a way that does or doesn't include property crime. It won't really get to the underlying issue. And the underlying issue is whether sometimes violence is justified. So even if we agree on whether property crime is or is not violence, that doesn't answer the question of whether property crime, destruction of property, is a valid form of protest. Who gets to decide what's in the protesting playbook? If you leave the protesting playbook only to the elites and those in positions of power, it will be restricted to only writing letters, chanting and holding signs, right? The point is, if you let those already in power define what is okay in terms of protesting, certainly nothing will ever change. Now, is there any guarantee that destroying property is going to achieve change? There's not. We do know that destruction of property has been a part of protesting for a really long time. You look at the Boston Tea Party, destroyed property to fight back against the capitalist monopoly and political rights that were being claimed by British colonists. You look at slave uprisings in the United States, which included destruction of property. You look at the Plowshares Aid, a group of 8 Christians, including priests and nuns, who took hammers to the nose cones of some nuclear warheads, poured their blood on the facility's papers in a call for peace. So the legality part of it is clear. This stuff is illegal to do. But I think we can all, every single one of us, imagine a situation where we do the moderate methods and they bring no change. They don't get attention. And then you say, well, we don't want to do violence to people, but we're going to start destroying some property. Destruction of property, in my mind, is clearly violence of a kind, but in certain situations, it might be the only thing people have left short of starting to actually do violence to individuals. Now, which situations count? I don't know. What about the consequences? Well, there are consequences. You're not going to get around that. Will property damage get you what you want? Often it will not. Property damage may, in fact, do the opposite. It may turn public opinion against you. But whether property damage that's not hurting anyone physically is a valid form of protest, that's a question that goes back at least hundreds of years. And anybody pretending that there is one single solitary answer that applies to every situation is just wrong. History tells us that's not the case. I want to hear from you about this. We're going to continue covering it on the David Pakman Show Instagram, @David Pakman Show. We will take a break and be back with much more.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We are currently in a crisis of leadership so severe in the United States that Donald Trump spent his weekend retweeting videos of himself and threatening protesters with vicious dogs and violence from Secret Service agents rather than leading, uniting, doing something productive, because he doesn't know how to do those things. And according to one White House report, the reason we've not heard from Donald Trump, something from the Oval Office, a message of unity, is that Trump has nothing to say. So rather, he's staying quiet, except not really, because he's tweeting uncontrollably. The U.S. is devolving into chaos. Trump spent the weekend retweeting videos of himself trying to take credit for the SpaceX launch, threatening protesters with vicious dogs, claiming he'll designate Antifa a terrorist organization. He has no idea what to do. It is a complete lack of leadership. We fortunately heard from former President Barack Obama with something that could be approximating leadership We're going to look at a couple of items here, starting with Donald Trump's threats to unleash vicious dogs on protesters. He might as well have said, we're going to get the fire hoses out as well. There have been varying levels of unrest around the country stemming from the police killing of George Floyd. This includes people near the White House. Trump tweeted on Saturday about protesters near the White House. Check this out, this incredibly ludicrous rant. Trump saying, quote, "Great job last night at the White House by the U.S. Secret Service. They were not only totally professional, but very cool. I was inside, watched every move, and couldn't have felt more safe. And they let the protesters scream and rant as much as they wanted. But whenever someone got too frisky or out of line, they would quickly come down on them hard. Didn't know what hit them. The front line was replaced with fresh agents like magic, big crowd, professionally organized, but nobody came close to breaching the fence. If they had, they would have been greeted with the most vicious dogs and ominous weapons I have ever seen. That's when people would have been really badly hurt, at least. Many Secret Service agents just waiting for action. We put the young ones on the front line, sir, and they love it." He might as well be saying, Secret Service is thirsty for blood, and we're bringing out the fire hoses. Release the hounds is what he is essentially saying here. Now, this point about, vicious dogs and ominous weapons, that's bad enough. The idea that young Secret Service agents are just waiting for action, that's Trump claiming. I'm guessing the Secret Service would not even agree with Trump's characterization. This is Trump claiming that Secret Service is looking to beat the crap out of people. That's the opposite of leadership. That's the opposite of bringing calm to a nation that is dealing with essentially the Spanish flu at the same time as some of the worst civil unrest that we have seen, in addition to a complete lack of federal leadership, all combined at the same time with a recession/depression going on. It's all happening at once. And Trump is doing nothing to actually bring people together. A real leader would ask for calm. A real leader would go to the Oval Office and address the nation saying, we are a nation in struggle. I hear you. I hear your concerns and your complaints. I'm committed to working together to improve the country. Let's stop the violence. Let's stop the attack, stop the violence by police. Let's realize that we are one nation currently fighting a pandemic and a recession, depression. No one benefits from adding this chaos to the pandemic. I'm here with you on the inequality in our justice system. I'm here with you on policing. Give me the space and the calm I need to work on this. Instead, he tweets threats about vicious dogs, retweets himself taking credit for the rocket launch over the weekend that has nothing to do with him, says, hey, Antifa, you're now a terrorist organization, which I will get to next. This is incompetence combined with authoritarianism from a wannabe dictator, Donald Trump. Don't for a second think that Donald Trump, by the way, is not deep down planning to use these protests to further disrupt the 2020 election for his benefit. Unrest in major cities, things are way too crazy for vote by mail. Ballots will be stolen or something. We absolutely can't do it. Trump has the power of the bully pulpit. At any point, he could say, I'm going to use that for good. He could do it now in so many ways. The country is plagued by challenges, the pandemic, financial crisis, oppression, discrimination coming to a head. And we have nothing from Trump. He also tweeted, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. That's a quote from violent, racist Miami police chief, I forget his name, years ago. A tweet so hideous, it was flagged by Twitter as glorifying violence. A real leader would dial down the anger and the heat. Trump doesn't know how to do that. So he's antagonizing protesters. He's riling up his own base. He's firing up the gun people. And he's not even pretending to represent all Americans here. Trump opens his mouth and trash falls out. That shouldn't surprise us anymore. I hope people are realizing the urgent nature of removing this president. And we've got to keep our eye on the ball because the distractions keep coming. And that's what I want to talk about next. We cannot be distracted by Donald Trump's antics from the real crises and real responsibilities and duties that we have. The virus, police killings, protests devolving into chaos and violence. Removing Trump must be done. But Trump is very aggressively trying to distract us. I already told you some of the ways earlier. And the latest is Trump tweeting that he will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. Donald Trump, of course, announcing this on Twitter, saying, quote, "The United States of America will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization." So there's a few different things to talk about here. Antifa is a militant left-wing movement that stands for anti-fascism, Antifa, okay? That's where the name comes from. Antifa is not centrally organized. It's a sort of umbrella designation. Antifa I see as more of a strategy than a group of people per se. And sometimes they do violent things that I vehemently oppose. I have been endlessly critical of many of the tactics employed by individuals organizing under the umbrella of Antifa. It appears, though, that what Donald Trump is trying to do here is not actually constitutional in designating them a terrorist organization. The United States State Department has a list of terrorist organizations. They are foreign. Antifa is not foreign. Antifa is a domestic group. Even more importantly, if Donald Trump were to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, they would lose some First Amendment protections which apply only to foreign terrorist organizations. So understand that this is part of the framing by Trump and William Barr, that the recent protests and unrest are merely left-wing anarchists looking to do violence and sow chaos. Now, to be clear, there is no shortage of anarchists all over the political spectrum doing protesting, many with ulterior motives. But there is also plenty of right-wing astroturf. There is police escalation by way of haphazard pepper spraying, shooting at media, etc. And this entire story of this is not genuine anger and frustration with policing in America or whatever else. These are provocateurs coming in from outside. That is being used to single-handedly devalue the complaints and concerns that the protesters have, and we can't fall for that. But this claim from Donald Trump that he will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, it's a political statement. It is not a law enforcement statement. It's really important to understand that. And it doesn't appear to be a legal statement either. Trump really cannot designate a domestic group a terrorist organization. It would deny them their First Amendment rights. It would also deny them due process. And it is likely unconstitutional, and it's not something Trump is going to be able to do. He may not even really try, because understand, the State Department's list of foreign terrorist organizations, you just can't put Antifa on that list. But he said it on Twitter, and that's the whole point. That's the big picture here. This is another attempt to distract. We must keep our eyes on the ball. Trump has failed on coronavirus. More than 105,000 have died. 50 or 60% of those deaths could have been prevented by a 2-week earlier request from Trump for a 50-state stay-at-home order and actual testing capacity. On that note, I don't want to get you to something boring, but understand, Trump's tweeting about designating Antifa a terrorist organization. We still, after 4 months, aren't testing 500,000 people a day in the United States. We still, after 4 months, aren't at the absolute minimum testing we need to really look at reopening the country. We have national unrest with protests, violence, looting, destruction of property, arson. Trump's tweeting about Antifa and that the White House will release vicious dogs to go after protesters if they get past the fence. Oh, and by the way, the wall isn't being built. Trump didn't repeal and replace Obamacare with something better like he said he would. His trade war with China has failed. 25% of the workforce is out of jobs in the last 10 weeks. So, of course, Donald Trump is trying to take credit for SpaceX and make this about Antifa and otherwise pretend that he's doing a great job. It is an abject failure that we have not seen in the United States for a long time. I mean, you have to look at Bush's failure on 9/11 when he said, let's go into Iraq, even though they didn't have anything to do with the 9/11 attacks. And this is all meant to distract. It actually is starting to feel like it may not work. If you look at polling, cautious optimism that what Trump is doing to distract isn't working. Assume nothing. Every one of us has to vote in November.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So over the last 48 hours, we've had a stunning contrast between the man who is currently president of the United States and the man that wants to be president of the United States. And I'm talking, of course, of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Donald Trump, as I've already told you to some degree, sat in the White House at one point in the basement bunker. At another point, he went down to Florida to give a speech about Elon Musk's success with NASA in launching the Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft to bring 2 astronauts to the space station. And Donald Trump essentially spent the weekend tweeting, attacking the motives of protesters, threatening to release vicious dogs against protesters, and generally escalating tensions. Meanwhile, Joe Biden, who is 4 years Trump's senior, went out and, wearing a mask, talked to actual protesters about what's going on, why they are protesting, and all of these relevant issues in society today, took pictures with people while tweeting conciliatory and understanding things rather than threatening people with releasing the hounds, essentially. The contrast could not be more stark at this point. No national address from Trump meant to reduce tensions and bring people together. Instead, a weekend of tweets about vicious dogs and ominous weapons, and the Secret Service is going to go after people. Tweets talking about we're going to make Antifa a terrorist organization, and then Trump being rushed on Friday to the underground bunker used to protect presidents during terrorist attacks below the White House. Even China goading Trump. Foreign Ministry spokesman Li Zhenzhao urged the United States to eliminate racial discrimination and protect the lawful rights of minorities. Hu Zhijin, editor of the nationalist tabloid Global Times, telling Donald Trump, Mr. President, don't go hide behind the Secret Service. Now, that's Trump. Then you have Biden, who you don't have to like, you don't have to see as a progressive because he's not. Joe Biden went and met with protesters, tweeted conciliatory messages. You don't have to love Biden to understand the difference between these two men. You don't have to see Biden as a progressive because, as I said, he's not, to realize that the world is laughing at us and we would be better off if they stopped. And replacing Donald Trump with Biden is the option we have 5 months from now. And I will be doing everything I can to make sure that that replacement takes place. Trump tweeting about releasing the hounds on protesters. Joe Biden tweeting, quote, we are a nation in pain right now, but we must not allow this pain to destroy us. As president, I will help lead this conversation. And more importantly, I will listen, just as I did today visiting the site of last night's protest in Wilmington. Biden publishing a 5-minute video discussing what we are seeing with police and George Floyd in some detail, adding, quote, we are a country with an open wound. None of us can turn away. None of us can be silent. None of us any longer can hear those words, I can't breathe, and do nothing. We must commit as a nation to pursue justice with every ounce of our being. And most importantly, maybe Joe Biden not hanging out in a bunker or in his basement in Delaware, but just going out and talking to protesters. We're showing some of that video now. So listen, am I saying Joe Biden is the be-all, end-all on criminal justice reform? Of course not. Joe Biden sponsored the 1994 crime bill that was so destructive. Bernie Sanders also voted for it, by the way. And there is no doubt that not enough was done during Barack Obama's administration, of which Biden was a part, on criminal justice. But this is comparing apples to bicycles. It's comparing apples to trash. When it comes to Biden and Trump and the leadership deficit that we're experiencing right now, it's a tragedy. And the optics of Trump tweeting from a White House bunker while Joe Biden is kneeling with protesters, this isn't good for Trump. It shouldn't be good for Trump. And Biden, of course, would not get everything right as president, but at least he would bring back something that looks and feels like leadership and like a man connected to what's happening in the country, rather than a guy who will literally sit in his basement tweeting agit trash as more and more violence is instigated by virtue of his every tweet. Speaking of a furious basement-dwelling Trump, This is fascinating and hilarious. Donald Trump has been completely embarrassed by world leaders, including the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who turned down Trump's invitation to come to the U.S. for the G7 summit at the White House. So understand the backstory. For a few weeks now, the White House has continued to talk about, we want to do the G7. We might do it at Camp David. We might do it at the White House. Coronavirus, no, I think we're going to be able to do it. It's going to be really, really great. And reporters smartly were asking, should you be doing this given the pandemic? But also, which world leaders have accepted your invitation so far? And they didn't say, but they just kept insisting. Trump did, and Kayleigh McEnany. World leaders are reacting very favorably. We're going to have news about this soon. Yada, yada, yada. Hopefully it'll happen at the end of June. Everything's going to be fine. We suspected this was BS. Most world leaders, clearly, from what they say, understand this is not the time to be traveling all over the world, possibly spreading coronavirus, to come and give Trump his photo op at the White House or Camp David. And one of the first to turn down the invitation over the weekend was German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who essentially said no thanks. She said, I'm not going. It's too early to reopen. We shouldn't be having large gatherings. The virus is very much circulating. And Trump reportedly furious at Angela Merkel. And then Trump does this thing that, you know, it's not surprising, but it's so pathetic. Trump decides to pretend it was really his decision not to do the G7 and that the countries that are currently in it aren't really the right ones, calls it an outdated group. And according to press pool reports, Donald Trump said, I'm postponing it because I don't feel as a G7, it probably represents what's going on in the world. It's a very outdated group, Trump mentioning that he wants to add Russia and some other countries to the group. So this is an obvious lie. Trump is postponing it because nobody's coming. They've turned down the invitation, at least Angela Merkel has. World leaders said no, and now Trump is pretending he didn't want it to happen with this group anyway. And the entire, you know, adding Russia thing and the group being outdated. This is how Trump attacks people that don't want to say yes to him, quite simply. It's just everything is a childish temper tantrum. Now, just imagine what Trump will do if he loses in November. It will be like nothing we have seen before from any president. One other sort of interesting thing about the whole G7 fiasco, this is why diplomats exist. In a normal administration, you don't have Trump for a month saying, we're going to push for G7 and the leaders are reacting very positively, very strong positive reactions. In a normal situation, diplomats figure all of this out. You don't put Trump out there on a limb saying we're doing the G7 and we're doing it here, even though they're not actually yet scheduled to do it. Then you end up with world leaders saying no thanks, and Trump tries to save face by saying, well, I want better countries in it anyway. In a normal administration, diplomats handle this. There will be one statement about it, and it is either we have decided to postpone the G7 due to coronavirus fears, or we are confirmed having the G7 on such and such date. You avoid all of these embarrassing fiascos in the first place. This is all self-harm done by Donald Trump. And the degree to which he is being shunned by world leaders is really representative of just a slide down the totem pole, so to speak, for the U.S. presidency globally. It's embarrassing to Americans. It needs to change. And just imagine this is what Trump is doing over Angela Merkel saying no thanks. Just imagine what he will do if he is indeed defeated in November. We have a voicemail number. Good question in this voicemail. That number is 2192-DAVID-P. Voicemail caller says, hey, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on, but like, is any more money coming for coronavirus? Because it's been 4 months and we got $1,200.
Hey, David. I was just really curious, especially with the end of the month coming up. We've only gotten one stimulus package or direct payment to the people.
Yep.
I was wondering if you offhand knew what percentage of this stimulus package, I mean, everything including going to the banks and all the cruise liners, all these different companies.
Yeah.
What percentage of all of that went directly to the people? Just how much of our tax money was dished out to companies compared to how much did we get our money?
Yeah, so a couple of things there. I mean, first of all, I believe that we had I thought it was $6 trillion total. and that 2 trillion was direct stimulus, and then a bunch went to specific big industries, and then a bunch was available to smaller and big businesses through PPP. I don't have those exact numbers. And then the bigger question is, this started in mid-March for a lot of people. We are now in June. For some people, this sort of started to ramp up in February. In places that took it really seriously earlier. Is $1,200 going to be it, or is there going to be some more stimulus coming? The second quarter numbers, second quarter being April, May, June, we're now in the third of 3 months of the second quarter. If we don't start seeing recovery, there has to be more. Something more is going to have to be done. And you've got people like Ro Khanna with proposals. You have other members of Congress with proposals. Trump's not talking about it. This just doesn't work. $1,200 and unemployment only for people who completely lost their jobs. It's just not going to cut it. And one of the things we will be talking about on the bonus show today is that a lot of the eviction freezes are expiring now. It's June 1st. Some eviction freezes expire, and people aren't going to have money for the rent that's due today, June 1st. So we'll talk about that on the bonus show. We will also talk about much more. Get instant access to the bonus show by becoming a member at joinpacman.com. It takes seconds. And remember to get our free daily podcast, the 1 hour podcast, on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, or any of your favorite podcasting apps. We are there. Grab that daily podcast.
So calls to order at 6:02. The first thing we'll do is the clerk's report. We have approval of minutes for May 20th and May 26th, 2020, and the warrants of consent agenda warrants of May 4th, May 11th, May 18th, May 26th, and payrolls for May 8th and May 22nd, 2020. Oh, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Sean. Second.
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda, the clerk's report, minutes of May 20th, May 26th, and 4 sets of warrants and 2 payrolls. All those in favor, please unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. We have recognition of visitors. We're going to hold the public comment and non-agenda items until the end. So I'm not sure, Lyle, do we have any visitors today that presenting or anything?
No, we will next week, but not
Yeah,
today.
next week we have the middle school leadership people coming?
Correct. Yes.
Great. Okay, good. So we're all set with that. We've had a number of communications this week. I think that most of them were responding to individually. I'm not sure there's anything that we need to take up with the whole board. Just checking, Lyle, and any of those. I've been writing back and you've been writing back and
Correct,
or
yes.
forwarding them to Steve in some cases. So
yes,
I think we're all set for
yes.
communications. And just want to remind people, on the bottom of your screen, there's a little thing that says participants. And if you click on that, you get a column that opens up on the right, and down at the bottom, there's a little blue hand. So if you wish to speak, if you click on that, then I know you wish to speak. Right now I can see myself, Lyle, Wendy, Sean, Ann Beekman's name, and Emily's picture. And the rest of the other 24 participants are not, I can't see. So the only way I can recognize you is if you raise your blue hand. We will have a guest tonight. Emily Kornheiser is going to come in around 6:30 and tell us about, I believe there was action in the House today. I haven't checked to see, to approve the yield and set the tax rate. And this has been percolating for a long time. It really wasn't ever a question, but they finally have taken that action, which will enable us to put all the rumors about massive property tax increases to rest. Hopefully, well, actually, the rumors might persist, but we'll know at least that the legislature has acted. And she may have some other updates for us as well. And I've invited other legislators to come, and I heard from Ollie Burke and Sarah Coffey that they would not be able to join us. I haven't heard from the representatives from the other towns, so people who from Dummerston and Putney who want to make sure that they're well represented, I encourage you to have your legislators join us. The only other bit of housekeeping stuff is, Thomas, I wanted to ask if you would record, when we do motions, if you would record them and then read them back to us. I sometimes forget to do that, and we forgot that last time. And actually, we and sort of had to change it on the fly based on minutes or notes because we didn't have a video of that meeting, which reminds me, I need to record this one. And so Thomas, if you could do that, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, so just anytime we're going to do a meeting, I'll write it down. I'll write it down in the email that I send to Wendy.
Perfect, yeah. And then, and before we vote, if I forget, Wendy and Thomas, would you remind me to read the motion back before we vote? Because sure. We do tend to make them up by committee and then approve them without ever really finalizing the language. So,
okay. Wendy, that will be in the email with the attendees list, okay?
Right. And for a while, I was trying to have all the motions written down before the meeting, but it doesn't always work that way. So, okay, so we're on to committee reports. Finance Committee, Sean, I don't know if you met, but you probably have some reports.
Yeah, the Finance Committee did not meet, but I did send a email around requesting that if anybody had any questions on the warrants of payroll, submit it to me and I would get it to Frank. And so Got a couple of questions. I had actually 4 that came through that I just submitted today. So, it'll be nice to get back to a regular finance committee meetings.
Yeah.
It seems to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Personnel Committee meets Friday, so I'm assuming there's nothing today to report. Policy and Amendment Committee also, I know, hasn't met. We do have 2 policies that we need to work on. I think maybe wait till the summer and until the vote is over to get to that. Anne, is there anything? Do you have anything that is pressing or from the committee to report?
I do not, and I'm agreeing that I've been setting it back so we could get through what we're getting through now, and we're almost there.
Okay. Let's see. Emily, the Policy and Amendment Committee, we met again.
Yep, the PPC met last Wednesday, and mainly what we went over was we had kind of a packed agenda, so we didn't get through our whole agenda, but we did get to hear from Chris Sawyer and Steve Perrin about their report into equity and sports. And mainly what we're doing is the committee was tasked with reviewing the report and then, coming with questions that we had sent in a little bit earlier and hearing about like the data or different points that we wanted to hear about. So we had time to go through all of our questions, but didn't have time as a committee to sit down and then, hash through things or think about recommendations or anything like that. So on our next agenda is to actually hash through that, and additionally to recircle back to the after school conversation and kind of any follow-ups or loose ends and some questions the community had just raised, raising them to the committee and figuring out what we're doing.
Thank you. Let's see. Thomas, the Climate Crisis Task Force, I believe you had a meeting, but it may have been between or before
It was before our last
Yes,
meeting. We
yep.
should have our next one, not next week, the week after, in the middle of the month, and that'll be the same story for the Diversity Committee.
Great. Okay. And the Communications Council, I think Jamie got a communication that came today. I think she got a communication out, and Barb as well, about the voting. It was sort of the first informational thing that we're putting out that was actually sent around by the West Brattleboro Association, and it was so thorough and so well done. I just sent it on to them to get that out. So the Communications Council is underway. Diversity and Equity, you mentioned, Thomas. The SU board meets Friday. Carrie, any heads up or highlights you want to give us? What we can look forward to for the SU board on Friday?
I think it's going to be a quick one. I think we're just trying to focus on getting some little housekeeping stuff done. I think we will have to have a longer one because I think an outstanding item is that continuous improvement plan.
Mm-hmm.
So if people haven't had a chance to look at that, I would recommend you try to dig into it. But other than that, I think it's going to be a fast one.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're following up on that because I have not looked at it since we had the improvement plans were presented. I haven't looked at them, so I'm glad we're going to follow up on that.
I'll send a tickler out to everybody on that.
Okay. The next thing is Leadership Council reports, and I see that Emily Kornheiser, the Brattleboro representative, is here. So before we go into the Leadership Council reports, I'd like to invite Emily to give us an update from the hijinks at the legislature.
Oh, it really feels like hijinks lately. Thanks for that intro and for the prompt moment. I'm sorry to interrupt the agenda here. Appreciate the time. So few things happened and a few more things are happening. Want to really appreciate the hard work to get the vote moving. And I'm sorry that we couldn't find a fix before that had to happen. Very hopeful. And I know that I've been talking a lot to Essex folks, I believe, Essex South Burlington, about their vote going forward. And it seems like it's going really well. So the yield bill was passed out of the House today, and want folks to understand that that meant that we were very clear that we were not making up for the shortfall in the ed fund with property taxes, nor do we have an intention of cutting costs. as a way of filling the hole in the ed fund. So continuing to be really clear that we're interested in investing in our schools and our education, and we're not interested in doing that right now through property taxes. And so the piece of the property taxes, and I'm not going to get into the formulas and Brattleboro's formulas because then we'll be here for the rest of our lives. But we have set the rates at what they were expected to be in February when budgets were estimated. And so really saying that, you know, any growth, sort of natural growth from health insurance and et cetera year to year is very normal. And any challenges that we have with raising funds due to COVID should not be part of the yield bill. So that's something that definitely happened. Here are some things that are likely happening and in the mix that I wanted to give people an update on, knowing that everything can change and what happens in the House is not necessarily what happens in the Senate, and then who knows what happens when it gets to the governor, and my committee is just my committee, and everything might change next hour lately. But the Appropriations Committee is only setting up a first quarter budget, and that's happening in both of the House and the Senate because we don't have enough information about revenues in order to really figure out a whole year. And what that means, or really enough information about needs to do that either. And so what that means for just sort of the regular normal administration of state government and state government agencies is for the first quarter, they're getting their first quarter's budget. And the budget just looks like a quarter of that budget. And in some cases, with agencies that do a lot more of their work in the summer, they're not doing that 25%. They're say doing 40% or 50%, like the Agency of Natural Resources, for instance, that does a lot of things outside in the summer. There was originally a proposal to do that same thing with schools and the Ed Fund, and that the Ed Fund would just have sort of its first quarter dispersed, which everyone felt like everyone in my committee that it came to felt like it sent exactly the wrong message to our communities and to our schools about when you all really desperately need even the smallest grasp of stability that you can get. And so we've had some conversations with appropriations, and right now it looks like that first quarter budget being just a first quarter of funding is not going to be what happens with the Ed Fund. The Ed Fund will just have its full 100% disbursement the way it does normally. So that feels hopeful and exciting. As for ideas around the whole shortfall, I wish I could find a nicer word to talk about that, that we have in the Ed Fund still. There are various proposals on the table. We're in really close contact with the federal delegation around the CRF funds and how they can be used. And the guidance changes almost every day, and the guidance from the Treasury is different than the guidance from the delegation. And so there's a lot of back and forth. And so as we appropriate some of that funding for various very sort of likely and known streams that are approved, like healthcare, for instance, related to COVID, we are holding some of that CRF funding fenced off to in case guidance changes, and we can use that money to easily fill the shortfall in the Ed Fund. Does that make sense? I've been talking into boxes all day, so if you're following me, please nod. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. And so we're just going to hold on to that. If it turns out that we're like 2 months down the line when we go, because we're operating now through the month of June, and then we're going to take July off, and then we're going to go back in August to fix the things that we don't know about the budget. And so in August, if it turns out from the guidance that that money can't be used for a revenue shortfall still, then we'll find a different way to deal with the shortfall, but we're going to sort of hold that money for that until then. If that doesn't work, we're looking at borrowing, we're looking at different sources of revenue, sort of everything's on the table in terms of how to raise those funds. I have not heard anything on the table about really cutting costs from the legislature, that is. The last thing that I wanted to hit on is other money going to schools and communities related to children and families, and sort of how that works. we're having conversations as a county delegation about school food and the school food program and the summer school food program and how that all works and how to sustain the really incredible work that our district has done with busing meals to kids, and ways we can make sure that we're using the CRF funds to do that statewide for the summer, knowing that it'll be more expensive because we're going to have to add the busing funds, et cetera. And so advocating to use some of the CRF funds for that. And then there's a bunch of other places, you know, children's mental health, and I'm sure you all have a list of the human needs and the children and teachers' needs and the school needs related to that funds. That's all happening this week and next in the House, and then it will go over to the Senate. And basically, every committee is just fighting over their particular purview and pot of money. And so the issues that you'd be probably particularly concerned about are being fought over in the Education Committee at the end of this week and early next, and in the Human Services Committee. The food issue is mostly in Human Services, but is a little bit in the school, Ed Committee. And then it'll go over to the Senate to be fought about there. Things are moving really, really fast. And to be perfectly frank, the way information usually flows in the State House for us to understand and keep an eye on, say, like, you know, the advice of Hunger Free Vermont, which is who's advocating for, you know, school meals through the summer, and the advice of, you know, the Superintendent's Association, all of that. For legislators to track all of that, so much of that information flow is really dependent on how we operate within the physical building of the State House, and is really, really difficult now. So if you have a particular area that you feel like has just like disappeared off of the conversation that you're aware of, tell someone, please. It's like, there's too much going on and not enough information flowing right now as we're working virtually. So don't assume that myself or other legislators necessarily have our eye on every piece, especially if something's not in our own committee. It's really hard to know what's going on there. On that sour note, I will stop talking.
Actually, that's not sour at all. It's very, very helpful. One of the things that we have been talking about a lot is the broadband connectivity and the inequities around that. I'm assuming that's the Energy and Technology Committees?
That is one of the things that actually feels the most clear on its movement forward right now.
Oh, good.
So
I hadn't heard a thing.
It's very nice. So we're being very careful about how we're working on a bill right now about school construction, and we're being really, really careful that we make space in every piece of legislation that any connectivity piece can be folded into enabling legislation across a number of committees. And so the education committees are looking at that because that might be a really likely place to be justifying the use of CRF funds for connectivity would be through schools. Yeah. And so the education committee is looking at, but most of the work is being done in energy and technology. And I know Representative Sibilia is feeling incredibly hopeful about finally getting it done. And I've heard that from Senator Ballant as well.
Great. I see Frank and Tim have their hands up, and Ann's was up at one point. So Ann, if you wanted to speak, please put your hand up again. Frank?
Hi, Emily. Thanks for the update. Quick question on there's two categories of CARES Act funding that we're aware of. One is the 1.25 billion that's coming to Vermont. And then there's the approximately 30 million specifically for public education. When you're referring to the hold and let's wait for further guidance, are you talking about both of those funds, or is it just one or the other?
So the smaller pot of money that's specifically for schools is much, much, much more flexible than the money that is the much larger pot of money, which has to be very, very, very narrowly tied to COVID issues. And so we are holding on to both of them for a short time to see how we can put them together into a puzzle piece. And I know that's difficult because you all need immediate relief to get some stuff done for planning for the fall. But for the things that you're doing for planning and immediate COVID relief would be better to come out of that larger pot of money than that smaller pot of money that is specifically designated for that issue, even though that actually doesn't make any sense when I say it like that.
Mhm. Well, and I'm sure you're aware that, just in 2 weeks, June 22nd is when the summer food service program starts. So we need to start hiring people, today and getting them trained. Of course, we can't do that in the absence of funding. So you can see that our decisions have to be either to shut down these programs within a week, or move forward based on the results of your committee's work. So I'm sure you've heard the urgency and the time sensitivity of this. That's just one example of many programs that we need to either decide to move forward or not.
I am very aware of that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Frank. Ann Beekman?
Just a quick question. Representative Kornheiser, the number that was on H 959 when I read it for the yield was 10,998. Is that correct, or do you not have that in your head? That's fine.
I'm sorry, I don't have that in my head right now. What I have in my head right now is Abenaki hunting and fishing rights numbers and how much that will cost the Department of Wildlife.
Let's put it this way. You didn't change it from the text that I read, did you?
I doubt it. When did you? We haven't changed it for about a week.
Okay.
So no.
Because the old yield was 10,883. So if this passes the Senate, it should result in at least some of our towns seeing less of a property increase than our budget proposed when we had it back in March.
Yes, some towns will see less of an increase than you saw in March, is my understanding. This is slightly, the one that we passed was the, and sorry, I joined Ways and Means late in the session, and so what happened between January and March is not as clear to me as it should be. But there was a proposal in January that I think most of you based your budgets on, and then there was a second one when budgets came in February that went down, and it's that later one that we base things on. I can pull up the numbers and follow up with you later if you want. Yeah, and please feel free to call me Emily.
Thank you. I think that the numbers I have are right. I just wanted to point out to the board that that would mean somewhere in the neighborhood of a 2-cent less increase than what we have posted on the internet right now as what we're proposing, if it passes the Senate as well.
And we can find out when the estimated date would be for when it might get out of the Senate, if that would be helpful for updating websites and such. I can find that out for you.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ann. Tim Maciel?
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
Frank asked my question about the CARES Act. I like what you said about the yield bill. My question is about process. I don't know how it works. Do you informally discuss legislation with the Senate? So there's a realistic possibility that the Senate and the House will agree? How does that work?
That's a fun question. So under normal circumstances, there are both formal and informal conversations. In this particular time while working virtually, and things are very much more complicated logistically all the time, there's a lot better and more formal coordination around really not picking up bills that wouldn't be able to get through both bodies because we have such limited resources to be working with. And then as a Windham County delegation, we meet either weekly or bi-weekly House members and senators, which is my understanding is actually fairly rare around the state that there's that level of coordination between the House and the Senate around issues that are of interest to the community. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. But are you optimistic about the Senate agreeing with your proposals for like 100% ed funding and all?
I am optimistic about those particular things because those go through Senate Finance. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Frank, I think you have your hand up again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on Ann's point. It was, very, very good in that you know, if we were looking at our annual report, and we know we're going to refer a lot to that as we get into budget information hearings, Ann is making, you know, a really good point that when we look at the tax impact associated with that yield number that Ann raised the question about, it would change our tax increase. Right now, it's estimated at 1.8% increase. And if the yield is what Ann mentioned, the 10,998, then our tax increase would be less than 1%. So just wanted to kind of reinforce the significance of that for the board, you know, as we talk about budget impact on our June 30 vote.
Thanks, Frank. That's really excellent point. The nice thing about having that yield set is we now know what those numbers actually are. Thank you. Any other questions for Emily? I don't see any. Emily, thank you for demystifying things a little bit and explaining some of the processes and things that we wouldn't otherwise know about, like the difficulty of communicating with various information providers when you're not in the same building with them, and just the nature of the challenge. It seems great because everything's on TV and I can watch it all, but doing it, I think, is a lot harder. So,
and
thanks.
I actually have really been enjoying watching other committees on TV because I don't have a chance to do that normally because I would have to be in two rooms at once.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's a very fun opportunity to get an eye on the process. And I'm very happy to be here and sorry to not be able to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, you're going to miss the leadership councils.
We do.
Great, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll move on to the Leadership Council reports. First thing, we have an appointment to the Putney Leadership Council. Ann, would you, or no, Liz, I guess, would be the person to do that. Would you nominate the new member for the Leadership Council, please, for Putney?
I don't know who it is.
Oh, then I guess it is Ann.
Sorry, no one's brought it to me either.
It's Marissa.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
nominate Marissa to be on the Putney Leadership Council.
Great, thank you. Right, she's the school counselor, right?
Right.
Yeah, and she's been on for a while, just not formally a member.
Right.
Yeah, great. So now we will formally appoint. And her last name?
Lazarus?
Yes, thank you. Marissa Lazarus. Okay.
Lazarus Minor.
Okay. I knew there was, yeah, thank you. So could I have a motion to nominate, to accept Marissa Lazarus Minor's appointment to the Putney Leadership Council, Putney Central Leadership Council?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Liz. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Marissa is appointed. Okay, anybody want to start the leadership councils that met in the past week?
Should I also, this is Emily, I think there's 2 people for the Academy School Leadership Council who haven't been nominated. Is now the time?
That would be great, yes.
Okay, we're unsure actually if we nominated them before, so but we will have a meeting tomorrow, so it's probably good to get them on. Their names are Mary Beth Porter, or I move that Mary Beth Porter and Rachel Glickman be nominated for the Academy School Leadership Council.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Oh, thanks, Michelle. So moved and seconded to nominations for the Academy Leadership Council. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Could
Any
I just
opposed?
get that name again for the minutes?
Yes.
Yep. Mary Beth Porter and Rachel Glickman. I can type them to you too if you need it.
That's okay.
Thank you. Great.
Oh, I'm sorry. And what school was that? One more time.
Academy.
Academy. Thank you.
Okay. So I think, Sean, I know you folks met, so why don't we start with you instead of making people figure out who should go first. We'll put together an order for this at some point when we get a little bit more established. For now, you want to give us a report on we know you meet every week, so you're going to have lots to say, I'm sure. You'll have to unmute, Sean.
Sorry.
Okay, great. Oh, I think you muted again. Good, that's good. You got it.
Yeah, all right, sorry. The Guilford Leadership Council met on Friday, May 29th at 1 o'clock. And there were 12 individuals at the meeting. And there was a lot of discussion, some directed from John Gagnon and the administration about hiring positions and interview positions and some other positions within the school itself. And then there was quite a bit of discussion on the upcoming budget vote and the implications surrounding that. And Beth Bristol actually forwarded an email to me from the Leadership Council, which I then forwarded to David. So I assumed everybody has seen that, which sort of highlighted the Guilford Leadership Council concerns. And so I hope everybody got that and were able to look it over. So it was a really good meeting. And once again, we'll meet this Friday, June 5th at 1 o'clock. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those.
Any questions for Sean? Did any other councils meet between our last meeting and this one? Yeah, Michelle?
Okay. Dummerston has met. They met last Thursday. They've been meeting every other Thursday. We had a chance to go over, sort of the meeting expectations and clarify minutes being posted for the public. So they should be on that from here on out. Nice group of people. The main conversation they're having is actually, I'm really impressed. They're talking about the outdoor education at Dummerston. And so I don't know if everyone's familiar with the school, but Dummerston's kind of lacking in the area of a playground and facilities for the kids. We saw at the last board meeting with the report from the Programmatic and Equity Committee that Dummerston has the lowest budget for extracurricular activities. They spend the least amount of money per student. It was like $45 per student or something. So anyway, this group has been brainstorming about how to bring resources to our kids, especially with social distancing in mind and things like that. And so the school has a lot of land around it. It's owned by the town, but the school is leasing it exclusively. And so they're in the process of plotting out bike trails that would run along the side of this land. And a lower trail would be handicap friendly, so it'd be something that would be available for the community. They've met with the Conservation Commission to make sure it's environmentally intact. They've met with the select board already to get the thumbs up from the town to be able to move forward. And somewhere between last week and now, they were meeting with a trailblazer, for lack of a better term. I don't know if that's what they're called. Somebody who has a lot of experience in making trails and has done a really good job at some places like behind the Wyatt Keene and stuff like that. And he was going to be plotting it out. And it's something that's really budget friendly. They think that they can get volunteers from the community to help with excavation and parent volunteers. The parents have been working hard to fundraise for a long time for the playground anyway. And it's potentially could be done for as little as $400 or $500 if we get enough sweat equity. So really impressed that they've just been working hard on this, and they're all really excited and ready to dive into making trails on the school's grounds. We talked about the budget a little bit too, talked about the vote. They understand, and the need to reach out to our families and be communicating how important it is that people show up to support our schools. We talked about, I'd reached out to our town clerk, and so we also just talked about recruiting younger poll workers that aren't in a high risk category to be able to assist in that, and something that maybe other leadership councils or as a board want to promote to get some new volunteers for the polls. But that's about it. That's about it.
That's quite a bit. Thank you. That's terrific. I know there were a number of weeks we didn't realize Dummerston had been functioning, obviously functioning at a pretty high level.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tim, I think you have a report for us.
Yes, we met last night. Oak Grove
Great, thanks.
Leadership Council for Oak Grove had its first meeting. It was a very good meeting, led by Mary Kaufman. And at first we talked about procedural matters, since it was the very first meeting. And then we got into the budget and how to encourage people to vote, and some concerns that the public might have, such as would the budget benefit Brattleboro more than the other towns, that type of thing. There's some very good ideas about encouraging people to vote by putting up a Facebook page for the PTO, Oak Grove PTO, and the Oak Grove Facebook page itself. Going on the radio. Personally, I think that Mary would do a great job on WTSA, possibly. And, putting advertisements in Commons. I think we're going to get into this when we talk about the budget and the Communications Council.
Yes, we will.
But one question I have that I couldn't answer, when we talk about the budget, can we encourage people to vote for it, or do we have to limit it to just voting?
That's actually the first thing we'll take up when we get to talk about the vote. Yeah, there's really clear language in the statute, and it's actually fairly broad. So we'll talk about that explicitly.
Okay, but I'm very glad to be part of the Oak Grove Leadership Council. It was a good meeting.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim? Jackie?
It wasn't a question, it was just to comment about Green Street.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, they did meet, but I did not make the meeting, so I was gonna ask Mark if he could report.
That would be great. Mark, can you give us a little update?
Sure. Yeah, it was a really good meeting. We talked a bit about how we've been working to maintain our school traditions while we're doing at-home learning. So for example, we pulled off the Tulip Trot this year virtually. We're still going to do our school musical, our end of the year extravaganza, and then some details around 6th grade graduation. The parents really had a lot of questions about how staff was doing and how morale was. So it was a very emotional meeting, actually. A lot of appreciation poured on the staff from the parents, which was great. So they're going to be working on some way to formally acknowledge the work that teachers have done during at-home learning. So that was really nice to hear. And then, of course, the budget was a huge discussion. And the consensus is we need to pass this budget. Our kids need it more than ever. So they've asked me to record like a 30-second opinion piece on why it's important to share with the school community. They felt like that would be an important action step. So I'll do that. And then they're gonna work on reach out with other families. So those were the takeaways.
Great, great, thank you. You're already ahead of us on the get out the vote efforts. Kelly.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask for Steve Perrin to speak about the Leadership Council meeting at the high school that was held last week, because I unfortunately was not able to attend. And I believe that he also had some people to be nominated to the Leadership Council for the high school.
Thanks, Kelly. Steve, can you bring us up to speed?
Sure. So we met on May 27th, and we had a very robust group of parents and staff. And I guess I should start off with the nominations. I believe our slate of parents was previously approved, but would it be okay if we did it again just to make sure?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Good idea.
So parent participants, Rick Mills, Katie Everest, Kiera King, and Kelly as our liaison.
Kira, K-Y-R.
K-I-E-R-A, King. Yep.
Great. So Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira, 2 former school board members,
Yes.
I believe. Excellent. And Kira King are the BUHS parent nominees. I believe we did do some or all of them before, but we'll just double down on these nominees. So Kelly, would you nominate them since your mic is open? Or it was, sorry.
So I nominate the people that have been listed.
Great. Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King. And could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Jackie. So we have Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King nominated to as parent representatives, community representatives on the BUHS Leadership Council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, they are formally included.
Great. So moving on to staff, I believe we had already nominated 1 staff member, but let's go through the whole slate again as we did for parents. The staff members of the Leadership Council, Dan Braden, Ricky Davidson, Jenny McKay, and Tyler Boone.
I don't think we have to approve them.
Okay, great. And then students, I don't think you have to approve these either, but I want to give you their names.
Yeah, great.
Megan Clark, Hannah Lane, Bridget Schneider, Elias Gradinger, and Sarah Butterfield.
Could you do those again slowly for Wendy and Megan Clark?
Megan Clark, and that's M-E-G-H-A-N.
Thank you.
Megan Clark, Hannah with an H on both ends, Lane, L-A-N-E. Bridget Schneider, S-C-H-N-I-E-D-E-R.
Okay.
Elias Gradinger, G-R-A-D-I-N-G-E-R. And last, Sarah with an H on the end, Butterfield.
Great, thank you.
So much of our meeting was procedural. They elected Ricky Davidson as the Leadership Council Chair, Katie Everest as the Leadership Council Clerk. They agreed that they would use Robert's Rules of Orders as needed for formal meetings. There was an emphasis on having respectful dialogue and appropriate airtime as modeled by existing leadership councils. Each council member introduced themselves and their role. And for new business, we spent a lot of time talking about reopening school next year. We spent a lot of time reviewing the needs of the school, both budgetary and curricular and social and emotional. We have begun the process of creating 3 surveys, 1 for teachers, 1 for students, 1 for parents. Chairperson Davidson has created a Google Doc, and people are posting potential questions to that. They're going to review those questions, and then we're going to work on creating the survey. At that meeting, we did not have student representation, so they asked me to redouble my efforts in that regard, and so I met with student council, and we actually were able to get a robust student participation. Our next meeting is Wednesday the 10th at 3:30. And then we're meeting again on the 23rd at 8:30 a.m. Both of those meetings will be via Zoom. And I gotta be honest, it was great. A good group of people, really excited about making sure that we reopen well next year and that we do it with kids at the center of our work.
Great, thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Any questions? Are there any other councils that met in the last 2 weeks? Well, terrific. This is a nice, robust report. Well, this is going to be a bigger and bigger part of our work, I can see. And it's nice to hear the reports reflect the perspective that Sean has shared a bunch of times about how meaningful and rewarding the conversations are and how valuable they are. So this is terrific to hear. So anything else on leadership councils? Any comments or thoughts or questions? Wendy, need some information?
No, I wanted to mention, and I hope this is the appropriate time because you were talking about getting the word out about the upcoming vote. So I am on the volunteer staff for Brattleboro Community Radio, WVEW, and I record a lot of public service announcements from my home. So if you have some language, if you have a public service announcement you want us to put on the air, I'm willing to either take your script or work with you on one, and I'll record it and we'll get it on the air.
Great. I will send that information to Jamie, who's head of the Communications Council, and we'll get you on their list of contacts and take advantage of all your offers. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
I have administrative reports and financial stability. Well, we do have, I think, a brief administrative report or two. I haven't talked to Frank, so I don't know if there's anything more than what we talked about with Emily in terms of financial stability, but I guess we'll find out. So Lyle, anything unusual or extra specific to report?
No, it was actually a pretty short report that I sent to you.
Yeah.
You know, still making sure that people know that we are looking at end of year celebrations and graduations, and obviously we're following what the Department of Health and the governors has set for guidelines, which unfortunately means no person-to-person ceremonies. So I know there are a lot of very disappointed parents, and if it could be different, it would be different. But at this point, that's where we are. Nurses and principals, many principals have been sitting in on statewide meetings with health professionals. And this past week, it was really a very interesting speaker from Switzerland talking about how they had reopened their schools. And I don't know if those are recorded or not, but that was something that if you're interested.
The slideshow is available and you can read through. It's amazing because their calendar is almost exactly the same as ours in terms of when they decided to close and get out of the way. That was really interesting.
Yes,
they're meeting again tomorrow, I think, with some of the lobbyists to try and get an update.
Yeah, I think it's usually a 9:30 Thursday is their regular time. So. And just so you know, all the voting information, how to request an absentee ballot, numbers of town clerks that information is going home in the lunch bags tomorrow. And then the postcards that will be sent out with the same information are at the printers, and the printer actually is the person that mails them. So they will be going out next week. And we have one new hire, BAM's English teacher, Nicholas Yelades. Keith, I hope I'm saying that right. Nicholas has been with us for over a year and a half as a long-term sub, and now he'll be a permanent teacher, and we're looking forward to welcoming Nicholas. So I would ask that you approve Nicholas.
Do we have a motion to approve the Nicholas Liades, is it?
It's Eulides. I think it's pronounced Eulides.
Eulides, thank you, Keith.
So moved.
Nicholas, thank you, Liz. Second, please.
Second.
Jackie, thank you very much. Moved and seconded to approve Nick Eulides for position at the middle school. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion is passed.
Does anybody need help spelling his name?
I bet you Wendy does. Wendy can certainly do it.
It's YIA LIADES. I had to think about it. Yaya.
Well, we're going to have to
just
invite
one more
him
time. I
into-
thought I was typing, but I wasn't. YIA
LIADES.
Having lived all these years with a name that's isn't pronounced the way it's spelled, well, at least not clearly. We're going to make sure we invite Nicholas in to talk about his name and share some funny
Heritage,
stories.
right. And I think that's it for admin report for
Great,
this week.
thank you.
Mhm.
Frank, you have some information for us?
Just a quick updates we've already spoken about in previous meetings. Just a reminder, I am working on the audit RFP for the fiscal year end, so you'll see results of that when we get responses. The borrowing resolution, just a reminder that should be on next meeting's agenda, and that's just the standard borrowing in anticipation of taxes, given that we have spending in July and August, but tax receipts don't usually come in until September and so on. And then I also mentioned typically this time of year, we have the board approve the food service contract renewal. And as you heard the topic earlier, a lot of assumptions there that are not clear. So the state has given us more time to try to understand, what revenue looks like. So that will be coming, but we need more clarity from the legislature before we can bring that to the board.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, any questions? Yes, Jackie.
Frank, just wondering if Cafe Services does a presentation about that, or if they're able to during this time?
They certainly do make a analysis of the current year. They take the feedback from the wellness committee and the administrators, regarding the quality of the program and so on. And then they provide a update to the per meal and per breakfast, proposal for cost. It's not a full bid process. That occurs every 5 years. And that we are in the second year now. This will be the second year of a 5-year full bid analysis. So they typically wouldn't make a presentation to the board, but we certainly can provide an overview of the assumptions and answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Any other questions or administrative information? Okay, we will move on to unfinished business, which is really our primary business tonight, which is to talk about next steps in the budget vote process. And I had a couple of things I wanted to do. One is to just kind of brainstorm the range of things that we could be doing. We've already heard some ideas from the leadership councils and from Wendy. And but before that, Lyle and Andy have been talking and sort of sharing some thoughts. And I wanted to ask them to kind of lay out a little bit of the conversation they've been having. Andy has, in all of his communications with us, he's talked about the importance of having a really clear and consistent message. And I think that's exactly what we want to try and do here. So I think if our goal is to get as many different ideas on the table as possible and then figure out how to get them done. But I think primarily to sort of focus in on a message that we're really is going to be the thing that we try to put across. But just before we do that, I just want to put the language up from the statute on the powers of the school board, and this just takes a second, about communications. And this is, I think you should be able to see this. It's from 16 VSA 563. We looked at this whole thing a few weeks ago when we went over all of the powers of the school board. And this is section 23. And it talks about the district, at the expense of the district, we can prevent information materials to the electorate on any matter to be voted. So it is appropriate to present information on the budget vote. Such materials shall be limited to those that are reasonably designed to inform educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And I think I read that as pretty broad. I mean, obviously we can't tell people you have to vote for this, or you're bad if you don't vote for this, or it's gonna, terrible things are gonna happen if you don't. But we certainly can talk about why we think it's important, what values we're promoting, why this budget, why this amount, why these particular items. These are all things that have already happened in this process. And this board this budget was developed in public. It was approved by the board. It's been fully vetted. The Brattleboro Town Meeting, Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee generously reviewed it and endorsed it in a report. And it's actually been in front of the public twice for public meetings in March. The last one was 2 days before we closed the schools. So the information is there. We know this. We know what's in this budget, and I think the important thing now is how do we get that out to the public. So I'm going to ask Andy and Lyle to sort of get us started here and tell us some of the things that are already in the works, and then we'll hear from the board and the interested public and the administrators as well in terms of ideas for going forward.
Great, thank you, David. I can start us off, Andy, and then how about if you jump in and feel free anytime.
Yeah.
So we've been meeting, Andy and I have been meeting. We've been meeting with Frank, the administrators, and I think it's important to know that we support the original budget. That's the budget that's going to the voters. As David just pointed out, it's been thoroughly vetted. We'd had multiple informational meetings, and thinking about the fact that our students will be, we hope, coming back to schools after having been out of school for such a long period of time, we need more than ever to have people understand that this is a budget that we support, and we're really, really hoping that we can get people to come out and vote, knowing that this is a budget that we support and feel like we need. We've talked about different ways to make sure that we're getting the message out. For instance, putting a specific tab on the homepage of the WSESU website, and people can go there, and all the past times that we have presented the budget, the informational meetings, the BCTV video of the informational meeting. Christina Naylor did an amazingly great PowerPoint and presented that at one meeting, putting that on there. And then, of course, all the budget materials that Frank always prepares. So having a sort of a one-stop shopping place for people to go and get the information that they need. Andy, what else have we talked about?
We talked a little bit about having some level of a mechanism to notify parents that there is a vote coming up around the school budget, and having a level of awareness around the dates of the budget, how people are able to vote, that safety is still a priority, and so that absentee ballots are available, and that information is contained within those posts. When we talk about our messaging with the budget, we're incredibly fortunate to be within a community that's always supported the school budgets, that really reflects the understanding of the needs of our students going forward, that understand the advocacy that's necessary, that's demonstrated through a budget, and the support necessary for our students. We know that our leadership councils have heard from our school administrators and the distinct needs that they all understand that they're facing as the school year comes forward. And we really believe that this is a well-vetted budget, and that's something that we want to make sure that information is being shared within our community. And as I said before, we're incredibly fortunate that the community has always supported the budgets, and that it's a community that can take pride in the fact that it digs deep for its students and its most fragile members of our community.
I see Sean and Jackie have their hands up. Sean, go ahead, please. I'm going to try to unmute you, Sean. Let's see if I can unmute you.
Okay, there we go.
Good, thank you.
Sorry about that. Now it says mute. That's why I'm confused.
Yep.
I was just wondering, I think that I heard somewhere that the ballots have to be available 15 days prior to the day of the voting, which would be June 16th. So I was just wondering, is that true? And is that on track with will the absentee ballots be available on the 16th? That was one thing. And the other thing is I did the deconstructing whiteness with Michaela today, and there were quite a number of people there. And so I made sure to mention at the end of the meeting that the importance of the vote on the 30th. So the Leadership Council in Guilford and the Deconstructing Whiteness group is well aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I can just respond to Sean's question. Yes, we are aware of the dates that the ballots need to be ready for absentee ballot. They've all been sent out to print and they've been duly warned, so they will be ready to go on the date that they need to be ready to go.
And I saw a sample. Ballot. Actually, I'm gonna.
Yes.
One more thing. I've got. I went to the district website today, and if I can find it, there's here it is. This is already there. The warning articles, the sample ballot, which actually is a sample ballot. It's already published. The minutes from the vote. Well, you can see all of these things are here. The BCTV video of the public meeting isn't here, and Christina's PowerPoint isn't here. But basically, all the things we talked about are already here. So we're off to a good start there. Jackie, and then Liz.
I wanted to ask if there is a need for volunteers to do any sort of outreach as far as getting people to mail in their ballots. And I don't really know if that's a thing that is possible, but I do know that we have a lot of shareholders at the co-op who are not getting their discounts because they can't volunteer in the store. So they call me all the time and ask for volunteer opportunities that we might credit them their hours. So if there was an opportunity for that, I would be happy to know, because I could direct plenty of people your way. And then I also wanted to say, and I know Mark already mentioned, I'm sure that he's going to get the message out as far as the ballots and education about that. But just as a Green Street parent, we really rely on the weekly update that we get from Mark. And I don't know if the other schools are doing that. Maybe they are. But I just wanted to mention it. It goes pretty far in the Green Street community as far as information that we need to know and is very pertinent to us. So that is probably something that would translate well into every school as far as putting it into a weekly update, the importance of this and the dates and things of that nature. So thanks.
Yes. Yep. And actually, Mark volunteered to do some messaging for all the principals. He's got a really great way of words. So we've been using Mark as our sort of writer to get some things together for us all.
Great. Liz?
So we're not going to do anything like a live session, like Facebook Live, where people can ask questions. We're going to rely on everything from before.
No, we have to have another meeting. It has to be, I think, no more than 10 and no few. Lyle, you know the numbers.
Yes, yeah, it has to be within 10 days. So we have to do it sometime after June 20th. And I think probably, David, that's one of the things you were going to do this evening was set that informational meeting. Yeah. So likely it'll be sometime during the week of June 22nd. And it does have live. It'll have to be a Zoom meeting, but a chance for people in the community to ask questions about the budget for sure.
Right. I also, we had talked a little bit about having some facts on the frequently asked questions on the website, but also if you have if the answers aren't there, if you have another question, they could email it to me. I volunteer to do that, and then I can, if I know the answer, I can respond, and if not, I can forward it to the person that is most likely to be able to respond to it, so that we can be responding sort of in an ongoing way as well. And we'd also talked about the leadership, and some of the leadership councils have already started doing this, but specifically getting together and calling parents and reminding them, actually making 2 calls, one soon, just with the dates and the fact that they can get a mail-in ballot and just be done with it. And then a week or so before, calling people back and making sure that they voted or that they're going to vote. So, go ahead, Liz.
Can you simultaneously do a Zoom and a Facebook Live? Because a lot of people won't come to a Zoom, but would go to a Facebook Live.
It's doable. I don't know about Facebook Live. YouTube, all the legislative Zoom meetings are on YouTube. We don't participate as a Zoom member. You log into the meeting and it's being broadcast on YouTube. We're going to look into that. That's on a list someplace. And the other thing is a webinar format was recommended as probably a better way to do that, where we're giving information out and there's a chat on the side that people can send questions to. So we're just still exploring that. We haven't had to do this before, as you know.
Thank you.
Right. Tim?
Tim, you need to unmute.
Tim, I'm going to try to unmute you, but I never seem to be able to do it.
Oh,
I
there.
did it. I did it.
Okay.
Great. Or
I
else
thought
you
I did it. Okay.
Good.
So several people have asked me what the status of the turf issue is and how that's going to affect the budget. How do you respond to that?
We're still waiting for a report. I think that came up. I'm not sure in what context, but Steve addressed that a while ago. I think there's one more meeting. Actually, Steve, if you want, you can update us. There's one more meeting, and then the committee has to meet and choose from their recommendations which one they want to recommend to the board.
But yeah, specifically, it's like if I vote for this budget, what's going into the turf? How much am I spending for the turf?
Well, nothing's been approved.
Yeah.
There is money in the budget as part of the capital planning for upgrading the fields, but nothing's been approved. Nothing's been spent.
Yeah.
Steve, do you want to address that?
Yes, we've met twice with Gale Associates, the committee. We have one more meeting planned. At that meeting, they're gonna, they're working off of, I think 4 or 5 different design plans right now, and they'll hone that down to one that they'll then present to the board. We were supposed to meet with them at the end of May, and they couldn't make it, so we have to reschedule that meeting. They were hoping that happens before the end of this month.
Yeah. I don't want to get too far off track, but we're going to have to look back on those minutes, because I believe that there were supposed to be three proposals, and then the committee was going to choose one to bring to the board. So, but we'll leave that for now. I don't want to get distracted on that. Thank you, Steve. Frank.
Yeah, just a quick response to Tim's question. There's 2 types of budgets, right? There's the operating budget, which is the one that's warned to be voted on June 30. That budget has no funding for a turf improvement, okay? And then there's the capital plan, and that's funded over a long-term period with reserves. And that, as David just said, that is the plan, the capital plan. It's published on, it's in the annual report. For folks that are interested in that discussion, I'm going to flip to page 23 in the annual report if you're looking at it. That's the one that has a reserve for some kind of an improvement that we've been talking about. But it's just really important to recognize the operating plan is what is warned and is subject to a vote, and that's what affects the school tax rate and so on. That does not have any funding for the turf project.
That helps a lot. Thank you, Frank.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I thought that there was money in there for that and for the academy project. Good, that's good to know.
Well, David, you're correct, David, in that the capital plan has line items for those projects, but you're correct there, but that funding is already in place. There is no new appropriation for the turf improvement. The Academy project is similar in that there's a funding mechanism in there to get us, started, as we've discussed, with engineering and so on, but there is no bond vote passed or any full project funding. It's just the capital fund has, over $1 million in it, and it's ready to begin those projects once they're defined. But as you've said, David, they're not defined yet. So the money has already been raised in terms of the initial scope of the project. But once the project is approved by the board, then we'll decide, do we need, more funding or whatever. But the operating budget that funds, salaries and benefits for teachers to run programs, that's what we're voting on June 30th. And there is no funding for the turf field in the operating budget.
Thank you. Other thoughts on the getting the vote out and steps that we can take to inform people and make sure that our supporters get to the polls? Andy, did you?
No other. I think we've covered most of it. I think we would just encourage volunteers to, as has been suggested by Jackie, if there are volunteers and phone calls, just to make people aware of the vote, and just remind them, what the date of the vote is and the different options they have at their disposal to vote on the budget.
Mark had mentioned recording a statement, and I had been thinking about maybe for a group of principals to record a Zoom session where they talk about what they're doing in the schools, how the differences among the schools, why it's important for the community, just whatever things they would want to say to help inform the public, and also for staff members and maybe even a group of students to do that. And we could post those Zooms on the website, but also get them out to the school Facebook pages, and there's a Brattleboro parents page, there's a Brattleboro town page where they post those things. There are lots of opportunities if we wanted to generate some of those sort of those audio video programs.
I think that's a great idea, David. I can pursue that with the principals.
Great.
They all have really very specific reasons why we need to pass this budget.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Great. Tim?
Is the communications committee going to draft articles for the Commons and the Reformer?
I don't, at this point, I don't believe so. We haven't really talked about those. I think probably, again, we haven't talked about the media. They've received, I think they received whatever was on the postcard, and there was a page that I mentioned earlier that came from the West Brattleboro Association that had all the dates and explanation of what was going on and all the phone numbers for the town clerks and things like that, that went out to all of the media and all of things like the Front Page Forum and just a whole range of contacts that we have on the Communications Council has in a spreadsheet. As far as drafting articles and things, I think we're going to have to contact the Commons and the radio stations and the Reformer and have them come talk to us, and get the information out that way. But we haven't really talked about that. The Communications Committee is somewhat understaffed, and it's a slower process for drafting things. So as things come along, we'll try and figure out how to do that. But I think that most of this is probably going to come through through central office, through the administration, except for the phone calls from the communications or the leadership councils. Yep. Any other comments or questions? I'm just looking over. Dates. I think the only other thing I think is to, well, to get, again, just sort of reiterate, if I can find it here, the sort of central message that that we want to get out, which is that we really don't know what's coming. There are a lot of unknown challenges coming, and we really need flexibility and we need support. And these communities have been supported for all these years, and we're hoping that they will be again as we face the new challenges for educating kids and keeping them safe. So if we sort of keep on that theme of being appreciative of the community's support, and that things are changing and we really need flexibility, and we need their support, especially at this time. So I think the only other thing is to set a date for the information meeting. And 10 days is the 30th is a Tuesday. So the 23rd would be a Tuesday as well. So do we want to do it? We have, I think, typically done them on Tuesdays. Do we want to do that again?
It certainly falls in the correct range, so.
Well, do we need a motion to schedule that?
What time are you thinking, David?
Probably 6 o'clock. That's typically when we've done them in the past. Regular meeting time. The other, if we record it, if it's a Zoom session and we record it, then we can rebroadcast, or BCTV can record it and we can share it over and over again once we do it. But that would be an opportunity for people to be able to question directly. And again, we haven't really figured out, we talked, I think, about, as I said before, about a webinar format where people can write in the questions, but we may have to be available for people to ask their questions in person. So we have to sort that out. Any other thoughts or questions? Well, could I have a motion then to warn a public information meeting on the FY21 WSESD budget for 6 p.m. on June 23rd, and the meeting will be held electronically.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean, or Thomas. Second?
Second.
Who was it?
It was me, Ann.
Oh, thank you, Ann. And I think I saw Sean had a question. Is it to the motion, Sean, or something separate?
I was going to make the motion. It's fine.
Oh, you put your hand up. Way to go. Thanks. So it's moved and seconded to warn a meeting, public information meeting for the FY21 budget for 6 p.m. June 23rd, meeting to be held electronically, remotely. All those in favor of motions, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes, and we've formally scheduled that meeting, and I'm sure Barb will get the warning out pretty quickly. We have one new business, and that's the board recorder contract. Lyle, do you have information about that for us?
I don't, but I think it would be easy as making the motion to re-up Wendy's contract for the following school year. Seems
Wendy,
like
would you like us to go in executive session so you can negotiate?
This caught me a little by surprise, even though Barb and I did briefly email about it. I honestly don't know. I've never been the subject of an executive session before. I would respectfully ask the board for guidance on this issue.
I only if you want us to change the amount you're currently being paid per meeting. And then we would go in to discuss your salary. If you're happy with what we're paying you now, then we can, we wouldn't need to do that. It's up to you.
I think I would like a brief discussion on it. Thank you, Lyle.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Great, then we will schedule that. Thank you. Okay, so any other, oh, Sean?
I was going to make the motion, but so I'll take my hand down.
Well, if, let's see. Is there any public comment? Oh, Frank, you also have something?
Yeah, I actually had a comment for Sean, but it wasn't specific to this. So should I not?
Oh, go
raise
ahead.
that?
Go ahead, because we're kind of done.
Okay, and maybe it's of interest to others. Sean, you had emailed me earlier on warrant questions, and I didn't know if you realized that if you click on the chat, I've sent you the answers to your warrant questions, and if I don't know if that was relevant to anybody else about using the system, but just that's all I wanted to say. The little Zoom toolbox chat right there. So that's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And Emily?
So I had a question regarding communications. So if the whole board receives a communication, I would think we were going to talk about it, because I didn't see any responses going back and forth, and I understand that we already did communications at the beginning, but how does that work?
Well, typically, typically in the past, the communications generally are supposed to go through the chair, and the chair responds to the person. If members want to respond, you are certainly welcome to do that individually as well. But the formal process has generally been to have the chair be the spokesperson, but I'm happy to share that. Things that come directly to the superintendent generally are shared with us as well, and the superintendent generally responds. I think I honestly don't know what the answer is, because a couple of the things that came up we should talk about them, and they probably should go on the agenda, because one of them was about meeting in public again, because we can have members of meetings of 25 now. And I haven't had time to re-examine the health directives, but I recall that 25 is permissible but not advisable, and that if you don't have to meet in person, they still recommend that we not. And since we have a number of members and a number of public and a number of staff people who have would be wise not to come to a meeting of 25 people. So, but we should take that up. We should really address that together. I haven't had the experience, and it's not something that's come up many times. So I think we're just gonna have to put it on the next agenda, and I'll have to check the statute and try to figure out and talk to former chairs and see how we're supposed to handle that. But Lyle, any insights?
I think we really need to follow, of course, guidelines. And while we may be allowed for 25, I think you've really stated it well, David, that it may not be safe for that. I don't know about a room in WSCSU that's going to be big enough so that we can we could have 25 people and all be socially distanced. Anything that we've been doing with any of sort of gatherings, and I use that term loosely, we've had to ensure that everyone's temperature is taken, everybody is wearing masks, that we're socially distanced. There are some very specific guidelines that we would have to follow, and I think we really need to check in. We've been having our nursing department check in with the Department of Health before we've had, for instance, any drive up, like Steve, I think, reported last time that they had a session where they handed out caps and gowns and things like yearbooks. But they had to go to no, they didn't have to, but smartly, they went to the Vermont Department of Health to really make sure that anything we were doing was safe. So I would say yes, we maybe are allowed 25, but I'm not certain that it's what we want to do yet. And maybe David, you and I should check in with the Department of Health and and see what they're saying.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And Emily, thanks for mentioning that, because I was kind of stumbling around that because I really didn't. We'd had 4 or 5 on different topics, and the board hadn't had a chance to talk about them. And I knew that we could bring them up under things that aren't on the agenda, but then we can't talk about them. So, or we don't talk about them. So that really didn't make much sense, and I haven't had to try and figure that out yet. So I will.
So some of the other ones will be on the next agenda too then.
Yeah, I just wrote it down to make sure it is.
Perfect.
Thank you. And Tim, you had a question or a comment?
I just have a comment. Our schools and teachers encourage students to engage in civic, we encourage civic engagement and active participation in the democratic process. And with the latest crisis, the racial issues in this country, I think I'd like to go on the record to congratulate the over 200 students who exercised their right to assemble in a peaceful, mature, and orderly fashion in Brattleboro. I thought that demonstrated all the right values that we embrace.
Thank you.
I agree, Tim, but I want to make sure you know that it was not a school-sponsored event. And if anybody ends up getting sick and they trace it back to that, we are really happy to see our students do that, but we did not tell students they should or needed to be there.
No, of course.
That was self-choice on all those parts.
Yeah, of course, that was a concern too, that they do it in a safe, responsible, socially distanced way.
Great. Thank you, Tim. I have to comment on the improved quality of your connection this time. We can actually see you and hear you without pauses. It's kind of nice.
I've gone to my iPad.
Well, it's a good choice. So we didn't do the new business, and the last item is public comment on non-agenda items. We have 23, well, not county administrators, a dozen or more public parents and teachers and others here. Any comments or questions for the board, or any non-agenda items that people would like to address? We obviously can't make decisions or talk about them very extensively, but if people have information like come before us, now would be the time to raise your hand. And if you can't figure that out, then unmute yourself and say your name, please. Well, Anne, I wonder, since Sean has been trying to make a motion for the last little bit, I wonder if you would step aside and let Sean move to adjourn our meeting.
I defer to my esteemed colleague.
Great.
Before you adjourn,
before you do,
yes.
I thought we were going to go into an executive session to discuss a contract.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. The one Wendy's, you mean?
Yeah. Do you want to do that tonight, or do you want to do that next meeting? It's up to you.
Well,
I'd like to get it started this week if we can.
Okay, then it's not going to be any secret what the contract is about.
Fine.
And I don't know if there's going to be a lot of premature public awareness, but I'm going to read it anyway. So I move that we.
David?
Yes.
I think Ruby McAdoo
Yeah.
had something she wanted to say.
Ruby, are you there? I saw you come into the meeting.
Yeah, sure. I'm here, and I don't know if you can hear me. I was having some technical difficulties and couldn't raise my hand. Sorry. I came in late, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that. And so I missed whatever reports were from the Leadership Council, and I'm sure that someone spoke on Putney. But I wanted to just chime in and make sure that the board was aware that we're meeting tomorrow, and we do plan on putting out a survey in some capacity, and are willing to kind of hear what the board wants, is thinking about how to involve the Leadership Council. And Jamie couldn't be here, so she asked me to come. So sorry I was late.
Oh, and it was really good too. So I encourage you, as soon as it goes up on BCTV, they start around a half hour in, and I would, highlight of the meeting for sure.
Cool. Thank you. That's all.
Great, thank you. I move that we enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 to discuss contracts where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent and Wendy Levy. And do we need anyone else, Lyle? Do we need Frank?
Frank maybe would be good to have
and
him
Frank
there.
Rucker as well, please.
Sorry, Frank. I know you want to go home.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Liz. Moved and seconded, we enter executive session at 7:34. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, I will pause the recording and ask people to please, non-board members to please leave at this time. And we'll wait a minute or so and then jump in.
David, did you make the motion to enter executive?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, I pretty much always do.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Obviously, I won't be writing this down, even though I'm in executive session.
Let's see, I got to put Rich in the waiting room. So we are back from executive session. The recording is started again. We're back from executive session at 8:05, having taken no action. Sean, would you like to see if you can make as good a motion as Ann does to take us home?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that we adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.
May I have a second?
Second.
Well, I saw Thomas's hand go up, but I heard two voices, so we'll go with Thomas for the second. Moved and seconded that we adjourn. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. This is, we're right at 2 hours, which is sort of amazing. That's a new short one, new record for us. So see if we can stay in the habit. Great, thank you. Good work tonight. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hello all, I think that's my cue. I'm never actually quite sure when everybody's with us. But welcome, I have 6:15 on Apple time anyway, or maybe 6:16. So I'd like to call the meeting to order of the Brattleboro Select Board for June 2nd, 2020, let's say. And our first official business, which is traditional, is to approve the minutes of May 19th.
Excuse me for interrupting, Tim, just to say that the meeting has been officially warned.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
As you know, I always remember to do that, except right now. Thanks for that, Peter. Having everyone has, of course, studied the minutes of May 19th, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of May 19th, 2020.
Thank you. Ian has made a motion to approve May 19th minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand as well.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
Aye.
5-0. And I just want to, let's see, I'm going to try to sneak in our administrative stuff a little bit here and there so that everybody knows the deal. If it's your first time watching, we do ask that if you want to comment during public participation, which is sort of the open forum early in our meeting, so that you can speak about whatever you'd like or ask any questions you'd like for anything that's not on the agenda. Or pretty much after every item, I'll be opening it up for public comment. Feel free to raise your hand, so to speak, in the chat window just by typing in, I'd like to say something, or I have a question and your name. That helps your chair out in sort of lining you up and figuring out what kind of interest we have for people to speak. Otherwise, when we get to the public participation part, I'm kind of like just waiting. And it's great to know in advance that some folks want to talk. Thank you. And yes, I think that's all I'll say there. And so chair's remarks is usually first. I really don't have too many remarks. We have a very full meeting. I did want to just say that, gosh, on the national basis, we are all experiencing quite a bit of emotion. And there is so much going on. And I want to just bring it down to the local level and say that I continue to be incredibly impressed with the community here in Brattleboro. We've had 2 major protests now featuring a lot of people who are justifiably upset by some things happening on the national level. And I just want to say that our town staff, everybody I've been encountering in our community, our police, everyone, our fire department, everyone has been coming together in support of free speech and the justice that everybody is seeking in these increasingly crazy times. And we're dealing with so much on top of our normal crazy, which is COVID-19. And now we have all kinds of unrest in our country. So anyway, that's my remarks. I'll pass it over to manager's comments, please.
I didn't have any prepared for this evening. I'd like to just add one thing to what you just said, Tim, which is in both cases, the organizers of the event coordinated directly with our police department. And we really appreciate that partnership. We're seeing many examples across the country of even some of the larger cities and lots of smaller towns where police departments and people in the community are working in partnership around these issues. And we're fortunate to have that be true here, that there has been communication that has enabled everyone to be able to have these major events and have them remain safe for the whole community, for the participants and for the rest of the community. So we're hopeful that people who may organize additional events would continue to view our police department as a partner and as folks that they can work together with around these kinds of major gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Absolutely. And I'll just remind people once again that if you're interested in the upcoming public participation part, which is to speak to anything that's not on our agenda currently, it's a busy meeting. We are going to be holding it to 2 minutes or so, if we can. because there's so much to do tonight. And thank you. And the next order of business is just to hear from my 4 fellow board members, any kind of committee reports or comments that you might have. And I have almost split-second raising of hands. Daniel first, if you'd like.
I just wanted to publicly state my gratitude for Chief Fitzgerald's op-ed in the Reformer the other day. You know, I appreciated its honesty. And I also think that at a moment like this, you know, we can't stay silent, even when what we have to say is complicated. And, you know, as white people in a 99 or whatever it is % white state, our role as allies is sometimes hard to navigate, and it's not always clear what the best path is. But I think that honest public reflection, especially those of us that have positions of you know, public trust and public power, is really, really important. And I just want to commend Chief Fitzgerald on that. And I think that, you know, continuing to have an open, honest dialogue in the community is the way that, you know, is the way I've seen us do business, and I hope it's the way that we continue to do business.
Thank you. Brandy?
I just wanted to say thank you to Brattleboro Solidarity for being one of the organizers of Saturday's rally. I was unable to attend that one. I did attend the one today that was organized by students from our high school, and it was passionate and it was well attended. And I'm very grateful for the amount of people that showed up to protest the murder of George Floyd. Yeah. And yeah, good job on both fronts. I have to say I was really, really proud of the high school students today, because it's a big undertaking and there was a lot of people there. I have no idea what the final count was, but it was huge.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to also show some gratitude towards the organizers and also the town for Sunday's demonstration or protest. My partner and I participated, and you know, it just reminded me again why I'm so happy I live in Brattleboro, and I want to just encourage that kind of discourse and respect to continue as we move forward and show solidarity and support for people across this country during this really trying time.
Thank you, Ian. And Liz, I think you're the only one left if you have anything to say. No pressure.
I was at Sundays, and I thought it was really very well organized, and you know, I appreciated you know, the sidewalk chalk with the names of all the, you know, fallen. There was a lot of interesting details and a lot to learn from being at the march. And again, I'm also happy to be in Brattleboro.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation. I don't see anybody who's contacted us via chat.
I'm not hearing you.
Is everyone else hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Liz? Oh. I've done that before, where you plug your and you don't know why you don't. So that's easy to do. Thank you. I thought I was. And as you were killing time, thank you, Liz. Someone does want to speak, and that's Andrea Watkins. If you don't mind me using your name, it now appears on the screen too.
Yes, that's fine to use my name. I just
wanted to follow on about the comments about Chief Fitzgerald's letter to the reformer, which I was very appreciative of. But I feel like there's still questions unanswered that citizens of every municipality that hires a police force need to be asking right now. Needed to be asking years ago, but we should definitely be asking now. I would like to ask Brattleboro to set up a more inclusive dialogue with him, some sort of forum. In particular, my question was about what we're doing to make sure that we're only even hiring in people to the police force that have the right characteristics, the right morals to be a police officer, because his letter addresses ongoing training, but the absolute brutality and callousness that we've seen over the past few weeks, I don't think can be trained out of anyone. So I would like to understand, since, you know, as a taxpayer, I'm paying these people's salary too, as we all are. What are we doing to hire the right people in the first place? And I realize you have a full agenda and this is not a one evening conversation, but I would like the select board as our representatives to carry on this dialogue.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, and I mean, I happen to know some details about Chief Fitzgerald's very proactive hiring practices, but I don't think we can go into too much details here. I don't know if Peter, you want to chime in at all, but I just wanted to remind people that there is a citizens police committee that we actually often look for people to participate in, and often there are slots. And that committee is sort of a direct dialogue, ongoing way to communicate with the police department and have sort of a two-way dialogue with them. Certainly not ruling out a forum or a discussion with Chief Fitzgerald. Peter, did you want to say anything?
The chief is probably on the line, and we could ask him to come in and speak to this in more detail if you'd like that. What I could say on his behalf in summary is the hiring process is rigorous, and the values of the department as expressed by the chief in the piece that was in the paper are what guide that process. And we haven't been at full staffing for quite a few years now, and the reason why is because we don't just hire police officers to fill slots. We make sure that we're hiring police officers that are prepared to be engaged with the community and positively engaged with the community. Not we don't. The piece that the chief referred to, parlance in police training about the difference between a guardian role of a police officer and the warrior role of a police officer when things get disrupted. And all of the emphasis of the hiring and the training in the Brattleboro Police Department is as guardians, and all of the interaction that we have with the community is geared towards that, in the hopes that we never, and it's true that we almost never, have to have the police act in that more restoring order kind of manner. So, you know, some of the drug interdiction work that they do, for instance, and so there's certain other times in their work that's very challenging in that regard. But here's the chief coming on to speak for himself about the hiring process. But the emphasis is always on that mission statement and the values. Chief.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. That was a great question. And obviously we never know what truly is in someone's heart, but that is not lack of trying. The town manager was absolutely correct. our background investigation is very, very lengthy and very in-depth. And some of the questions we ask, like at our boards, are, what have you done for your community without asking for anything in return? And you can tell what a person thinks about their community if they start rattling off all these volunteer programs that they took part in and things of that nature. And if you get stunned silence, then you know you have someone that hopefully is not just telling you what you want to hear to get a job. And that's what we try to weed out. And it is absolutely correct. We're short-staffed, not because of lack of applicants, but because of lack of applicants that we want on our team and the police, the town of Brattleboro. And I understand your time is really short and you do have a very full agenda, but I'd be more than happy to sit down with the community and a forum and just basically talk about what we look for in the moral character and values of our officers, how we ensure that they maintain the standards we are looking for, and how we work with the community to keep that dialogue and partnership going strong.
Thank you very much, Chief. Oh, sorry. Andrew, I don't think we can hear you at the moment. I think Andrea might be, actually, I can't hear Andrea.
I can't either.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we still can't hear you. I'm not sure. It looks like your microphone is on from what I can tell, but unfortunately we can't hear you. But at least from your facial expressions, I can kind of tell you were trying to communicate a positive response. I don't know if that's something that Patrick can help us with, but I do see your microphone is green. In the meantime, if you're working on that, let me just ask if there is a phone caller, I think, on the line. And oh, Andrea says, thank you, and I will follow up with the chief directly. Thanks. I like to repeat those and it's in chat because it doesn't reach the record if not. And I was just told the caller is off, so I don't have to be concerned about the caller. So thanks, Andrea and everybody. I think since I don't have anybody else raising their hand, we will move on because we do have a pretty packed agenda. One thing I neglected to do is sort of give a agenda adjustment announcement. Our next in line is to become liquor commissioners to address a second-class liquor license request from Retreat Farm. That request, at least for the moment, has been withdrawn. So we don't have to become liquor commissioners, folks. And we will see what happens with them in the future. And next on the agenda is water and sewer commissioners. We have some business to attend to here. So do I have a motion to become water and sewer commissioners? From anyone?
So moved.
Thank you.
We got stuff to do. Come on, let's get to it.
Daniel has made a motion to become water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, 5-0. Peter, do you want to tee us up here?
Sure, thank you. So this is follow-up to the discussion last week regarding both the proposed rate increase and the proposed budget. So the rate ordinance that's before you this evening for first reading is proposed by staff to be a 5-year ordinance. And the reason for it being a 5-year ordinance is so that it indicates the funding that will be necessary for the early years of paying the debt that we will need to incur in order to build the water treatment plant. So The first year, both for water and for sewer, is proposed to be a 2% increase, which is basically just carrying costs of the utility. And then for each of the 4 following years, we recommend 2% increases for sewer and 6% increases for water. You asked during the discussion last week for some additional information, three different types of additional information. One was to run a different alternative rate increase. And so we did that. I'll present that information in a moment. Another was you requested information that we have recommended. Let me say the calibration of the recommendation staff has made regarding the rates is based on a 2-part test where we believe that in addition to paying for the anticipated costs of operating the utility and paying the debt, that it's important to maintain at least a positive balance in the water part of this water and sewer utility fund. So even $1, but at least just into positive direction for water, not going into the red where it would be subsidized by the sewer operation. And then for the overall water and sewer together, we think the fund balance should be maintained at a minimum of $1 million. And so we used those 2 tests and ran cash flow analyses against those in order to determine how much of increased rates would be necessary in order to carry this through this 5-year period. And so you asked for some information about why the $1 million is the threshold that we recommend, about what kinds of, we advised you at that time that it's because there are major, there is major infrastructure within the utility system that can need to be repaired suddenly without notice and the opportunity for advanced planning. And when that happens, it's often either some very expensive pumping or filtration function, or pipes in the ground, which are expensive construction to do. And so either way, it tends to be more expensive than just, say, a roadway repair that might suddenly need to be done or something like that in other parts of town infrastructure. The utilities work is expensive. And so the Public Works Department provided for the backup for this meeting a memorandum that summarizes the kinds of things that can go wrong in the system and actually have gone wrong in the system over the last several years. We would be happy to go further into any further detail you'd like to go into related to that item. But that memorandum was responsive to that particular request. There was also a request for information about the impact to individual households, how the recommended amount of increase would affect consumers in Brattleboro households. And so Public Works again did an analysis and presented it in a memorandum that's part of the backup for tonight that showed the 3 different types of households and then how they'd be affected by the 2% magnitude increase and how they'd be affected by the 6% magnitude increase. So the range, the full report has information for each of those different permutations, but the range is from the 2% increase for a single person household, and these are actually real households in our system and real bills, but with the names and addresses withheld for privacy. The level of increase would be $10 for the year for that smaller household and the smaller amount of increase. And with a household of 5 people and a 6% increase, the level of increase would be about $34 for the year. So that gives you a feel for how the order of magnitude that would be felt by these increases for different types of Brattleboro households. And finally, you asked us to run a scenario where instead of, so the sewer side would still be 2s, but on the water side, instead of a 2 and 4 6s, you asked us to do 3, 4, 5. Actually, the 5 years worth would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 instead of 2, 6, 6, 6, 6. When we ran that through the same analysis that we had done with several other alternatives that we discussed last week, it didn't pass both tests. It passed the $1 million test, but it didn't pass the water component test, and actually ended up with the water falling in a worst case year in about $200,000 in the red. So we worked some alternatives off of that, working our way back towards the 2 and 6s to see if there was a sweet spot where there might be something other than the 2 and 6s that would still pass both tests. And we found that there was. At 35666, the water balance would stay just barely in the black at about $2,200 in the black and in the lowest year. And at 45666, it stays $150,000 in the black. But of course, either one of those requires a larger amount of increase in the first year, and the 45666 requires more overall increase over the 5-year period than what we had proposed. So we didn't think that you would be interested in that. We thought it was important to share the information, the outcome of the analysis with you. Of what we've analyzed, and if you agree with applying the $1 million test and the water positive test, then the 35666 would be an alternative to the 2666. So that's our staff report for this evening. I guess I should also note that for the benefit of the public, I think the select board's well aware of this, but last week we discussed the budget for next year first and then the rates. We're doing that in reverse this evening because if the select board is comfortable moving forward with this ordinance and knows what numbers you want included in it for the annual increases, if that is the 2 and 4 6s on the water side and the 2s on the sewer side, then the ordinance as it's before you tonight is ready to go forward for second reading, and the budget that's before you tonight is ready for adoption or to be put up with that ordinance for adoption next time. If you decide that you want to change the ordinance, we can do that. You can do that tonight so that it can be read and adopted on second reading in the same form as you indicate tonight as your preference. But that also will change the revenue side of the budget if the first year numbers are changed. So if the first year numbers aren't 2 2s, then it'll change the revenue for the FY21 budget. And so we would make the necessary adjustments in that and bring that budget back to you next time for approval. And that's why we're asking you tonight to talk about rates first and the budget second.
Thank you, Peter. It makes perfect sense, I think, to speak to rates again. But we did talk it out pretty good. I'm wondering if I should just kick it over to Daniel, because I think you were the one who requested to see some direct rate information. So how are you feeling? Do you want to make a comment on that? Or?
I did actually want to say something, but it wasn't about that. It was helpful to get the information on previous large unplanned expenses, and it was helpful to see how it would look on a household's bills. In the memo dated May 13th, on the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, there is an alternative rate proposal where it's 6s for water, but 1 for sewer, and that leads to a slightly lower than $1 million fund balance, but not so low that it's reckless. And I noticed that that's not really kind of highlighted in the most recent memo, but I was wondering if we would like to kick that around a little bit. I like the the kind of 3, 4, 5, 6 just seems like a bit all over the place. I like it's this for this amount of time. So 6 and 1 seems okay to me.
Daniel, just for me and probably others, you said that was on a different backup materials, right?
So it's in the packet, but it's not the most recent memo. It's the one that we looked at last time.
And what were the number? Can you give me the numbers again? Because I was.
Yeah. So if you're looking at it, it's like page 24 of 4E, and then it's the.
I meant the year number. Sorry, the increased numbers.
Gotcha. Let me just get it right in front of me.
May I?
So, yes, Peter, thank you.
If it's okay with you, I'd like to speak to it because I'd like to also speak to your comment about it being not recklessly below. Staff agrees. And so I'd like to just advise the select board that what Daniel has suggested is considering the the 2 and 4 6s for water, but 1s for sewer, correct, Daniel?
Yes, if that's how I understand the memo, right? So it says the one that included fiscal year 22 to 25 increases of 6% for water and 1% for sewer failed test number 2, but by a small margin, dropping the fund balance to 975.
Yes, and what I would say about that is I think there's enough play in this model. You know, when we do the modeling, we are doing reasonable estimates, but the reality is always going to turn out somewhat different. 975 is $25,000 from being $1 million. If the select board were comfortable with that, I think you've actually, you could approve that and feel like you've met the standard.
I like it.
I'll go ahead. I'll ask my question after. Ian, do you want to?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Daniel. I feel a similar way. And I was the one who was kind of caught on the second part of the test. And I really appreciate the work that went into providing us with all of those unexpected expenses in the past. I found that very helpful, and now can see why it is pretty important that we keep a substantial amount of money in there. But yeah, I think if it's close enough and we can reduce it a little bit for the sewage, why not? And if the town feels like it's sufficient and meets it almost, why not pass that and have that instead?
Does anyone else have a comment? Liz or Brandy? I had a
I've
question.
been nodding just
I'm
because
nodding.
it
Okay.
sounds reasonable.
Well, I just, for clarification, I thought that the purpose of the 2s was to kind of maintain a basic level of increase required to keep the system running efficiently. So does this fall into the the anti-recommendation of keeping parity between those 2 accounts?
This variation flows out of the fact that the sewer fund is more solvent throughout this period than the water, because water is where the major expense is being borne. So those 2 roles were reversed when the town was looking at this same kind of a question 6 years ago. And there was a 5-year ordinance that was 2s for water and 6s for sewer because of all the work that was being done in the sewer system. Now we're into a period that's relatively more stable for sewer, and we're going to incur some significant costs for water, which is why that has reversed.
Okay. Personally, my reason I threw out the 3, 4, 5 was to sort of ramp up the, to ease any ratepayer into the idea of getting up to 6s eventually, and it would be a little less painful, I thought. But I'm not sure, given that this is a 5-year plan that I think is very likely to be looked at before 5 years goes by, especially with, just as background, anybody tuning in now needs to know that we are preparing for what could be an $11 million water plant upgrade. I'm not sure Peter mentioned that this time, but it actually should be top of the fold, so to speak, as far as like, why are we considering these large upgrades? I mean, large increases. And these 6s we have done before on the other side when we were upgrading our sewer treatment plant. So there's a little bit of history there. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm very confident that this board or a future board would be happy to revisit, because a lot of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, is under the assumption, a sort of conservative assumption that we may have to have a debt service of 3% per year on the bond. And currently we are crossing our fingers and hoping that we're going to have a 0% bond.
Right.
So
that's That's correct. So there's 3 different ways in which this could turn out better for the town than sort of the worst case scenario. So we anticipate that the price might come in, the overall cost of this project might come in as much as 25% under $11 million. Somewhere in between the $9 and $11 million is where we expect to land, because right now it is an engineer's estimate rather than a fully designed plan. We're moving into final design right now. So we could have some savings there. And then there's a possibility that through the very advantageous funding program that is administered by the state using federal money, that the state might grant to the town 25% of that final cost, whatever it may be. So let's hypothetically say it might be $10 million. Then there might be as much as $2.5 million then that would be a grant rather than a loan, and we'd only be borrowing 7.5. And then that money might be at below a 3% interest rate, perhaps as low as 0%. We've seen that at different times in this fund where the money's actually been interest-free. So there are several different ways in which this might turn out better. We thought it was important for projecting the cash flow of the system to be a little conservative. So what we did is we only took the benefit of one of those two 25%, discounted off of the 11 million by 25%, but not further, and then expected that the interest rate would be 3%, so as to come up with these numbers. And we totally agree that you and future select boards ought to look at these rates every single year, especially next year when we have good firm numbers for the water plant project. But even beyond that, in case things change going forward and you have an opportunity to reduce the out year, the amount of increase in the out years.
All right, thank you for that explanation and further background. I did see Ian's hand first, and then Liz had a hand up.
Liz, I've spoken after you.
I was just going to bring up all those caveats that Peter just explained, and I think that they could be very real, and we should be prepared to be nimble.
Ian?
Yeah, I'm just, and maybe this is my first newbie question of the night. Why are we planning out 5 fiscal years of rates if the plan is to have the select board next year look at it again and maybe every year? Why are we torturing ourselves on it when maybe we should just be setting it for 1 year and then say, we're gonna have a lot more information next year to look at this, and whoever is on the board will look at it then?
It's probably Peter's fault.
Yeah, so we meant no torture.
I know, I mean, it's all in good jest.
A couple of things. So the intent is, because we know this major expense is coming, right? We don't know exactly the details of it, but we know it's coming. And so we think it is prudent and proper for the board to see what the expected impact of that is and demonstrate that we're looking to protect the integrity of the fund in the manner that we've been having a conversation about in these different ways, running these different tests against it, and being able to demonstrate that our cash flow analysis out 5 years meets those standards. Having said that, we have demonstrated that there's a plan here that we know is subject to change. If it is uncertain enough to be uncomfortable enough for the board that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and adopt the twos, and a year from now be looking at a longer term ordinance using the real numbers that we've come to at that time, that's a responsible way to move forward. It means that at the time that we'd be looking for town meeting approval to proceed with the project, there wouldn't be this sort of stable funding plan in place, right? But we would be doing, we could do the math on it and describe this process that you've gone through and show what 5 years going forward from there looks like. We would do that as part of presenting this to the community. So if your collective level of comfort is such that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and come back and do a longer term ordinance next year, that's perfectly fine.
And the benefit of that would be that we would come back next year and we would have the real numbers. So we could make a more effective plan on the rate changes based on those numbers, where now we're kind of just like making an educated guess on what it's going to be.
Right.
Is that, I'm asking if that's accurate.
Liz?
Yeah, we could do that, or we could vote on this now for the longer span, and then next year, if needs be, change it. But I think, you know, we're all about long-range planning, and this is part and parcel of long-range planning, would give everybody a level of confidence that we could go forward.
Agreed. So, so what does the board want to do? I'm feeling like I'm willing to, knowing that I'll be on the board next year and one of the main advocates for taking another look, at least, if not changing anything. I'm pretty confident that ratepayers can understand that we'll at least take a very good look at all of these numbers again. I'm willing to let go of my ramping up proposal and defer to Daniel's. But I guess the question is, do we want to adjust the number of years we're going out, or do we want to just go for it? Ian, how strongly do you feel about your 1 year?
I think Liz brings a really good point up, that it's probably just more responsible to show that we're looking out that far. I think it was just, I want to just have the conversation about why we're doing that. If we're just planning on, I guess, you know, sometimes it just doesn't sit well with me to make a plan without the information that we know we're going to have in the future. So I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about it. But no, I think we should just defer to Daniel on it.
Daniel.
I hate saying it. I hate saying it.
Yeah.
Daniel's over here on my screen.
I'm actually not.
I'm deferring to
Down
Daniel.
below me.
Everybody point to Daniel on their screen. That's where he is for
Oh,
me.
now he's moved. He's up here now.
Very good.
Yeah.
Steve has
Oh,
joined
because
us.
Janet came on.
Steve.
Steve has something to add.
Oh boy.
Really?
Yeah. Twos this year.
If I could just add,
oh, Steve.
if I could just add, that's the reason that we came up with the model. The model, that tool, that rate tool was developed when we did the wastewater to look out to do advanced planning. So that's the advantage of going the 5 years. To let people understand these are the rates that we're going to be looking at. And that's the money is necessary for the project. Now, if it comes in less, then it will also help the project. The board will look at this budget every year as you do. We go through line item by line item. So I would recommend sticking to the 5 year. That's the reason that we actually spent money to build this model and paid people to come up with this. And it proved to be quite nice as we did the rates before with the wastewater. And the projections were real close. And as Peter said, they're conservative. So that's beneficial to everybody, because that may also help in times of need and to level the rates off in the future.
Thanks, Steve. I knew when you popped up, we were in trouble. Yeah, I gotta
Now
get on.
Daniel's back to being over
I
here.
didn't see your finger wag at all.
I get on and straighten these people out.
Yeah.
That seems to make perfect sense to me. So,
Can I make it clear, one thing that might have gotten lost in the exchange when Daniel brought up about the ones is the first year in that particular example still is 2 for both parts of the utility. And then after that, it's 4 6s for water and 4 1s for sewer. I just want to make sure that that part was clear, because that's how that one's structured. If you do rally around that, if that's what you want to approve this evening, you could then move forward also and approve the budget, because it has those twos, the 2 2s in the first year.
Oh, good.
Sounds good.
yeah, I'm feeling like this is the way we're leaning. I don't see anybody who's typed in to make a comment, although I'll talk this out a little bit so that someone can do that and raise their hand. But how's the rest of the board feel about moving forward with the, let's call it the Daniel Amendment? And
Yes.
the Daniel counter proposal. And so that we can have some clarity going forward on this first reading.
Mhm.
That one thumbs up, a lot of nods. Okay. All right, so I don't see anybody else who wants to comment on utility rate ordinance. So what do we do now? We have a motion.
There must be a motion.
Actually, the rate ordinance doesn't require action this evening. We just needed to know what you want us to bring you for the public hearing and the adoption on second reading next time. It's clear to me that you want the Daniel Quip option. So, you know, the board has something else you want to specifically direct, we'll bring the ordinance back to you in that form, which will be 2% in water, 2% in sewer for the first year. 6 is after that for water, 1 after that for sewer.
Yes.
Sounds good.
And having landed there, we would recommend that unless you have any further questions or the public has any further questions about the budget was a pretty straightforward discussion last time. It's pretty level. It's actually slightly down in revenues and less than 1% up in expenditures. So unless you want to take a deeper dive back into that, we would just recommend that you adopt the motion that's in the administrative report for your approval, your formal final approval of the FY21 utility fund budget.
That's what I'm, as everybody thinking that too. I think that's the best course of action. Peter, we don't have to do anything official wise to make the first reading official, or?
No, it doesn't require a vote. It just requires that you have discussion that you've had and take public input and be indicating what you want to adopt next time.
Great. I should have said that earlier, that it was the first reading, possibly. Still figuring this thing out. So if anybody has a motion for us. Traditionally, the chair does not make motions, just anyone watching is probably wondering what's going on. Liz.
There.
Yes. I move to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented or modified. Are we modifying it for Daniel now, or are we just approving it?
No, it's as presented.
Oh,
as presented. Thank you very much.
Not modifying the budget. Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Thank you. That's 5-0. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Steve for popping in and straightening us out a little bit.
Thanks, Steve.
We are moving on to unfinished business, and we're going to have our traditional COVID-19 update from Peter first off.
Thank you.
Do we need to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Daniel, you're the whole package.
Yeah. I did my homework today.
Commissioners, so that we're not doing other business steeped in water and sewer. That would be uncomfortable. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm laughing at Brandy's face. Sometimes the screens are good because you can actually see everybody's face at once, whereas when you're there in person, you're doing this to try to see people's faces. That was 5-0 to adjourn as water sewer commissioners. Now, Peter, please.
Thank you. So the COVID-19 report, I've got just 3 things to highlight tonight. Everything else is steady as we go, but there's 3 pieces of good news, actually. The police department is back to responding to every call in person unless the caller asks that they follow up not in person, because of the potential risk of spreading the virus. So for about a month or so, 5 weeks, we had been following a protocol where it was only certain types of very urgent matters that resulted in a police officer actually going to the door. And there was a lot of interaction between the police and the community that was occurring either over the phone or by email or other means. So it's a good thing for all of us. It's a good thing for the department. It's certainly a good thing for the community that the police now are, we're at a place as part of the reopening where we feel like it's safe. They're following all the special protocols that are already in place, that already were in place. They're wearing masks, all the cleaning regimen and everything that's involved, and standing 6 feet apart or more. So all of that is still in place, but now if you need a police officer, they will come to you unless you ask that they don't. So we were glad to reach that threshold moment yesterday. Likewise, we were able to announce at the end of last week that the swimming pool at Memorial Park will open this year. As of right now, it's with very limited, there are some special restrictions for this particular summer that are very restrictive compared to the amount of use that often gets, particularly in hotter weather. So, but we also, we're feeling like it's a good thing to be able to open it all. We were concerned that there might not be a safe way to do that. But the advice from the public health professionals and the standards out through the recreation and parks community are such that municipal swimming pools are going to open. And basically there's a lot more to this, and I would suggest that people who want to learn the details of it and learn how they can access this and come and use the pool this summer, go and look on the town's website, either under the recreation and parks website or under a daily update, which contains half a page of details and some links for how to access certain forms that give more information about using the pool this summer. But in its barest essence, what's going to happen is there'll be schedules of certain windows of time where 25 people will pre-register. You'll sign up ahead of time so that you can come in at your appointed time and enjoy the pool. And then when that time is up, when that window's up and ththose folks leave, there'll be a 15-minute interval where the staff cleans everything. And then a new group of up to 25 people will be allowed in for the next interval. And that'll go on every day for all summer long, as far as we can tell at this time. If the situation becomes such that we can safely have more access or less regimented access, then we'll announce that to the community. And the third item just gelled this morning. So we've been discussing this for the last week or 10 days, and it looked like it was coming together, but I wasn't sure that it would, and that's why it wasn't any part of the backup for this. But going all the way back to a year ago, the select board supported the creation of the Work Today program by Youth Services, so as to provide some day labor opportunities for folks who are not employed in an ongoing manner and need employment and need the money, and so as to provide some public services through that program. So a nice kind of combination of providing opportunities for individuals who are struggling, and then also a benefit to the broader community. Because of the unique challenges we all face with COVID-19 and the increased importance of cleanliness in our public spaces, we've been working on a plan for how we can emphasize that in the work that the participants in the Work Today program will be doing, and collaborating with Emily Kornheiser, who in her role as an employee at Youth Services has been organizing this program and communicating with me and with the town around how to make it work. We believe that particularly in the maintenance of the porta potties, because we think it's important for the same public health reasons that we had last year, that we need to bring the porta potties out. We just haven't done it yet because we haven't been able to be sure that we could keep them adequately cleaned. And so what we have been talking about as town staff is if the Work Today program wasn't able to move forward, because we weren't sure until just very recently that it could, that we should add some additional employees who would be able to perform this function of maintaining the wiping down the porta potties several times a day, and also do some other cleanliness work in downtown. So wiping the buttons at the intersections for pedestrian signals, the parking meters, other things that are part of our public infrastructure downtown that get touched a lot throughout the day by lots of different people. We want to set up a program where we are keeping those things cleaner this summer when we all need that. And so what we think we have come upon kind of inadvertently as we were working on these two different things is a combination, because the other factor here is the Work Today program was intended to be 3 days a week. And of course, 3 days a week isn't going to be sufficient for maintaining the cleanliness of these areas that need attention throughout the day. We need that going on 7 days a week. So we think a combination of these two approaches, where this is a good focus for the Work Today program for this particular summer as we do the pilot project, but we will also, for the majority of the work that would be done related to these disinfecting cleanup efforts, would be done by seasonal town staff. And so our intent, unless the select board directs otherwise this evening, is to move forward with both pieces and to integrate them as best we can. We expect that we're going to be able to do that very completely. We'll set up a schedule where there's certain times when the Work Today slots are performing this function, and other times either overlapping or on separate days when it's town staff, all supervised by the same folks on the town staff so that we have continuity to this effort. And the funding, I believe, is an issue because it's not going to be an expensive investment in this these temporary employees who would do the part for the town. So while it's an unbudgeted expense, we think it will be readily absorbed. I can't give you a number this evening because we're not sure exactly how the two pieces of this are going to fit together and how many people we'll have and how many hours they'll work. So, but it won't be a large expense, and it'll be able to be easily absorbed in the overall general fund budget. And the funding for the Work Today pilot project has already been approved by the select board. So we're ready to move forward as soon as we can. We think that as soon as we can is going to be about a month from now. We'd like it to be quicker, but we don't think we can actually do all the things necessary to set it up properly and make sure that it's actually, keeping the promise of, cleanliness on a regular basis throughout the day, every day, until sometime early in July. So we'll be working right away on putting the details together. We'll keep you informed about how that evolves. If we can start sooner, we will. But our expectation is it'll be early July, and then it would continue on through the warm weather months and end sometime in October or possibly early November.
Great, Peter. Yeah, I mean, I think, sorry to just jump in, but I think it's a terrific use of the program and would also let a lot of people, feel a little better about those high touch surfaces that are going to be, transitioning into back to normal life makes a lot of people nervous. So knowing that some folks are going to be on it is a nice peace of mind for some. Not everybody is going to respond that way, I guess. But and I think the timing probably coincides with, it's probably going to take another month to feel, assuming that everything goes as well as it's going now, we hope. It's going to take another month to feel like people are going to be comfortable going downtown, I think, on a regular basis. Liz?
I just want to mention that I always elbow the crosswalk button.
You.
I saw someone this weekend use their toe, which was
wow.
Time.
I get my toddler to do it. So
I actually have a serious crosswalk question.
Yep.
My understanding is that the buttons are not actually necessary for you to cross the road. Is that correct or no?
The buttons?
So like if you were standing at the crosswalk
effect.
and you don't press the button and nobody else is there and nobody presses the button, it's still going to cycle through and eventually you'll...
No? You only get a walk if you press the button.
No,
Okay.
In fact, it's happened to me many times that I've gotten there, assumed someone across the street has already pressed the button, and you know what, they haven't, so we don't get the...
The nice thing about these ones is they have a little red light on when somebody
That's
presses
exactly
it,
right.
so you can eyeball it.
That's exactly right. You show up and the red light is
I've
lit.
never noticed.
You don't have to touch the button.
I know, but if you're in a conversation,
I'm interested in these kinds of things.
I'm learning so many things.
Oh, me too, Ian.
Peter, you were
hit
saying.
it with your knee. Go easy on it because those things can break eventually. So.
That's true.
Jesus.
We've had our ups and downs with them, but
yeah.
I still get people saying, why do they say walk like a dog at all crossings? And so that's all I can hear now when I hear
know,
it.
I don't remember what it originally says.
I think it says walk light
says
is on
walk lights are on at all crossings.
at
But
all
frankly,
crossings.
if you just think about it the other way, it's a little bit of whimsy even on a tough day.
Oh shit. Shoot.
We're still in family hour here, Brandy. So
sorry.
We'll lose our rating.
Yeah.
So does any other board members have a comment on that part of the update?
Porta potties are going to be in the same places as last year?
Oh, good question.
That's our intent, yes.
And those places are?
And those places are in the Preston parking lot, at the High Grove parking lot, on the Grove Street side, and at the Brattleboro Common.
Thank you.
I'm curious, was there any feedback of like the next spot? Like if after those ones where the next spot would be?
I didn't hear that. There was some discussion early in the summer about whether they were in the right locations. And as time went on, everybody kind of seemed to gel around, yeah, this seems to work, was our feedback. I don't know whether I missed something out there that maybe we need to pay attention to. I never actually heard people saying we ought to have a fourth and it ought to go here.
No.
Okay.
I think some people wish the one on Preston was handicap accessible, but I think we did a good job of explaining why it can't be, even though that's really unfortunate, but the way that it's placed up on a curb. I remember that coming up. But
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Peter. And do you have a second? You don't have a second item under?
So that's the general update, and then we have a substantive issue to address regarding the parklets.
Right. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to flow right in. But,
sorry, I can. Happy to. So the parklet plan is coming together. It also isn't quite final, but it's pretty close now. I want to thank Stephanie Bonin, who's been a good partner in this. So we've been working with each other sort of at the connecting point between what the town can do to make this successful and what the merchants need to do to be our partners in it. And so she's been working to gauge, which of the restaurants and in two cases, purveyors of alcohol that are, I'm stumbling because one of them is Hermit Thrush. So, I mean, I wouldn't call that a bar and I wouldn't call it a restaurant. But anyway, Hermit Thrush and Arkham are in this plan. And then there are others that are restaurants, full service restaurants. And so we've been working together to identify where they could safely be placed. What would be the maximum that would get placed if all the potentially participating businesses chose to be involved, and then working to determine, basically at the end of the day, we only want to put in a parklet where we only should put in a parklet where a particular business is going to operate its business in that parklet. The sort of shared coming and going doesn't work from a health and safety point of view, and it also doesn't work from an alcohol licensing point of view. So it's important that we only construct a parklet at a place where a restaurant wants it there and is going to take on the responsibility of operating it. And so as of right now, we have 7 that are confirmed. We had 6 as of the time of the backup last Friday. We have a 7th now that's signed on. There's a pretty good chance there'll probably be an 8th or a 9th. I don't think we're going to get all the way up to 12. I'm pretty confident we aren't. But there's still a few maybes that are just, things are being looked at both from a safety perspective and from a restaurant deciding whether or not they feel like they have the capacity to operate a parklet and have that additional tables and additional table service that would require. So what we're asking for this evening is that you authorize staff to go forward with the implementation of this plan, that you authorize the expenditure of up to $30,000 from the program income fund as an economic development investment to help keep these businesses alive through COVID. It may or may not be recoverable as a COVID-related expense. We don't think it will be, but as we pay attention to the ever-evolving rules around the state and federal funding for COVID, if there becomes an opportunity for the town to recover these monies, then we'll certainly seek that. But we're recommending that it come from program income rather than from the general fund, because we think as an economic development investment, it qualifies, and we shouldn't count on getting the money back. And then the $30,000 is calculated because the town will buy and install the Jersey barriers that will define the boundaries of each of these parklets. And we estimate that it's going to cost about that each one will be 2 parking spaces in size. And the number of barriers necessary to do that 12 times around the downtown at $2,500 per parklet would be $30,000. So I believe we're going to spend less in the end, but we're asking for the authority to spend up to $30,000 for this project. There might also be some related incidental expenses that we'd like to be able to, if we don't spend the $30,000 fully on the Jersey barriers, it would be helpful to be able to have, a little bit of money that we could spend on things that would help the DBA to, get installed and get these businesses occupying in them. And those would be small expenses. I don't know exactly what they would be at this moment, but we wouldn't fill the gap if we ended up doing $25,000 worth of barriers. We wouldn't be looking to spend $5,000 more on other things, but it would be helpful to be able to spend a little bit of incidental money if there's incidental money available. So with that understanding, we're hoping that you'll authorize the funding. We need you, if you're in favor of moving forward with this, to, in order for us to be able to move quickly and not have to come back to future select board meetings for action that it actually enables it to be successful, we would need for you to provide some additional authority to me and some additional authority to Hillary Francis, the town clerk. The additional authority you would provide to me, and we've provided, for those who are paying attention to the administrative report that was online, this came up over the last couple of days in discussions with town attorney Bob Fisher. So I have provided motion language to the board this afternoon that was not part of the backup for this meeting. But what those motions intend to accomplish is you authorizing me to implement this plan and to actually sign a document with each of the different participating restaurants where they obligate themselves to maintaining that space, and we permit them, the town permits them to occupy the parklet area that is otherwise public space. We allow them to have it as their private space just for this summer. We expect that these would be installed as soon as possible, perhaps within a week, perhaps a little longer, and then would stay there until, again, like with the prior conversation, at least into October and possibly into the early part of November. We would make a decision about them based on the weather conditions in the fall and making sure that they're all removed in time before we get the first major snowstorm of the season.
Which could happen in October.
Hillary, I'm sorry?
It could snow in October.
It could, so we'll pay attention to that and govern ourselves accordingly. I didn't mention, I'm sorry, the details for Hillary. So there's the funding, there's the authority for me to actually implement the program, and then we'd ask that you delegate your authority. The select board, of course, as liquor commissioners, has authority over liquor licenses and outdoor consumption permits in town. There is a special program the state has initiated that is more nimble than the usual processes to try to get businesses that are going to go outside into areas that they don't normally provide outside service, but where they normally provide alcohol along with the meals indoors, for them to be able to get a quick provisional permit to provide full service outdoors. At the outdoor tables, they'd be able to provide whatever they're licensed to do. So it might be just beer or wine, or it might be beer, wine, and mixed drinks. But whatever they're usually licensed to do inside, they'd be eligible to do outside, either in the cases of the restaurants that have their own parking lot. This might be in their own property, where there would also be a permitting requirement through the Planning Services Department of the town. Or for those that don't have their own private space to do this, it would be those that are participating in the parklet program. And in either case, whether it's on the private property or in the parklets, we'd like you to authorize that Hillary Francis is empowered by you on your behalf to issue the outdoor consumption permits that will be in line with what the state is issuing to these businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. Who has questions, comments? I have a couple quick ones. Daniel Ambry.
Insurance question. This was like public space, and now we're giving it over to private entities. Who is responsible for what happens in that space?
That's the purpose of the document. So we, up until yesterday, hadn't incorporated that piece, but we knew we needed to get Bob's blessing on how we were moving forward, and he called that out. He thought both from a just being legally proper about it, to have private entities occupying these public spaces and selling alcohol in them, which is prohibited by ordinance, that it was important that there be a legal approval from the town and an acceptance of responsibility by the restaurant. And so he's going to fashion up this simple agreement that we're going to use for each of them.
Okay, a quick follow-up on that. The responsibility for any kind of like trash or recycling cleanup in those spaces will fall on the businesses?
Absolutely.
And that's very much understood by them?
Yes. The reason why some of them are choosing not to participate is a combination of, proximity to their kitchens, number of wait staff that they normally have versus the number they think they need to have to be able to handle the outdoor space, and the obligation of the outdoor space. This comes free, and it comes very visible, and hopefully with some something that's going to be beneficial to the business in terms of the enjoyment of the customers. But it comes with responsibility as well. And so each potentially participating business needed to weigh those things and decide whether to be.
And then just like a question that I don't even think I really need to ask, but I just want to double check. Smoking is prohibited in these spaces, and that will be enforced by people responsible for these spaces?
That's a really good point. And the answer, I'm going to say yes, because we get to decide. And while smoking on the sidewalk is allowed, it is offensive to some. And more importantly, smoking in a restaurant is not allowed. And right. So since this will be an extension of the restaurant in the outdoor area, I think we should say no smoking.
Okay.
Me too.
Me three.
Brandy, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I have a question that may have been answered 100 times by either the governor or us, but I can't remember. So are these parklets only available if you are an establishment that serves food, but also serves alcohol, or are they available if you're an establishment that maybe serves kind of token food, but is mostly a bar?
So they can be for either.
Okay.
They also can be for businesses that serve food and not alcohol.
Sure.
And they also can be for businesses that are not in the food business at all.
Ooh.
In our case, the way it has evolved, it looks as though all the participants are going to be food and beverage operators.
Okay.
But when I was first discussing this with Stephanie, and I believe when she was first discussing it with the business community, we weren't strictly limiting it just to restaurants and bars.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Daniel, thank you for the smoking question, because I hadn't even thought of that nuance.
Yeah, we hadn't either. Thank you.
My question is, when you were talking, you said that each parklet is going to take up 2 parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I hadn't really absorbed that. For some reason, I was thinking 1 space per parklet. but that would be kind of small. Next question, though, is are they going to be together to any extent as far as they've been approved or not approved, but at least sort of fleshed out so far?
Yep.
I'm wondering how much parking we'll lose and how much pushback people will give us on that, because if there's a long stretch of parklets, that's a lot of parking.
We'll find out about the pushback. I don't know what to expect with that. Our assessment of the situation is in the balancing act, particularly this summer, the economic need, the need to have people spaced and not tight in indoor spaces, and the fact that, we've got the Harmony lot is going to be almost completely available. There'll be just a very small parklet over in the one corner for Arkham. The transportation center will be completely available, and there'll still be a lot of on-street parking. We feel like a problem. If we find out that we've given over too much of the street to parklets, we hear about it from people, then, that'll be one of the lessons learned from this that we'll have to think about. But for implementing this in the time of COVID, relatively on the fly, we think it's calibrated appropriately.
Okay, and just, of course, another question. Sorry, Liz, I'll just get done with mine. Of course, it's not going to be in any handicap spots, correct?
That's correct. We would not put in a handicap spot.
Thank you. And my last is a suggestion on, I'm feeling personally that it would be nice if we just limit it to calendar year 2020, because I don't want to kind of give anybody who does have a problem with this idea, the idea that we're not going to lift it at some point. I think we should revisit this for the next summertime season and not just have people assume that they're just going to be permanent structures. Obviously, they're going to go away in October or November, but I don't want to give any of the restaurants the idea that it's a done deal for the rest of time. What does everybody think about that?
I don't know, it might be cool. But then again, I'm not gonna, it could be cool.
Well, no, I think it's good to limit it to this 1 year and see how it goes.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's impossible that we won't want to continue it, but I think out of fairness to the different interests downtown, we might just want to limit it to the experiment, the definite experiment, and then see how people feel about it.
Sort of a bit like the 1 year ordinance versus the 5 year. And I mean, I would love to leave the door open, fully open for like a discussion next spring. I think like it'll take time for people to adjust, and habits take a while to change. And I don't know, I've always been excited about the idea of parklets, so it's nice that we get to have this little experiment, even though it's because of this terrible situation.
So just for clarity, does that keeping the door open, does that mean don't limit it to this year or do limit it to this year?
Well, I think we can say we'll revisit this in the spring, rather than this will end and we will have a conversation about it and, we'll revisit in the spring. We'll see how it goes.
Well, the reason I put it that way is because a potential motion we were kicking around is that for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro. I was just suggesting, for 2020. But,
may I offer a clarification? Because I think it may help you. We omitted a limitation on it that way, so it was a good catch that it's not explicit. But I don't believe any of the folks participating. I don't believe that any of the restaurants who are signing up. I don't believe that Stephanie, and certainly not staff. We didn't expect that if you approve this tonight that the parklets would be permanent. What we do anticipate, I think there's a fair amount of excitement around this, both from some people within town government and from people in the business community, that once we try this, maybe it'll need to be tweaked. Maybe it'll just, we'll get lucky and it'll go great the first way we try it. But I think there is a fair amount of at least optimism that it will go well enough that people will want to do it again. The select board will want to approve it again. But no, I don't believe anybody has any expectation that would just automatically happen without further review.
Imagine not.
So we could certainly make the document say 2020, and that'll be really clear.
Okay. Liz?
I just wanted to mention from a town planning perspective that parklets are all the rage, and that we've also heard from our own Brattleboro Planning Commission supporting this idea. They wrote us a letter identifying several economic development planning initiatives, and this is one of them. So it's just nice to know that we have their support in principle.
Indeed. Ian, and then I might go to a member of the public, but then Daniel's raising his hand too. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, this just seems like a great thing. I don't know. I think it might be clunky. We may need to change it around a little bit. We may not be able to refund the 30K, but we're making strong, definitive action during a pandemic to support local businesses, and it's also might make downtown even cooler than it already is. And you know, I ran on trying to make Brattleboro a place young people want to be, and I am so excited about this. And walking downtown and drinking a beer on a parklet, I'm super excited. So that's all I have to say.
Older people might like it too.
I was not excluding older people.
I wanted to just kind of make sure that we're going to do all that we can, and the DBA is going to partner fully in this to make these Jersey barriers look a little prettier than a Jersey barrier would usually look.
Yeah, so
right?
That actually overlaps with the kind of otherwise mysterious comment I made about incidental expenses. You know, we might get into some contracting that we need some help with. We don't expect that. We think we're going to be able to do all of the heavy lifting ourselves. But beyond that, the DBA is working on a couple of different ways in which these might be beautified, and might need some help with that. And it won't be expensive, but you know, being able to spend a little bit of that leftover money, if there is leftover money, to help them implement that part of this, we think would be part of making it successful. So we insisted on concrete Jersey barriers so that these would be safe. There was a fair amount of difference of opinion about different styles of parklets, but the counterbalance to that is we said, look, we're going to buy these things, and we don't know whether they're going to be used again for parklets. Maybe they're going to be used for construction jobs in the future, but you can make them pretty. If you want to paint them all kinds of bright colors, you can do that. And there's been also some discussion about how this might interact with the flower program. And so on all those levels, as we refine the details, we'll try to help the DBA make these pretty.
Just want to be really clear. These Jersey barriers will be the property of the town of Brattleboro.
Yes.
So beautifying
the property of the town of Brattleboro.
So beautifying cannot have like the name of a business on them.
That's correct. This is not advertising. This is beautifying. Right. Good point. Yes. Right.
Yeah. I just, you know, and like
go ahead.
No.
I was going to get too deep in the weeds. I was going to tell you that. What's that?
I love the weeds. Go.
Okay. I was just going to say that, you know, if it turned out that some of these don't get used for parklets again in the future, you know, we might throw a coat of Battleship Gray on them or something in order to trot them out to a construction site. But so what, right? So initially the idea is, you know, we put out something there that we know is durable enough to protect people, and let artists and others enjoy themselves and express themselves. But it needs to be just about beauty and whimsy and not about advertising.
I happen to know that Daniel is a fan of chalk, so you know, you could always use chalk on that surface. Yeah. That was a reference to your social media page. Sorry.
There was really good use of chalk at Sunday's presentation.
And I'm a fan of my toddler son out front here. Ian, I'd love to go to Wendy. Has a question.
No, I actually wasn't raising my hand. Sorry.
Oh.
I was just sort of, yeah.
Wendy, do you want to appear on screen, or do you want to just chime in with audio? Are you still awake?
Yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh wait, I can do the camera myself. Here I am. Thank you.
Hey.
Yay.
Welcome.
So, I have two questions, and they're separate about the parklets. The first, which was I think kind of answered as the conversation progressed, is what is a parklet? So I want to make sure that I understand this. So it's going to be an area that a business will use that's outdoors near the business. It'll probably be public space unless they have their own, like it's their own parking lot, like or something like maybe like what Whetstone Station has. And it'll be there'll be some sort of deck on it, like a different surface, and then it'll be protected, and it'll be for outdoor use of that business and their patrons, right?
Maybe something like this.
Oh, okay. And it's something that won't get taken down like at night or on days when
No, it's going to stay there all summer long. There's only one thing, Wendy, you nailed it. I would say one thing differently than that, which is when you spread this all the way to a place like Whetstone or any other restaurant that has its own private property. We did mention that in the conversation, but those won't get parklets. Those will be doing their own sort of cordoning off of areas in their parking lot with the approval of the planning services department. So that's safe as well, but that's safe in their own private space to set up some outdoor tables. What the parklets are explicitly going to be on public property. They're going to be all but two of them in the street, picking up on-street parking spaces, and one will be in the High Grove lot and one will be in the Harmony lot. Otherwise, what you described is exactly right. And one detail that I didn't speak to, and you kind of did, but I think is worth just being a little more explicit about is the platform that'll be constructed within the parklet is an important part of this, both for safety and accessibility. And it is an understanding between us and the business community that the town will provide the perimeter with the Jersey barriers and otherwise, do all of the assisting and facilitating that we've been talking about. But the individual restaurant, one of the responsibilities of each individual business that sort of adopts one of these and signs on for the responsibility of it will be to put in a proper deck. They can be very simple, some framing and some plywood, but it needs to provide a flat, safe surface that's at the same level as the sidewalk.
Oh, great. So that will make it so that folks who use wheelchairs, walkers, canes will have equal access to everybody else. Okay, that's great. So thank you for explaining. My second question is about the hours of operation of the parklets, because on one hand, well, actually on the one hand that I'm about to speak is the bigger hand. The other one is the smaller hand. So in the bigger hand, I'm really excited for this. I've lived in places that since I moved, well, Jersey City specifically had turned one of its busier streets in the downtown area near Grove Street, it's called New York Avenue, into no cars at all. And it's made that area, since I've gone back to visit, so much nicer just to be in and walk around. And I know we can't close Main Street because it's a state highway, but promoting more outdoors and walkability and reasons to be out and not just be in cars, I think is wonderful. But the noise complaint, that's where the small hand is coming from. I know it's a really weird analogy to use, but my concern is about noise complaints, because especially with alcohol establishments and because those are in mixed use neighborhoods, where people live, what's what are the orders or ordinances or regulations, et cetera, going to be around that?
We hadn't anticipated imposing anything that is particular to the parklet, but rather that whatever the business's normal operating hours are would be allowed out in the parklet. I would suggest that given the degree of uncertainty that we have about all the various details of this and how we're working our way through it very quickly to just get the stuff in place and give it a try, that we start there. And if that becomes a problem, then we can work together. The town possesses the authority to modify the liquor licenses, and also because it's our parklets to determine some behavioral boundaries in addition to the physical boundaries of it. So I would say, we all want it to succeed. The restaurants don't want to alienate the neighbors. But if we bump into some issues where that does emerge as a problem, I think we could just address it together as a community.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Actually, when you said noise, I thought you were going to say something about motorcycles and logging
Oh,
trucks.
God.
That'll
That's
be
a whole nother conversation.
Exactly. There's someone else who wanted to ask a question concerning decorating the barriers, and that was Felicity. If you are up
I turned my microphone on. Liz, thanks for mentioning our Planning Commission letter. Glad you read it. And we've been, at least in another couple of groups I've been in, talking about public service announcements vis-a-vis safe behavior. I'm just wondering if you guys would consider using the barriers as artistic opportunities to inform the public about safe behaviors, demonstrating what 6 feet is, sort of things like that, or no, just pretty pictures on the barriers.
I don't have strong feelings either way, I guess. Who does?
Don't smoke.
I mean,
things being pretty and inspiring are very important. And, like there's that lovely mural that sort of just recently got finished on Elliott Street, right? And those things lift your spirits, and boy, do we need some lifting of spirits right now.
And I think probably each business that knows they're getting one, I would imagine, has been having their excited wheels spinning about what they want represented outside of their business, and I'm excited to see those ideas.
Liz?
I have a question for Peter. Your negotiations with Stephanie on the beautification, are individual artists being contacted, or does each restaurant and business have free reign to do it themselves or contact artists or whatever?
I don't know. I believe they plan some kind of a coordinated partnership between the DBA and the community of artists in some fashion, but exactly how they'll tie into that community, how the artists will be identified is something I don't know. My understanding with Stephanie has been that the town would allow them to be decorated, and the DBA and the businesses would make arrangements with artists.
So that Felicity could give her a suggestion to Stephanie.
Certainly, yeah. And I know that Amanda Whitman, who works with Stephanie, is Stephanie wasn't able to be on the meeting tonight, but Amanda is, so she's hearing all of this and can certainly take that idea back to Stephanie and to the businesses.
Great. Thanks, Felicity. So we have a little bit of business to do if we want to move forward with the parklets. And should we start with the more boring legal motions there, or should we group everything together?
Ooh, I'll do the boring legal ones.
No offense.
Yeah.
When you're ready for the Hillary Francis boring legal motion, I have one change I need to ask you to make, which I'll explain at the appropriate time.
Do my fellow board members have that in front of them?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Shall I go ahead?
Please.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. So the wording of the motion includes the word provisional. It says to authorize the town clerk to approve provisional outdoor consumption permits. I had a misunderstanding that Hillary corrected for me late this afternoon. The provisional permits are the ones that are being issued by the state just for this very short window of time to keep people, get them into business outdoors as quickly as possible. The follow-along permit will be a regular outdoor consumption permit issued both by the town and by the state. And so when you adopt this motion this evening, you should just drop the word provisional from it, please. Thank you.
Great. So would anybody like to make the, should we
Wait.
do that motion now?
Yeah, I move to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with the outdoor restaurant use during COVID-19.
Cool.
Excellent, thank you. Ian has moved to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with outdoor restaurant uses during COVID-19. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, thank you. There is another motion.
Is it the parklet motion?
There's a couple.
Yes,
Okay.
well, there's the authorizing the town manager to assign parklets.
I'll do that one.
How do I have this?
It's in your email.
Oh, thank you. I'm like, look, all I see is one motion here, and I'm getting
It came late
confused.
today. Okay, so I move to authorize the town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the parklet program.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to authorize our town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the program. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that also passes 5-0, Jan. And there is one last very important motion to make. And have I been bullied out of my 2020 addition to this one? Or? That's fine.
Yeah, bullied. I'm sure that's the correct
Ian is
term.
nodding. That's what I was looking for.
A
Jesus.
democratic process
Perfectly
has allowed us to get to the point where we don't need to put that in there.
Bullied. Absolutely. Who wants to
Okay.
make that motion?
I lost it. What's happening to me?
Oh, no, sorry. Liz is raising her hand, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I move to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 from program income.
Yes.
For the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0.
Thank you.
I'm saying a lot. It's driving me crazy. I hope you're not driven as crazy as I am by it. Here I go again. So it's approaching 8 p.m. and I think maybe a break might be in order. Who agrees? Good, lots of nods.
Aye.
Would everyone be comfortable coming back fairly quickly at 8 p.m.?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a break until 8 p.m. or 8:01, something like that. So I'll call the select board meeting of June 2nd, 2020 back to order, if you don't mind. Do we have everybody? Yes. Everybody's in different windows. Perfect. Confusing. Next up on our agenda, we're still in unfinished business, but we're making some pretty good time, I think. I shouldn't have said that. So we have a FY20 general fund budget that Peter's going to tell us about.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so the news here is really good. We've lost Ian's picture on our screen. Hopefully we haven't lost Ian.
Yeah. Okay. Ian, you still with us? Oh, there you are.
The news is really good about the current year's budget. So, we've done projections for each meeting over the last couple of months out of concern that the COVID situation might cause revenues not to come in as normal, might cause us to incur some extraordinary expenses. The early estimate was very cautious about that, particularly on the revenue side, but we have had far better than expected performance of the property taxes, rooms and meals, local option tax, and sales local option tax. And so I can go into the details if you'd like, but given the length of the agenda and the fact that this report doesn't need action tonight and it exists online, people can see it, it might be best just to summarize by saying until about a month ago, or less than a month ago, we were cautious. We didn't think we would have a deficit, but we didn't think we'd have much of a surplus. And we thought that, you know, it could go a little bit either way. Because of all three revenue sources coming in far better than expected during the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, or during the May period, I should say, because it was actually fourth quarter property tax collections, but third quarter deferred sales tax and rooms and meals tax collections. So there's one more quarter to come. But based on the performance of those three sources of revenue and everything else being about as we expected, we now expect that the outcome for the year will be potentially as much as $500,000 to the good. We were currently estimating $480,000. Now there will be some additional expense going against that isn't necessarily in the forecast, but the revenues are still being forecast on a relatively conservative manner. We're not being overly optimistic either. So I think we're in a pretty safe space where we certainly are going to come in with a favorable experience, and it looks like it might be as much as $400,000 or $500,000 to the good. There's a nuance to this I just want to be careful about for the record, which is when we say to the good compared to the budget always presumes a certain amount of use of fund balance, which we roll over and have made a good practice of in recent years of rolling that from the general fund balance out into the capital fund to help us accomplish more capital work than we would otherwise be able to afford. And this year that number was $337,000. So if we had a break-even outcome, we would use $337,000 of the fund balance. The way we currently forecast how we think the year will end is that compared to budget will be $400,000 to $500,000 to the good. What it means is we'll have a small surplus and not have to use any of that fund balance. We'll actually roll some new money into the fund balance. So a really good outcome for us, especially in COVID. One of the reasons why, but not the only reason why, but it was a huge, unexpected, pleasant surprise, was the under statutes for how property taxes are collected for both municipal operations and schools. The town is obligated, the municipal government is obligated to collect all of the taxes and then to pay 100% of what is owed to the schools. So in a year where anything gets adjusted related to the state education taxes, and there's usually some adjustment, usually it is smaller than it was this year, but whenever that kind of adjustment occurs, or whenever we see a decline in the rate of payment of property taxes, the town is obligated to keep the school system whole, and then any benefit or cost of that, any under collection or over collection of that particular revenue accrues to the town. And so there have been years when we incurred a little bit of a loss, if you will, a little bit of an under collection in order to honor our obligation to the school system. There's been some years when we had a little bit of a benefit from that relationship and that structure under state law. This year, the adjustment for the fourth quarter was $234,000 to the benefit of the town. The amount of money that we were expecting to pay to the schools was reduced because of the state. And I can't explain exactly what caused this, but it's a factor that's caused by the state's funding formula for education statewide. And it happened that this year, the figure that we got, basically like a household getting an invoice, our fourth quarter invoice to make our payment for the education portion was $234,000 reduced from what it had been in the earlier quarters of the year. And so that accrues to our benefit, and it's a big reason why we are so confident that we're going to end the year in a really good, strong financial position.
Good news.
Yeah, amazing. Especially this year.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Newbie question.
You
this is sort of like in advance. I think I still get to use this a little bit. In advance, really, of like the parking fund discussion.
Yes.
Is there any way that like the general fund can transfer some money to the parking fund to pay for some of that capital work?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Daniel and I have not discussed this matter, but when we got to parking, I was actually just going to mention that if you feel inclined to do that, that is something that would be within your authority. There's enough. We would still end the year to the good against the budget, and you could transfer some funds within the discretion of the 5 of you to the parking fund, which is your responsibility. That's one that the parking fund budget is one that is within your authority. You could do that in order to be able to proceed with some of that capital work that we otherwise won't be able to afford. Absolutely.
That's my only question.
You would need to do that before June 30th. After June 30th, that money will fall into fund balance and it'll become part of a future year's budget discussion.
Okay.
I would like to do that if we can.
Yeah, if you indicate tonight as a group that you'd like to do that, we'll bring you an item for June 16th that would make that easy for you.
Great. I'd like to give that indication.
Yeah. Would you be looking for details of exactly what we're talking about? Because
I think we should either talk about that now or maybe more appropriately under the parking. And then we can prepare an item for you for next time.
Makes sense. Now, part of this is being having this good news is about people paying their taxes, right?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry I left that out. So we mentioned back when we were only at about 97% collected weeks ago that was not abnormal, that there's a lot of money that still comes in after the deadline for people who, for whatever reason, are able to pay but don't quite pay on time. And so the money that comes in at the end of May and into June usually brings us up to the figure we expect to get to for the year. Sometimes it's later in the summer when people get tax sale notices that's sort of a motivating factor for folks who needed a little more time but realize now they're facing a deadline, they want to stay out of the tax sale. So in any event, it can vary a little bit from year to year, but we usually do get to that eventually through delinquent tax collections to 100% collection. But in the fiscal year before these books close at the end of the summer, we expect to get to 98.75. We already are at 98% as of tonight. As of the additional monies that we received another couple of $100,000, $300,000 of payments since May 19th. And on May 19th, we were a little over $400,000 shy of that 98.75 marker that is sort of the expected collections for the real-time fiscal year. So we're getting very close to that now. We've only got about $100,000 to go, and based on past rates of payment, we would expect to hit that mark for the fiscal year. Another indication that people have found a way to pay taxes is the applications for abatement. This is not to say necessarily that there won't be more that come in later in the summer. That's another item that often the publication of the properties that are subject to tax sale will sometimes trigger a few more applications for abatement. But as of right now, we only have 3. And the reasons cited for those 3, only one of those is inability to pay. There's one that is believes there's been a mistake made in the assessment process that they're asking for correction, and one that is related to an uninhabitable structure. So it's a really normal looking year for tax abatements as well so far.
And thank you, Peter. You saw that I sort of fished for that extra comment because it kind of blows me away that in this very difficult year, I mean, it's been difficult on our family, and I know it's been even more difficult on many families with jobs disappearing and unemployment benefits being uneven, I'll just say, that people are prioritizing or at least valuing paying their taxes. And I just want to thank everybody for doing that. And I hope it means that there's a confidence in how the town is run and the value of the services that the town provides. So I just want to call that out and say thank you for everybody who pays taxes, and that includes renters and landlords doing the right thing. So thank you. Anybody else want to comment on the general fund budget for FY20? Okay. Well, we don't need to take any action on this. I didn't get anybody on chat wanting to chime in, and just want to check if I have any phone people, and I don't believe I do. So do we want to move on, everyone? Or okay, lots of nods. Our next item coming up is the fiscal year 21 general fund budget, which is not an ordinary year for this.
No, it's a very extraordinary moment.
Yeah.
So in a normal year, the select board would receive a proposed budget from staff about the 1st of November, spend 3 intense months working through November, December, and January to come to the place where you're comfortable with what you're ready to recommend to representative town meeting. That budget, the recommended, select board's recommended budget goes into the town report. Town meeting addresses that as part of the warning for town meeting in mid-March. We then have a budget approved by town meeting of one form or another, and are ready well in advance of July 1st to go into the new fiscal year. This year, of course, all those other things happened right up to the select board recommending a budget and it going into the town report. But you know, when we almost had a town meeting, and we'll be talking later this evening about alternatives to try to still do that under these difficult circumstances. You know, got up to having the information meeting 10 days before the town meeting, trying to squeeze in, you know, this business before the COVID restrictions became too strict to be able to have 180 people in a room. And we didn't quite make it by a few days. And so the March 21st representative town meeting was canceled. We don't yet have an adopted budget. As time went on and it became really clear that, you know, some of our early optimism that maybe the COVID curve would be a quicker experience, and you know, perhaps in June we could have a representative town meeting to adopt the budget and do the other business of representative town meeting. That early optimism faded quickly. We came to realize that we would need some special permission, and State Representative Emily Kornheiser and State Senator Jeanette White and the others locally, as well as, you know, good strong support across the state. I think it ended up being unanimous in the Senate and the House. I know it was at least unanimous committees of government operations. So there was a really good recognition that in Brattleboro and in a handful of other communities that had not yet held an annual meeting, we needed another way to move forward and have a budget before July 1st so that we could continue to provide government services. And so the action of the legislature has made it possible in this 1 year, due to the COVID emergency, for the select board to adopt the budget. You do have a representative town meeting. You will publish a warning for that representative town meeting once we have figured out how to move forward towards that. And you know, you could place a ratification question before town meeting to follow something that is, you know, sort of consistent with the normal processes, but you're not obligated to do that. You are empowered by the state this year to adopt the budget, and we need you to do that. We need you to exercise that authority, at least in this first instance, so that on July 1st we can keep providing government services. And so the question for you tonight, staff is recommending to you that the budget that is before you, and we put it so that you and the public would have ready access to the entire document. So it is everything that appeared in the town report related to the budget. It's the budget message that describes the major major aspects. It's the entire line item budget. It's the summary document, and it's the pie charts that we were asked to prepare for this year to give a little bit more accessible visible impact of the different aspects of the budget. All of that is in your backup for tonight. And if you, having had a chance to take another look at that, feel as though you're ready to move forward and adopt the budget that you recommended to representative town meeting, you just need to tell us that. We think it's appropriate that you do that. You vetted this very thoroughly and you had a lot of public input back in the winter. If, on the other hand, you have any level of concern in this review that has caused you to think that any of this needs to be looked at some more, then we need to know that tonight, because I believe then you should schedule a special meeting during June for that purpose, to make sure that you can do that additional vetting and then still adopt a budget by the end of the month. But if you're ready to move forward to adoption, then we will bring the budget back to you with a motion for adoption on June 16th.
Thank you for that summary. It was excellent. Can't think of anything you left out there. My feeling, if no one else wants to jump in, is that we sure did go over this pretty well. The one exception, of course, is Ian. Does not have to feel like this is his budget. Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I'll let you finish, please.
Oh, I was just going to say it's a very unique circumstance, whereas we all feel like, wow, we know the ins and outs of everything, and you're playing catch up, basically. So I don't know, I was just going to make a joke about if you vote against it, you know, go ahead. Or whatever.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I dare you. Yeah.
There's only one of you.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually going to say, I have been thinking a lot about it, and I was thinking about maybe abstaining, because I was not part of the rigorous 3 months that Peter was describing. And while I did my due diligence in preparing and reviewing it really very thoroughly for tonight and for next week, yeah, I think I would inform the board and the public who's watching that I intend to abstain unless someone gives me a really good reason why I shouldn't, because it's not mine, and I recognize that and the unique situation that COVID-19 put us in. So.
Oh, hands. Liz.
Well, I would just suggest to Ian that he's a select board member and he's reviewed it and he can have his opinions and judgments and he can vote. He doesn't have to abstain. He can certainly choose to, but you know, you're a voting member of this board and you have the full authority to vote on the budget as you see fit.
Brandy?
Yep. I had something different to say, but since this is fresh, I will say Liz is absolutely right. And I probably would have, I also get where you're coming from. I would probably abstain too, but Liz is absolutely correct that if you feel like you dove into that sucker and when the vote comes up, you feel confident, you shouldn't in any way think that you don't have that right to vote as you want to, which includes abstention. I want to say that this makes me so uncomfortable. This is not the way that our town is meant to do business. I have thought long and hard about it, and I think it's what we need to do this year. But it makes me feel kind of sick to adopt a budget that hasn't hit the representative floor. I have to be honest. It hasn't sat well with me. I also think there's enough inconsistency just in life right now where we don't need to be halting the services that the town provides. We need consistency. We need things to run smoothly. And as you said, Peter, we can offer a ratification option when we can finally meet. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this, but it definitely on a moral level doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, it certainly is disruption, not only a technical disruption, but sort of the spiritual disruption, if you will, of how we run things here. Daniel?
I'm in favor of adopting the budget that we spent all those months, reviewing and working on. I guess I have a question about like, what does town meeting look like after this, right? So like the budget is only ever one article in the warning anyway, right? And like in some ways, you spend more time talking about the other articles than you do about the budget. So town meeting will still have the authority to vote. Well, I guess we haven't decided on the warning, but were the warning exactly as it is right now, they would still be voting on all those things that are in there. And then the question would be ratifying this adopted budget as opposed to like approving it. Something like that. Is that accurate?
I believe you described that well. At the appropriate time, we need to go through the warning for town meeting that you previously issued carefully, because there will be some changes in addition to just the daytime and place change, obviously up front, that needs to be changed. There'll be also some substantive changes to it based on just the passage of time. So one example, for instance, is town meeting ratifies the select board's appointment of a town treasurer. And at the time that we issued the warning, you had appointed at that point an interim town treasurer, Debbie DeRosiers. We now have Andre Yeager, so as the town's finance director and treasurer because of the passage of time. So it'll be appropriate to change that article so that we're asking town meeting, you are asking town meeting to ratify the appointment of Andre as the town treasurer. There'll be a few other things like that. We'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and you'll, in the end, decide what is the final warning to publish for the meeting.
Great. Thank you. Here, Liz?
There's one thing that I wanted to bring up about, I'm fully in favor of authorizing this budget. But there's one thing that I think we will miss in terms of town meeting. And, since our world has upside down from COVID, I'm concerned about the human resource budget. And, the representative town meeting committee for human resources reviews the charitable giving of our budget. And there's a benchmark that it's 1%. But I would think it would be a good idea for us to ask Lauren Crisp, the town moderator, to ask the Human Resource Committee to check in with those agencies to see if how they're doing under COVID, and have their responsibilities changed dramatically. And does there need to be some sort of a minor adjustments to those calculations? And, I know that the Human Resource Committee does a tremendous amount of work. And this year they had this great matrix model that they used. But if they could be asked to revisit that, if only just to report at town meeting that the assumptions that were made pre-COVID remain valid post-COVID, I think that would be the responsible thing to do.
So a suggestion to representative town meeting committee, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Let me bring in Wendy from the Commons, who has a question or a comment, perhaps. Are you with us? Are you on the line?
I am with you, but I'm not with the Commons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim, you got to read the news.
No, that was a brain,
That's okay. I'm not opposed to being affiliated with the newspaper. Anyway, I'm speaking as a voter and as a resident and also as a town meeting rep from my district. So I have a couple comments. I appreciate Ian's cautious stance, and also the response to it, to him. I also appreciate Brandy's expression of hesitation and discomfort with the way that, this is kind of all turned out. As a town meeting rep, that's something that's really important to me, is this process for approving the budget. And I get why it's happening now. And I also understand that without a budget, it would be really disruptive to, to running the town in the coming fiscal year. So I would caution that we never use this as a precedent, except for the most extraordinary circumstances, such as we're having now. And I think, to go back a couple months ago, well, I don't know what day it is. It's probably more than a couple months ago. The vote on whether Brattleboro should have a mayor, in my opinion, affirmed that voters in this town want to keep the form of government that we have. And so, again, just let's not use this as a precedent. And, from where I'm sitting now, I support kind of the consolation prize that you all have to do this. And I understand why the legislature approved it. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Wendy.
Thank you.
Well put, and I'm sure well heard. Peter.
Yeah, and just to the degree that it might provide some reassurance to Wendy and others, I think that we probably all hold that opinion of the importance of, recognizing that this is a deviation in our form of government only because of the circumstances. And so the reassurance I provide, regardless of whether that comment was accurate or not about how we all feel about it, it is in fact the law that it can only happen this one time. The act of the legislature was very specific to this COVID emergency, and it cannot ever happen again unless there is some other extreme circumstance that is dealt with on its own merits at that time. Otherwise, this happens one time, and forever after we go back to normal processes and representative town meeting.
Good.
Well said. And I'll remind representatives out there that usually select board members start out as representatives, and often they go back to being representatives. So the last thing I would want to do is give more power to a select board that someday I'll be on the other side at representative town meeting trying to hold them to task. So that's my attitude too. So I think we don't really have an action unless anyone has any final comments, or if we have a caller. What was that, Peter?
Oscar Heller has asked to be recognized.
Oh, he must have just done that. I missed it. Oscar, yeah, chime in if you can, or if
I'm trying to turn it on.
Perfect. We hear you.
Okay. Hello. So I have a comment and a question. My comment is regarding the idea of looking at the human services budget again, stuff like that. I feel like this all gets a lot weirder if anything happens besides passing the budget exactly as it sort of went around the last couple of months. Obviously, I think the intention is good and I agree with it, but I think the sort of democratic town meeting concerns get weirder if it's not the exact same budget. That's just my thought. And then my question is, if the board wants to leave as much power in the hands of RTM as possible, this is probably a question for Peter, or what options does it have to approve the budget in a way that makes it clear that it's temporary and conditional on eventual approval? Is there any mechanism for that, or once the budget passes, does a meeting vote on it just become a formality because it's happening anyway, et cetera?
Oh yeah, sorry, Peter.
So this is my advice rather than a requirement of law. My advice would be that the board adopt the budget and not attach to it any conditions. And the reason why is there has been so much that has happened this year that we would have said that'll never happen. And then it did. And so, you know, we are all very committed to having a representative town meeting. We're going to have a conversation here shortly about how to make that possible. But I don't know how that's going to unfold. I don't know when and how we're going to be able to hold a representative town meeting. And so I think making the adoption of the budget contingent upon an expectation that it'll flow a certain way with representative town meeting is very risky. And we don't want to have to go back to the legislature to ask for more special permission. So I think that what the board should do is adopt the budget straight out. And then at the board's discretion, but I think the board is probably inclined to do it, and staff would certainly recommend it as the right thing to do. When the representative town meeting is able to be warned, you know, warn it in a way that gives representative town meeting an opportunity to address the budget. It's a statutory matter that the representative town meeting has the authority to make the decision about the human services allocations. So that isn't going to be the funding to support the recommendation that the committee has made is going to be in this budget, but the actual dispersing of the funds will have to happen after representative town meeting has authorized that the funds be dispersed. So that's kind of a nuance to this that is a particular part of the budget. But in terms of the overall budget, you know, the warning of town meeting, when we are able to warn a town meeting, would be where the board would say whatever it chooses to say about the question that is being posed, whether it's, you know, straight up ratification or something that offers an opportunity for more review or potential modification. And that we would want further advice from Bob Fisher about that at the time of preparing the warning.
Thanks, Peter. Brandy?
So during the ratification process, isn't there the ability, or is there not, for full discussion, modification, very similar? Like when you come to us and you ask us to ratify your actions,
right,
we can tell you no, right?
Right.
Technically, yep. Or we can say only you can do this or only you can do that. So that still would exist, correct?
That is correct. And the implications of that, if it wasn't a straight up and down ratification question, if it was more of a, you know, do you approve the budget as it was approved, or do you choose to modify it question, or something more complicated like that, the implications of modifying it are that very likely, unless there's some other change in the revenue streams that we learn of between now and then, that we would have to issue modified tax bills. But that's a big deal. You know, we would issue the bills for the first quarter, and then depending on what happened at town meeting, if it was different from what the select board decides, you know, we would be collecting a different amount of property taxes, and we would issue modified tax bills for the final 3 quarters. That's a really normal process. It's not an annual process by any means, but it's a really normal thing that is provided for in the statutes already as just part of operating town government. So that could certainly unfold that way. I know this is a very serious topic, but a little bit of levity. When I testified before both committees in the Senate and the House regarding the special legislation that made this possible for the select board to adopt this budget. And they were concerned, because it's so much more normal across the state and has often been normal in Brattleboro, that town meetings scrutinize a select board's recommended budget and chip away at it. They were concerned about what this would do to disrupt the democratic process, and mostly from the point in their debate in the legislature, mostly from the perspective of whether it would inhibit town meeting from reducing a recommended budget or an adopted budget by the select board. And I told them, you know, I related to them the facts of the most recent 2 years of Brattleboro town government, where the select board has recommended a budget and representative town meeting has increased that budget, has found ways in which they thought more should be done, and was willing to tax themselves, tax all of us a little higher in order to do more service and more good in the community. So I can tell you that brought more than a few chuckles from the members of the legislature, and I think actually probably put their mind at ease somewhat in terms of the process, at least as it would likely play out in Brattleboro.
Oscar?
Yeah, just to follow up, that all makes sense, and it might be the way I would do it if it were my decision, and I think it's totally responsible and reasonable line of thought. I would just, I'd love to, I'm going to get off the line and mute my video in a minute, but to hear some discussion on the board, if there's interest and concern in sort of making sure that town meeting gets to have its say, because the text of the bill is pretty straightforward. It gives the select board the temporary authority to approve the budget. There's really, from what I've read, there isn't a ton of mechanism in there to make sure that town meeting has a say. So I don't know. I think it's a discussion that people would be interested to see the select board have. So that's all. But thank you.
Thanks, Oscar. And I'll assume you mean beyond what we've already had, with a lot of reassuring comments. But Daniel had his hand up.
Oh, I was just kind of pointing out that we get this ability to do this once and once only, right? This is not like we can do this for future years. You know, this is just a one-off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've already kind of said what I want to say about this budget. I feel like we worked really hard on it for a number of months. You know, I asked my question about what the warning will look like. Beyond that, I don't really have any additional comments.
And it's got pie charts for the first time.
It has pie charts. Some of those were in color briefly in the library for about 2 weeks, and then
maybe we can bring that back.
They're in color in our packets.
Yeah.
Yes, Liz.
While Oscar is nearby, I just wanted to thank him for the mask tree in Plenty Park. It's so useful, so helpful, and so charming. And I want to thank him and all the sewers who made all the masks. It just turned kind of an onerous thing into a really sweet thing. And I thank him for his creativity and his hard work.
Thanks, Oscar.
Yeah. Brandy.
I just wanted to say that I definitely am going to be, as we're drafting the warning and making our plans and understanding how and if, which I don't even have a grasp on how we're going to do this, but we're a team and we'll figure it out. I'm definitely going to be making it clear that I want representative town meeting to have their say, to look at it, to scrutinize it, to talk it up and down. You know, we're doing this because we have to, but that doesn't mean I want to take away what we usually do. And so I'm definitely going to be vocal, and I think you're going to have support from this board, Oscar, and the reps are going to have support from this board to do what you do best.
Thank you. And I'll just point out that this is why we're talking about it first meeting in June and not the second meeting in June. Want to be able to kick it around a little bit before actual adoption. Liz?
In summarizing everyone's comments, I would just say this is a time for more democracy, not less.
Absolutely. Always messy, but always the right way to go. Do folks want to move on to the next item?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you'd like to have this warned for 2 weeks from tonight as adoption 21, as you had previously recommended it.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, because we do have to move it in within June, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it's got to be done before the end of June. So it's in effect by July 1st.
That is our unanimous consensus. Sorry, I'm losing my words. Must be getting a little late. Yep. Next, we have parking fund budget to discuss.
Yes.
That'll be our last bit of unfinished business, hopefully.
So the parking fund budget is really straightforward. The main issue related to the parking fund is the fact that it has had no operating revenue for the last few months. We talked about that a good bit last time. The budget itself is, you know, a break-even budget, very similar to the budget of the utility fund, where there's a small decline in the revenues and an even smaller increase in the expenses, and an increase of just 0.4% in the expenses. But where the major concern going forward in the parking fund, well, at first I should note for the record that we expressed to you a week ago tonight the intention of resuming parking enforcement operations by July 1st. And I feel as though while there wasn't an action of the board, and there didn't need to be an action of the board in that regard, but that we had a consensus among us about that. I'd like you to make clear to me if you have any different opinion, but otherwise we're moving in that direction. That's an important part of this particular piece of business, because if we waited any longer than July 1st, then we're going to have even a longer period without revenue, and this FY21 budget anticipates that there'll be 12 months of operation of the parking enforcement activity. So we're moving in the direction towards July 1st. We have presented you with a budget that is, you know, approximately break even, and that we believe going forward, based on what we've seen in the change of the revenue stream, because we're writing so many fewer tickets, which is a really great thing, that the more digital system that is more modern and more flexible is, as Patrick described last week, allowing users of the system to have more successful outcomes. So people are paying for their parking instead of struggling to pay for their parking and ending up with tickets. But as there's an impact of that on the revenue of the fund, where in our current rate structure, we no longer make more money than we spend. And so we no longer have some money that's accumulating to be able to reinvest in the infrastructure of the parking system. We certainly aren't recommending at this time a rate increase in parking, but it begs the question that Daniel brought up earlier and some of the rest of you spoke to, of given that the general fund is coming in so much better off for the closure of FY20 than what we had expected, and given that we know there are some substantial capital needs, one in particular that has an impact not just on the parking facility, but on the rented retail area below, because of the leaking that happens from the transportation center down into the retail space. We have these significant capital needs, and we don't have the funds in the parking fund to address them. So if you decide that you'd like to move money from the general fund to the parking fund, then it's certainly within your authority to do that, and it might be best to postpone final action on the parking fund budget until the meeting on the 16th, so that we can bring you an item that would cause that transfer. We can do some research about what an appropriate amount of transfer would look like, bring you a regular, good, you know, a piece of staff work that would put the decision in context with a recommendation that you could either adopt or adjust, but would position you well so that you could make that transfer, and so that that could be reflected in the parking fund budget that you would adopt for the new fiscal year.
Okay.
Absolutely. Liz.
I agree with Daniel's suggestion and Peter's words, because one of the reasons is that we ask other landlords to be responsible landlords and repair things on a timely basis, and we should be modeling that behavior for ourselves.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. Oh, sorry, my bad. Good.
No, I was making a bad joke. Daniel, did you have something?
Yeah, I had a question actually. Before we move out of parking, I was thinking about the parklets, and I was thinking about the upcoming fiscal year. You know, so we're saying 12 parklets. Each parklet takes up 2 spaces. Those spaces are presumably the sort of higher rate spaces, do we have a projection for like what kind of revenue we would lose from those spaces? And I'm kind of assuming, because now we have the card payments, that there must be a way to, like, say this meter brought in this much revenue from card payments over this period of time.
I believe that the system is that specific. You know, can be, the data can be looked at in that granular a form. We could bring Patrick on to take that dive right now if you'd like. What I could say generally in answer to that question is there will be some reduction in revenue, but I think it's going to be more marginal than just losing the revenue that would otherwise have been collected in those parklet spaces. Because given the capacity of parking downtown, I think what we should expect is people who would have parked in that higher cost space on street will go into the parking lot or into the transportation center and a little more cost effectively, but still pay into the system.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming as well. I was just wondering whether the difference between those two scenarios would have a meaningful impact.
Yeah, it's something that we could analyze and bring back as part of the information for next time, if that's helpful to you. I mean, you've already authorized the parklets, so the impact's going to happen, but you'd at least know what that cost estimate is when you're adopting the parking fund budget.
I think it's reasonable to see if we can get some of that info. Yeah, there'll certainly be some impact. Liz?
If that impact becomes significant, is that something that can be accounted for with program income to reimburse the parking fund?
That's a trickier proposition, since that'd be an interfund transfer rather than a purchase to support the economic development activity. But we can look into that as well.
Yeah, because we are offering up this lack of parking funds for the benefit of economic development.
Yep. We'll look at both. We'll look at quantifying the impact and then whether or not it can be covered by program income.
Great. So it seemed like we're all in favor of having staff come back next time with some proposals. I mean, I think just throwing it out there, we were talking about the roof repair. There was also some lot resurfacing that was pushed off. Am I correct in that?
You are correct, at the Preston lot.
I mean, it may be something
to include both. Why don't we itemize them?
A la carte, yeah.
Pick off a menu.
That'd be great.
Everybody okay with it? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
So trying to move us along a little bit here. I trust that someone would have chimed in, but I haven't reminded folks in a while. But I think it'd be appropriate to move on to new business, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes.
And so our next item is the fiscal year 21 solid waste budget.
So that one you're seeing for the first time this evening, but it is both really straightforward and limited in scope and relatively fixed. There's not much in here that you can work with. We are asking that you consider adopting it this evening, even though it'll be on the first review of it. If you have any concerns about what's in front of you, or you have any questions you want us to bring back, then obviously we're happy to do that. If you think that it's just a better practice to discuss it tonight and not adopt it until 2 weeks from tonight so the public knows what you're going to adopt, we can also handle it that way. What we would say is it is a budget that continues to be strained by the success of the operation. So you know, it's really remarkable the amount of garbage that has been diverted into the recycling and compost waste streams in Brattleboro over the last several years. And as a result, because we raise the operating revenue, you know, the one variable source of revenue for this operation has been the sale of bags, and the sale of bags has been far less than what we expected. And simultaneously, the cost per ton of processing recycling materials has gone, several times higher. It is several times higher than it was just 2 or 3 years ago. The combination of those two has put us in the red every year in recent history in this operation. And so, again, this year, we are asking you to make a transfer of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund. Solid waste fund is a bit of a misnomer for it because it doesn't stand alone as an enterprise fund the way the utility fund and the parking fund do. It has just had its own budget since the advent of pay-as-you-throw so that it could be shown what the solid waste revenue stream is compared to the solid waste expenditures. But it doesn't actually exist as a separate fund in town accounting. And increasingly, because it has been so dependent on this general fund transfer each year, it was over $100,000 a couple of years ago, and then it was $40,000 last year, $40,000 again this year. We have been coming to believe, staff has, and it is now an official recommendation of Representative Town Meeting's Finance Committee, that this just be reincorporated into the general fund budget. The solid waste expenditures and revenues used to be part of the general fund budget as you would adopt a general fund budget, as you would recommend it. Representative Town Meeting would adopt it. And it's been for the last 5 or 6 years that it's been separated out in this way. We don't think that serves a useful public purpose. The Finance Committee doesn't think that serves a useful public purpose. We actually think town operations would be more transparent if it was embedded in the general fund budget so that it could be seen there as part of the overall operations of town government. It would be part of the budget that Representative Town Meeting would have authority over instead of being dealt with separately by the town, by the select board. And so for all those reasons, we would recommend to you that you authorize the necessary $40,000 transfer for this year, that you approve the budget as it's presented tonight for FY21, and that you direct staff in accordance with our recommendation and the Finance Committee's recommendation to not separately do a solid waste budget next year, but rather when we bring you, the select board, a proposed FY22 budget in approximately the 1st of November, that it include these solid waste related revenues and expenditures.
Great. Thank you, Peter. I have strong feelings about all three ideas, but I'm going to let everybody else speak first. Anybody have an opinion? That was just a sigh, right, Brandy? Or...
Yeah, I just always have just feelings about this budget. I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
Did I say what I was thinking? I'm not seeing everybody else.
I think Ian wanted to chime in.
Ian, I think. Ian keeps waving his hand by.
Got to wave it higher up.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm too low. Yeah, I'm voicing my opinion only to see if maybe Tim and I will disagree. I feel like we should totally put it into the general fund. And I'm kind of feeling the same way about the parking fund. I don't know. I understand we talked a lot about that last week and about the parking fund. But yeah, for this one, it just makes absolutely no sense why, if we're just continually putting money from the general fund into it. But I would say because we're thinking about doing that, we should wait and do it next week. We should talk about it now, and we should do it next week because there may be people who want to talk about it more.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you were wrong. I actually feel very strongly we should incorporate it into the general fund budget. And I think when Brandy was chair and I was vice chair, we used to joke that budget brain doesn't kick in until October.
Yeah.
and it's really more appropriate to talk about budgets altogether, I think. No way I want to talk about parking fund budget since we just talked about it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's okay. And I looked through it, and that's what we don't agree on, is that I looked through it, I couldn't find anything that I thought needed to be talked out, and I think members of the public will want to just tell us that they don't like pay as you throw. That's what they'll tell us. So, but I'm totally happy to defer to waiting if that makes the other board members more comfortable. But I'm all for pushing forward with whatever everybody wants to do, because I don't see a problem with picking up all three. Daniel?
I'm good to go tonight. You know, this is a big agenda. If we kick some things onto the next one, it's another big agenda. Let's, you know, it is a fine budget. It makes sense. Put it in the general fund.
Yeah, let's kick it in that fund. Kick it in there. Tired of looking at it.
Ian, did you just get steamrollered, or what happened?
I just got I gracefully retract that.
I was bullied earlier, so it's just.
Oh my God, bullied.
These fragile men.
Right.
Am I correct that
It's getting late, I think.
Ian thought if we moved it to next week, a lot more people would chime in? Ian, is that your thought?
No. I just, you know, I can say that the select board has received some information from people as since I've been on about the waste management, and so it's clearly there are people in the public who care about this, and that's all. But no, I have no idea, Liz.
I just thought you had, you know, inside information that we should all be informed of.
I'm just gathering up a huge group of people to.
All right. Well, I did earlier ask for comments for budget-related items, and I don't see any more chiming in, and I don't see a caller. I think whoever's moved to make some motions could do so, unless I'm forgetting something, Peter.
No, we're ready for the three motions, please.
Okay.
All right.
All together, or?
You could merge them, or you could deal with them separately. It sounds as though there's a consensus that you want to approve all three, so the maker of the motion could just say "and," you know, and include the other language.
Indeed.
I'll do it because I feel like I've been slacking because I didn't have stuff in front of me earlier. I'll do all three of them. So exciting.
Brave, thank you.
Here we go. I move to authorize a transfer in the amount of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund, and I move to approve the FY21 solid waste budget as presented, and move to approve incorporating all solid waste revenues and expenditures into the annual general fund budget beginning in FY22. Hallelujah. Let's do it.
Thank you, Brandy. Brandy has made a motion, a three-part motion to authorize a transfer in the amount of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund, to approve the fiscal year 21 solid waste budget as presented, and to approve incorporating all solid waste revenues and expenditures into the annual general fund budget beginning in fiscal year 22. All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
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 Wonderful. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, everybody.
Can I make a quick request that there's nothing to do with the money side of things? Last year, we inquired with Casella, hey, what's up with recycling? And they gave us this really wonderful, detailed response. I'm going to ask it again. What's up with recycling in COVID times? Like, you know, I know people in the community are just really interested in it, and it would be nice if they can provide an update to get that.
And they've been home throwing things out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Liz.
They've been home throwing things out.
Yeah, lots of things.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll ask for that information and circulate it when we get it. Certainly.
That's a good idea. I still think that this whole recycling thing, the problem with it costing us so much, is going to come back. But I'm not sure I base that on any kind of evidence other than hopeless optimism at this point. So our next on our agenda is a Wyndham Solid Waste Management District payment in lieu of taxes, otherwise known as pilot. This one sounds easy and fun.
I believe it is easy. We've received a pilot in the amount of 5.5% of the town's assessment. The actual value of this has gone down over the years because the amount of the assessment has gone down. That's actually a good thing in the overall operation of the solid waste program and the solid waste district. They have become more able to, and more sustainable on the revenues from the compost operation and the solar array that's up there and a few other ventures that they have there on the property. So they now collect less money from the members of the district. So that's a good thing in the big picture. The rebate that we get as a result of the fact that we are the host community for the solid waste district has gone down because it is a factor of the 5.5%. The way the pilot is determined is it's 5.5% of whatever we pay in the assessment. And so with that acknowledgement, I would say that there have been some of the other member towns who wonder whether, as this payment becomes smaller and smaller, whether it's really necessary to make it at all, and whether there's really any special burden to the town to be the host community, especially because it is acknowledged, we have acknowledged publicly and are happy about the fact that we get a fair amount of property tax revenue now from that operation because of the solar array, where it used to be not a generator of property taxes. So in any event, the point is there's a balancing act here, and there's been some occasionally lively debate in that setting about whether the town ought to receive a pilot at all. And the board of the solid waste district has agreed to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years.
Great.
So we think from the town of Brattleboro's perspective, that's an easy yes to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years, and hopefully beyond that, but we'll see based on future consideration.
Terrific. Liz?
I wanted to congratulate town staff for those negotiations. That was really good.
And that's Patrick entirely. Patrick Moreland is both the staff person who deals the most of any other town staff person with the solid waste district staff, and he's your appointed representative to the solid waste district board. So in both capacities, he carried this ball really well.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. And Ian, in case you don't know, or anyone watching, it was for a while a member of the board that was served in that capacity, and then we got lazy, I don't know, last year or something, and asked Patrick to take up some slack because he's so good at it, basically.
I'd be happy to explain that to Ian offline.
So it depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go on that one there. But fascinating stories. And thank you also to the WSWMD board for that as well. So I shouldn't talk about it as if it's already done. Who wants to make a motion?
I'll do it. I move to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you. Yeah, now we're moving. Okay, here's one. That's never happened. Item C. Yes, please. Tee us up there, Peter. Thank you.
So this is the discussion of options for representative town meeting. A couple of really broad points initially I'd like to make, and then I'll walk through the memorandum dated May 29th that I provided to you that's in the backup. The first really broad thing I want to say is this is very much a preliminary conversation. This is a fluid situation. It's a challenging situation. It's we at this time, given the constraints of how many people are allowed to gather in a single location in the state of Vermont, we don't think it is safe or prudent to warn a representative town meeting yet. We think it's going to be some time yet before it's possible to do that. So the purpose of tonight's discussion is to have that first bite at, looking at some options staff has considered based on things we've thought of ourselves and based on things we've heard, in some cases from some of you and in some cases from people in the community, where we've tried to look at the best way that a representative town meeting can be held that will be most like the way it happens when we all are in one large room together. That's the intent. You talked earlier about the importance of representative town meeting. I think we all acknowledge that. It's a really significant determining part of our democratic processes, right? There's the staff work that we do daily, and there's the leadership that you provide, every 2 weeks throughout the year, doing, major policy direction. But once a year, the people come together as elected representatives at town meeting to make the biggest decisions, to decide when we borrow money, to approve the annual budget in any normal circumstances, and the other, major appointments and other major decisions that get made. And so, so it's important for us to provide an opportunity for this year's process to be as close as possible to a normal year. But the sad truth is, I think we need to accept that it can't be the way it is in a normal year. We've been holding out for a while, hoping that we might be able to find a way to be in one room together. And unless somebody's got a really great idea, and I hope maybe that really great idea is out there somewhere, but we don't think there is a way forward to accomplish that. And so we think we have to look creatively at an array of alternatives and see which one feels like it's the most appropriate facsimile for this year of representative town meeting to accomplish the purposes for which representative town meeting exists. So there's that. It's a preliminary discussion. It's an assessment of sort of the broad array of options, and it's an invitation for people to throw things out that might add to this mix or might narrow it down as you have your discussion tonight. The other thing I would say about it is I have a sort of a caveat I need to, or an apology to reveal about the piece of backup. Our intention was to show the 6 different alternatives that we presented to you for discussion in order. It was my intention was in presenting this, that in my personal opinion, these are in descending order from most desirable to least desirable. And we'll talk about them substantively in a minute, but the most desirable being that we just do it like we normally do, but maybe in a different location, or maybe, just at a, if COVID had gone differently, maybe just by the benefit of a different time, that in July or August, perhaps we could go to the BUHS gym and hold our annual town meeting. So starting with that and going down to, for me, the bottom least desirable one on this list is where it's entirely in this format. I think that the likelihood is that there will be elected representatives who will be unable to participate in the meeting if we try to do 180 people participating in a GoToMeeting format or a Zoom format. I just think that's not possible. It's very possible to hold a webinar on a platform like this, where there's a few people presenting and a bunch of people watching and able to ask questions either in the chat box or otherwise. That works really well, but having evenly distributed opportunity to participate among just that sheer number of people, I think is going to be impossible. And even if that were possible, having to have a meeting that is intended to benefit from the interaction of humans in this format is going to leave some members of our community behind for just the lack of access to good equipment or the lack of ability to use the equipment that they have access to. There's just some people that are less comfortable with working with technology. So it is my opinion that we should not further pursue the idea of holding a representative town meeting entirely on this platform, which leaves 4 things in between. And in those 4 things, I intended to highlight one of them as being what staff believe and moderator Lauren Crisp believe is the preferred one of the 4. And I came to realize in going over this actually with a couple of you in the past few days that the highlighting I had intended to do of the 3rd option didn't really come in the publishing back. I apologize for that. So I'll just note for the record before kind of working down through that list that the one that moderator Lauren Crisp and the town staff believe is the most workable solution that will be the best, our best foot forward collectively at replicating the democratic processes of representative town meeting is to have approximately this number of boxes in a GoToMeeting setting, which so the platform on which the meeting would be held would be GoToMeeting, but instead of individuals having to connect to it, it would be somewhere between 5 and 8 venues in town, different locations around town. And in each one of those locations, BCTV would have a fully functional production setup. It might be 1 camera if we go to 8 locations. It might be simplified. Or if we're able to do 5, you know, maybe they've got a couple of cameras at each spot. But in any event, they would be responsible for the sound and the video for each of the locations. So they're able to bring their technical expertise and their professional equipment to the connectivity of the meeting. And then in the way the meeting would function, it has this very significant downside, but in a way that after looking at this thoroughly between staff and Lauren, we think can be addressed, which is Lauren's job as moderator, rather than scanning the room to make sure that each individual person is getting a fair opportunity to participate. His job as moderator for this 1 year would shift to making sure that each of the different locations was having a fair opportunity to participate. And we would have a secondary system that we'd need to rely upon that hopefully, ideally, would involve each separate district being in its own location. That will require, based on the number of members in a district and then a couple of staff people and some BCTV people in each of these spots, it'll require that there be, that we be permitted to have up to 60 people, 60 people in a room. We're hopeful that maybe we're getting there. We're up to 25. And if it goes to 50 but never goes higher than that, maybe for this purpose, for this important, you know, public business, this democratic process, maybe we can get some special dispensation from the state to allow us to be 60 people but practicing social distancing together in each location. Because ideally, for this to work in a way that is optimizing the opportunity under these difficult circumstances, each district would be together in a room, and therefore the district chair would be able to be the person who is helping to keep the process fair and balanced and everybody having an equal opportunity to participate within that room, and be the person that Lauren would rely upon to connect him and his moderating responsibilities into that room. If we can't do that, if we can't have up to 60 people in a room and we have to have smaller numbers, then what we envision, and that's why we talk about it in terms of 5 to 8, then what we would envision is each district being in 2 separate locations, and we'd have to come up with some other way. You know, there might have to just be 2 co-chairs elected this year by the districts or something. We could figure out how to do that. But in any event, there'd have to be a secondary moderator in each of those 2 locations. But otherwise it would function about the same. So there'd be either 3 or 6 district locations, and then an additional one that would have the select board and Bob Fisher and myself, and an additional one that would have Lauren and Hillary as town clerk and possibly a couple of support folks. There'd be BCTV at every location. And likely, but we really hadn't decided once and for all about the public. That's just something we kind of need to talk through as one of the details that isn't resolved. We don't have an opinion at this point about, or a strong one at least, about whether the public is in the room with the select board and the town attorney and the town manager, or whether the public is in the room with Lauren and Hillary, I think that Lauren would tell you that he thinks that the public ought to be with us, because that preserves that sort of independence of the moderator in terms of him doing the best he can under these circumstances this year to keep it all fair, that only he and Hillary would be together with whatever support staff they need. But the acknowledgement of a member of the public getting the floor to speak, or a member of the select board or Bob or me, would be the same kinds of circumstances, presumably with Tim as the one who was in control of that room, that it'd be the same kind of circumstances as what the districts are experiencing. So that's what we see as the best way forward. There was also some consideration, we have given consideration to doing an outdoor location where it would be, sort of just like in the gym, but in some outdoor setting under a big tent or a few tents. We have come to think that's not workable for a number of different reasons. Accessibility and bathrooms are pretty significant challenges to that option. And even greater is we have no control over the weather, to state boldly the obvious. And at the time of year we're talking about holding this, we could have a very rainy day or we could have a beastly hot day. And either of those two outcomes would really interfere with holding an effective meeting. And so we don't think we should further pursue looking at an outdoor meeting. There's also an alternative presented here of doing a two-stage process, which is done in a lot of communities around Vermont, or at least in some other communities around Vermont, where they have a town meeting where the decisions are made on Australian balloting, but there's a discussion meeting that's held ahead of time. It's almost like our information meeting and then the town meeting, but it's not quite that, because the information meeting is meant more for questions, and the discussion meeting is intentionally an interactive process among the members. We don't think that that's nearly as good an option. The voting on Australian ballot, we think, diminishes the democratic process by not having the members of representative town meeting be able to amend the warned items, or I should say the motions that are made on the warned items, where they'd have to vote yes or no on each question that's on the warning. But at least it would have the advantage of a discussion that would happen in this kind of a format ahead of time. And then there's a fifth option here that is just going straight to Australian ballot. And frankly, personally, I think that's pretty well tied for last with the trying to do 180 people on GoToMeeting, because there's no interaction. We lose all that value of this being a group of people elected by the people of Brattleboro to discuss these things and work through them and find a way to reach as much consensus as possible. You lose all of that to just casting a ballot, vote on a piece of paper. So like I said, we're happy to explore other options that either you have a good idea about or a member of the public has a good idea about. We certainly need to refine the one that we're recommending, but for the fullness of, I've probably gone on too long, but of, what I've just described, we feel pretty strongly that the 5 to 8 venue GoToMeeting hybrid arrangement is the best way to go.
Thank you for the summary. I'm sure everyone's thought about this a lot already. Liz?
I just would hope, it sounds like it's the way to go, and of course everyone is disappointed, but I would just hope that Lauren and Hillary have all the support they need, because it sounds complicated.
Yep.
Especially for them.
Daniel?
Sounds like a lot of testing would need to be done with BCTV if we're going to be in multiple locations. I guess I've never really known what the deal is with BCTV. Like, I know that they work so hard to bring people all these meetings, and that money comes from their funding through cable and so forth. And like, this seems like they would be going above and beyond for our town meeting.
Yep. We would pay for the services, and we might need to pay to buy some equipment. So that would all have to be part of what gets fleshed out in much more detail. If you agree that we should continue further down this path and put some better definition to the details of how this would work, part of that would be identifying costs related to relying on BCTV in this way.
Oh, this
so-
coronavirus.
Right. So we're talking like 180 people, and like currently 25 is the max that's allowed to be in one place. So that's 7.2 places. Sounds like, you know, a few school gyms, a few, the select board meeting room, I don't know, library.
Yeah,
Seems like it's not that far away.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
BCTV has an opinion about that. I don't actually know all the different venues in sort of their order of preference. I know the select board meeting room would be one of them. It's pretty likely we'd be there. But there are other locations where they're pre-wired, and it's just much more effective for them to go in and set up and run it from that spot. And then some other places, I don't think they're pre-wired for enough places to do the whole thing that way. And so there's probably going to be other places that are desirable just based on, you know, something about that location being easier for them. So for instance, you know, I could see that in what Lauren and Hillary and a small need maybe could be in BCTV's studio, right? Because that's as wired as anything that BCTV does. To do, you know, be very flexible for their needs. And then we're pre-wired down in the select board meeting room. So that certainly should be a location, and we're probably the next smallest group. So I think it would make sense for us to go there. Where the districts go is, you know, I think we need to really rely on BCTV to tell us what locations are going to make it the simplest, most reliable way for them to, you know, see the production of this meeting, provide the production of the meeting.
Jesus Christ.
That's the dog.
Can you let her in? She's being cool.
Yeah. I'll just say that I do have some experience with BCTV. I served on the board for 11 years, and I have video experience. So it's definitely doable. It's going to take a little planning and testing, absolutely. And probably a couple extra cameras, but they're not huge expenses, maybe a switcher or two. So, I mean, I'm sort of simultaneously fearful and excited about the possibility. It is the one, in my opinion, that preserves the most democracy out of all of these. Well, not the most, because the top two were obviously the best choices, but just not sure that can happen at all. They're sort of in a separate category of wishful thinking, I think. I have something that occurred to me while you were outlining things, but I think I could just, it's a technical issue. Well, it's not just technical. Let me just throw it out because I don't think we have to solve it. But I think the wonderfulness of this stops at the point where we're assuming every single town meeting member is going to be comfortable with a certain number of people in the same venue. And that's for a vulnerable person or an older person or any kind of immunocompromised, that's a large ask, possibly, especially within a couple months. So, and that's all a very personal decision that they would have to make for that. So figuring out, I mean, I hate to bring in the phone thing because I know how much I hate the phone thing. It's difficult. But if there was a phone option, and I don't know how that would work, but if there was a, you know, an option for, you know, someone to step forward, or 10 RTM members to say, no, I'm really not comfortable, despite all of, we're going to obviously go through all kinds of cautions and, you know, wiping surfaces down and spacing and all that stuff. But despite that, we might have some people who are not comfortable and really feel the need to be at home, or I don't know, in a group of 5 instead of a group of 27 or whatever it ends up being. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I don't think it's insurmountable, but it might be something that we have to expect. Ian?
Yeah, I think sort of to echo that a little, it's kind of just this feeling of like, you know, we're gonna cram as many people into a space that we're allowed to have based on the governor's orders, and, you know, hopefully maintain the social distancing. If the whole point of why we're doing this is to be safe during COVID-19, that it doesn't really sit well with me either. I'm wondering would there be a way to do this same idea of multiple places, but do them outside? Because that has been something that's been shown to so greatly reduce the risk. Because I'm thinking like, so we put 60 people in a room, they all have to be wearing masks, they need to be all maintaining social distance if they can. It also starts to feel a little impractical. And if the whole idea is we're trying to stay safe, maybe that gets compromised.
Liz?
Instead of being outside, I would think that what we would want to look for in the venue for these larger number of people is sufficient air handling, you know, like windows that open and, you know, air circulation that's doesn't recirculate or whatever.
Yeah.
Just kind of keep the air moving with the benefits of if it were outside, but still the shelter and, you know, restrooms that are inside.
Yeah. Brandy?
The passing around of the microphone is creeping me out. I know we'll sanitize it. I just don't know if it'll get rid of my creeped out feeling.
I was imagining stepping up to the mic just at regular town meeting. But
yeah.
Yeah, but
that is what we're expecting too, although it is still going to be a shared mic. There's no way to
that's
get
what
around.
I meant to say, yeah.
Mic. But yeah, we anticipate it being on a stand like the regular town meeting.
No touching.
But spittle. Ugh.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Would it be possible
for somebody that's trying to figure out how to reopen a radio station where all of our equipment is shared high touch equipment?
Mm.
It ain't no fun.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for people to, you know, bring their own microphone?
We can explore that. I don't think it's going to be possible to do that, but there might be. We'll explore how to try to make the microphone thing safer. That's it. We definitely, it can't be passed, right? If it's passed from hand to hand, that's it can't be done that way. How can we make sure that it's as safe as possible when it's a mic on a stand being shared, or is there some technological alternative? We'll keep looking at that.
Okay.
And I just the science nerd just has to remind everybody that the learning is becoming, it's more obvious that it's the proximity and the speaking and the shouting and not the surfaces. That's the new data coming in.
Well, there's a lot of shouting at RTM.
That's what I was just gonna say. They better keep that stuff down.
At least there's no singing. Singing's
Yeah.
supposed to be terrible. Yeah.
Sometimes there is.
Yeah.
Sometimes there is. That's right.
That's true.
You know, this kind of gets back to I don't really do it at meetings. I try to avoid it, but on a personal basis, talking to friends, I just talk about everyone's different level of comfort with risk. And I try to avoid the use of the term safe because there's no safe, obviously. So we're not keeping people safe, we're reducing risk, I think is a great way to talk about it. But yeah, I actually, the only, if you really are interested in reducing the most amount of risk is we're talking about our two other what we think is possible, not the full-on go-to meeting logistical nightmare, but the Australian ballot choice of having a pre-Wild West go-to meeting first and then Australian ballot. That's the safest. That's the most risk reduction. But
true.
You know, you risk something when you cross the street as well. Daniel.
I just want to kind of like say that we do it all in exactly the same way on this kind of platform. Whilst it would be unwieldy, it's not impossible. It just needs really good facilitation, and everybody needs to be very kind and patient. And then there's the technological challenges, right? So like there's a person that is often on a video call with me and we can never hear him. But if we knew in advance that some people had limitations and needed certain equipment or, you know, practice or training or support, we could provide that, you know, given how much lead time we'd have. I don't want to like dismiss it out of hand. Like, I know it wouldn't be great, and I really hope we wouldn't have a 13-hour meeting if we were on that platform, you know, but it's not impossible.
I think you make a good point because if we have to go in that direction, we'd probably be making that decision in October, November, December, rather than, because we're hoping for this possible window of, you know, everyone feeling a little more comfortable with being together, right? If that window closes and that becomes one of our only options, other than, I don't know what the other option would be. It's an interesting thought.
Did you see Elizabeth's question?
I just, I think we need to explore and be comfortable with the public attending with the select board, because we don't know how many people that would be interested in attending. And, you know, that's exposing the select board and the public to, that's, you know, the same as the town meeting reps. That's a bunch of people in a room, and we just have to all be comfortable with that.
And if we do further explore that option and others, maybe we should be thinking of it as 5 to 9 instead of 5 to 8 for exactly that reason. That, you know, maybe there's a room where we are with Bob, and a separate room where the public is invited to come. The organization of that separate room would be trickier because there's no sort of
moderating person.
Yeah, no given co-moderator for that room, right? So we'd probably just have to designate one. There'd probably be like a member of town staff. The town staff, the management team sits with the public at this meeting, and you know, maybe one of them is responsible for that room. Would be a way to do that.
That would be helpful, I think.
Okay, so, yes, sorry, I just caught up. I guess I'm not looking at this as often as I thought. Elizabeth would like to comment on ASL interpretation first, and then Franz would like to comment.
Thank you. I just, while you're having the discussion about all the considerations, and there are a lot of them, just one thing to remember too is ASL interpretation is typically provided for representative town meeting. So far, this platform is working fantastic. Should it go to more than, let's say, 9 boxes, we get really minuscule, and so it kind of is moot to have us there. So if you want fully accessible meetings, it's possible. Just remember your limitations on how many boxes are shown on screen at once. So it might even be, if you're designating rooms, it might be not 5 to 8, but maybe 5 to 9, 10, if the interpreters had the separate rooms, so we still have our own camera like we have currently. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I'm always happy to talk to people about logistics and making sure that things are accessible. So tag me in. Thanks.
It's great. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Franz.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then I will speak. So for the benefit of all those other interested people out there, this is Franz Reichsman speaking. So a couple things. One is just to respond to Liz's idea about air circulation. Air circulation is bad in this setting. What you want is absolutely dead air so that any virus particles settle to the ground instead of being recirculated again and again, where they're much more likely to end up in somebody's body. So just a minor point, but you know, there's the importance of that is that there's a lot of details to think through here. The other thing is that I think as you're putting together any idea, you have to factor in that there's a significant lead time and that the conditions under which we're meeting could change at any time. If you talk to any epidemiologist anywhere, they'll tell you there's going to be a second peak of infection, and we don't know when that's going to be. So whatever plan you create, other than the 180 people on GoToMeeting or Australian ballot, anything else that you put in place may all of a sudden be completely upended again, depending on what's going on with the infection. So anyway, I would just really include that in your thinking, that something that may not be a desirable solution may turn out to be the only possible solution.
Thank you, Franz.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what do you want to do? It's getting a little late.
Move on. Cancel representative town meeting.
May I just summarize what I think I've heard so you know where we'll go from here?
Yes, please.
Does that work? So I hear that we feel pretty fatalistic about the first two. We'd love to hold one that way in one big room or in one space outside, and we don't really think that's going to be possible at all this summer. So we're not going to really spend much more time thinking about that. But of the other four, and I didn't hear really a different alternative come into play tonight either, which isn't to say that it can't in the future if somebody has a great idea. But at this point of the other four, what I think I'm hearing is we should further examine the everybody on GoToMeeting option to see if there's a way to make that work and put more energy into the details of the what has now become 5 to 10 venues option, with the two Australian ballot options being just the things we would fall back to if it seems impossible to do 5 to 10 venues and undesirable to do 180 people on GoToMeeting. Is that fair? So we won't really put extra energy at this point into the Australian ballot items. They're relatively simpler to implement if we have to fall back to them, but I'm hearing a consensus that those, we don't want to do those. So we need to be further exploring the other two that are in play to see if maybe we can make 180 people in this format feel more viable, and that we get more details for the other format, so that, or for this format with fewer venues, so that you with public input are able to make a more fully informed decision about what we're actually getting into. That sound right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I that's how I interpreted it.
Okay, so we'll keep doing that. I don't think we'll likely have something more for you 2 weeks from now, but we'll try to come to the first July meeting with better definition.
And I think we can kind of push the question out to RTM too.
Yes.
See what they think.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I add one thing I just thought of?
Yeah, Ian.
If someone is exhibiting symptoms and thinks maybe they have COVID-19 when the representative town meeting were to occur and still wanted to participate, or you had an individual who didn't feel comfortable being in any size group, if there would be a, for future discussion to implement them in the RTM with one of these other systems, like with the 9 rooms or whatever, how we would do that.
Yep. So Tim had addressed that earlier, and I had made a note. That was one of the things that we need to follow up on, is how do we accommodate people who don't feel safe coming into a room of any size, any number of people.
Okay, my bad.
No.
No, I mean, you made
reiterating the importance of the point.
Yeah.
The additional point of diagnosis is an important one. Okay. So I'm starting to lose it. I don't know.
Me too.
Who else? But we're going to move on for now to award a bid. This is
Great. Yeah.
It would have been a big thing a while ago, and now it feels less of a big thing, but it's very important.
It is. The upper roof of the two roof sections at the police facility did not get replaced as part of the renovation of that building, because we wanted to make sure we ended up, we needed to know where we finished all of the essential parts of the job and how much money was left over at the end. A little over a year ago at representative town meeting, we were authorized to proceed with replacing this roof at an estimated cost of $100,000. And there were a few other final details that were authorized as part of that usage of the remaining funds from the bond for the police fire facilities projects. We have been out to bid for this work and received two bids. One was $120,500. The other was $98,860. And so we recommend that you award this project to Melanson of Keene, New Hampshire at $98,860.
Great.
Okay. Well, any comments, questions? Personally, saying Steve Horton's name helps me feel better about
Good.
Trusted Steve Horton.
Steve.
Would anybody like to make a motion? I don't know where that motion is, but I'm glad I'm not making it.
Top of page 4 of the administrative report.
Thank you.
I will move to award a bid in the amount of $98,860 to the Melanson Company of Keene, New Hampshire for replacement of the high roof area at the Brattleboro Police Department.
Thank you, Brandy. Brandy's made a motion to award a bid in the amount of $98,860 to the Melanson Company for the replacement of the high roof area at the Brattleboro Police Department. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. And we have Brandy's favorite topic.
Boo. Thumbs down.
We need to do the annual dog warrant.
Yes.
Ugh, so petty.
Which always causes confusion and consternation.
It does, because the state statute under which we're traveling here imposes an obligation on the town to adopt this warrant, and the requirement that the statutory language be in the warrant as set forth in the statutes, which include, among other things that are more pertinent to how we actually function, about the obligation of owners of dogs to license those dogs for the safety of the community, and some different provisions for how this gets enforced if an owner doesn't license their dog. It includes reference to the fact that if the owner doesn't comply with this upon being warned that the dog needs to get licensed, and then the owner doesn't comply, the penalty can be up to and including euthanizing the dog. We have never done that. We will never do that. We say every year at this moment, we will never do that. But we have to have that language in the document that you approve because the state requires it. So what the dog warrant does is it says this is the moment in the year when the deadline for registering dog or licensing dogs has passed, and there is a list of dogs whom we believe to still be living in Brattleboro based on prior records who have not been licensed yet this year. And so it's the notice to those dog owners that they are subject to enforcement action under this warrant They will each receive a letter asking them to get the dog licensed, and then there will start an enforcement process after that where they could be fined, or there's other penalties that will not include euthanizing the dog. This particular year, the deadline was not technically extended, but because the deadline is April 1st and because a lot of payments come in during March and because that's when COVID hit, we did take the action of waiving late fees for anybody who didn't license the dog by April 1st. That is still in effect. So when these reminders go out to tell people you really need to get your dog licensed, they are able to license remotely, don't have to come to the town clerk's office to do that, and they won't have to pay a penalty. They'll just have to pay the annual licensing charge. But we really do need, for the safety of the community, to enforce the licensing requirement, and this is the mechanism for doing that.
Great. Oh, Brandy.
I'm glad to hear that, because this list looks longer to me than it usually does. And I'm wondering if people have just been living in chaos. And I don't know how much leniency we have, but even if we could open the letter with something like, I don't know what, something like, we know this has been crazy, or due to COVID-19, you likely forgot, or something, because this is a lot of dogs.
Totally agree. This is actually representative of what our worst fears were for property taxes, and thank goodness they didn't come through on property taxes. But yeah, there's a lot of folks who would normally have licensed their dog by now who just didn't this year.
Yeah, I just don't want to sound like a
sure
jerk about it. Thank you.
Sure.
I think for me, it's, to quote Yogi Berra, deja vu all over again. Is it the dates for some of them are not late, right? So maybe I should just ask Hillary. She said,
Oh, I just messed that up.
So the dates, when it's in the future, that means that they don't need to be licensed, I believe, right? Hillary? Hi.
I'm here. Can you see me? Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
So so the dates that are on there, I don't have the list in front of me. That the dates that you might be looking at are the dates that they need to get their rabies.
Exactly.
Oh.
Okay. And so they still need to license their dog. What we're seeing in response to what Brandy was saying in terms of the list being longer than normal, you're absolutely correct. It's way longer than normal. And part of the problem is vets' offices were closed, and a lot of people are trying to get into the vet, and there's a really long waiting lists. And so a lot of people can't get their dogs updated with their rabies shots. We had to cancel our rabies clinic, which a lot of people rely on. And so a lot of people have been calling saying, I want to license my dog, but I can't because I can't get that rabies shot. And so what we've talked about, in addition to waiving the late fee, is we've talked with Kathy Barrows in the police department, and Kathy's our animal control officer. And until further notice, there will be no ticketing for people who have not licensed their dogs yet as well. Those tickets won't happen. If we're at a point where we're ready to start issuing tickets, we will make sure that there's plenty of advance notice to anybody who's in danger of getting a ticket. But we do encourage people to not wait until that ticketing notice comes out, because there is that long waiting list, and we, like you all have been saying all evening, we don't know what's going to happen a few months from now. You know, if vets have to start closing their doors again, it's going to be an issue. So get that appointment booked now, even if it's for a month or two out. Schedule that so that you can get in and get your dog licensed as soon as possible, because it is still required and it is still really important for the health and safety of the community.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you, Hillary.
Absolutely.
Peter.
Thank you. So this is unusual, but in this format, I just wanted to note for Hillary, I know that you've been on and you've been listening, so the letter is going to be modified to be a little kinder and gentler than it might normally be. Would you also please include what you just described about the way in which we're we're encouraging people to follow up as soon as possible with the vets, because we know it's been hard for people to make those appointments, and it's really important they get this done and get licensed and whatever. You know the words to use, but I think it would be helpful for us, in addition to just being a little bit softer in our tone, to be really explicit about what we need them to do.
Absolutely. So just to clarify, we already sent out the second notices prior in May, saying, you know, this is coming up, and we had a lot of questions about it, and so we fielded a lot of questions. If the select board feels it's necessary and appropriate to send out a third notice, we certainly can. It might freak people out a little bit more if they're getting another notice. I'm inclined to recommend that we send out a notice prior to ticketing if and when we get to a point where we're ready to ticket, so that they're not then getting a fourth notice from us. But if the select board feels that a notice at this point is appropriate, I'm happy to do that.
I take your word on it.
Yep.
I'd agree with Hillary's strategy. All right, Ian.
Very quick question, newbie question. Where does this list come from? Like, like
the dog cat.
When you
Santa.
have to tell the town clerk that you have a dog, or is it only people who have previously registered? I was kind of amazed that we just have this knowledge.
Yeah, so from previous years, if anybody has licensed their dog, we assume that they still have the dog and they still live in town. And when we send out those notices, we make it very clear if the dog has passed away, if you no longer live in town, if the dog is no longer yours, anything like that, let us know and we'll remove you from the records and you won't get any more notifications from us. There are people who have never licensed their dogs, and unless there's an issue, if there's a dog bite, if there's an issue and somebody calls the animal control officer and the dog's never been licensed, they're running that risk. But we have no way of knowing if somebody's never licensed their dog and there's never been an issue with their dog.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you, Hillary. Oh no, Liz has a question. You never know what's going to cause all of the time.
What about new people who have dogs? How do they get informed? Through their vet?
I would imagine that their vets let them know. I personally don't have a dog, so I haven't experienced that. I believe that most vets let them know, or if they're adopting the dog, most places let them know that they need to license their dog in the town where they live. Brandy, you might have more information on that with your interaction with dogs.
Yeah, I think it's hit or miss with the vets tell you or not. I think most people who've had dogs for a while just know, and I've had dogs for a long time, so I don't really remember how the conversation first came up. Probably my parents or something, I don't know. Sorry.
Daniel, he said exasperated.
I just wanted to annoy Tim. One of the good things about this list is that you get to see all of the different names of dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. That is fun.
Bagel. Bagel. Good name for a dog. There are also
Bagel.
2 dogs named Brooklyn. I wonder if they know each other.
Yeah, that's fun. I like this.
And you also get to see who owns which dog, and you're like, oh, I know that person.
But there's also colors I don't recognize, like brindle.
What?
Oh,
That's
they're
like
pretty.
a common pit bull boxer color with the striping.
It's like marble.
About to turn 53.
Like a tortoiseshell?
Yeah. No, well, it's more like a stripe, but yes, the same colors as tortoiseshell.
Everybody raise their hand if they've heard the term brindle.
It's in like a rhyme.
Oh, Ian, at least young Ian hasn't heard it.
Wendy jumped on.
On the board.
That's
great. That's my pet name for Ian. Sorry, that'll make the paper tomorrow.
Front page. Front page.
Young Ian, I just like that. It's endearing.
Can
Okay.
we go till 10 o'clock again next week?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you, Hillary.
cannot.
Thank you very much, Hillary.
Quick fingers bringing Hillary on. Okay, so we have one more thing. Wait, we need to do something.
You do.
I'm not doing it.
Oh, no. I left.
Somebody do something.
I'll do it. I'll do it
do
in a
it.
second.
Oh,
Okay.
go ahead, Daniel.
No, go ahead. I needed to reload the document. If you have it open, go right ahead.
Okay. I move to approve the annual dog warrant as presented.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has moved to approve the annual dog warrant as presented. And all those in favor, say aye.
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 Randy voted for it this time. I think that's a first. Didn't
Oh,
you vote
crap,
against
you're
it?
right. I should have stayed
Didn't you
with my
vote
track.
against it?
Don't you think dogs need to be licensed?
Brandy's the dog
Voting
murderer.
principle of the language.
Is in favor of destroying. No, never mind.
I'm
Not
not in
gonna
favor
happen.
of destroying
Doesn't
dogs.
happen. Not gonna happen.
Not gonna
Not going to happen.
We have one remaining duty as a board, and it's 9:59.
Where is it?
So
Would you like me to read them? I've got them in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
please.
There's a lot of them. You don't mind?
I don't mind.
Jesus.
We have a committee and board vacancies for everyone to apply for.
And these are for appointments for the new year, the new fiscal year of the town beginning in July. So we'll be receiving applications and likely we'll have some appointments, possibly even some interviews for June 16th and then into the July meetings. So when I say the number of vacancies, it's the number of vacancies effective as of July 1st. On the ADA Advisory Committee, there are 5 members, 4 of which will be vacant, for 5 seats, 4 of which will be vacant. The Arts Committee, 7 members, 4 of which will be vacant. The Brattleboro Housing Partnerships Board of Commissioners, there are 5 members and the town appoints 1 member, so that 1 seat will be vacant. Cemetery Committee has 5 members, 2 of which are vacant seats. Citizens Police Communications Committee, 5 seats and 3 of those are vacant. Conservation Commission, 7 members and there are 3 vacancies. Design Review Committee, 3 members, 1 seat vacant. Design Review Committee alternate, 1 position, which will be vacant. The Development Review Board, 7 members and 3 vacancies. Development Review Board alternate, there are 3 positions, all of which will be vacant. Energy Committee, 7 members, 4 of which are vacant. Fence Viewers, 3, all of which are vacant. Honor Roll, 3 members, all of which are vacant. Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood, 1, and that is vacant. The Nelson E. Withington Fund Advisory Committee, 2 members, both positions are vacant. Planning Commission, 7 members and 2 vacancies. Recreation and Parks Board, 7 members and 4 vacancies. Rescue Inc. Trustee, 1 position, and it will be vacant. Senior Solutions Advisory Council, 1 or 2 positions, and either 1 or both will be vacant. Traffic Safety Committee, 1 position that is the Chamber's representative. That position is becoming vacant. The Chamber will recommend someone to the Select Board for appointment. And the Tree Advisory Committee has 5 members, 3 vacant seats. And the last is the Weigher of Coal, where 1 member is allowed per the town's charter, but 2 members are allowed by statute. There have been times when the town had 1 and other times when the town had 2, and that seat or seats will be vacant as of July 1st.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you.
A lot of opportunities for serving your town. If anybody's still with us, that is. I don't know who I'm talking to at this point.
Well, that'll be the front page news, won't it? The list of vacancies in the committees.
Yeah.
I challenge all of our press to make that the front.
Well, good work, everyone. What do we have a motion to return us to our? Well, we're in our homes. Let's face it. Liz.
I move to adjourn.
Woohoo!
Thanks, Liz. All those in favor of adjournment?
Hi.
Hi.
It's like 5-0. Oh, hi, Wendy.
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 Hi, Wendy.
Wendy's staying on.
Greetings. Welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. This is one of our first shows during the COVID-19 crisis, and we're trying to get back on track and talk to the policymakers and people in the news here. Today, we have a special guest. We have Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Mike. Nice to see you.
Good. Good to see you. David, most people know, and I don't want to assume it though, that you're a farmer. It's early in the morning, so I'm assuming you've finished chores for today.
Well, I've done
Good
some
morning.
myself, and I've got a couple crew that come in to do the pigs and getting some plants started. Some of the crew are here, but yeah, I was up around 5 setting up the chick brooder. We had a new arrival of 275 meat bird little yellow chicks. So we give them fresh shavings, clean water, a good start with heat lamps, and I went to the post office and picked those up at 6:30, and nicely nestled in today.
Yeah. So wanted to ask, as a farmer, diversified farming seems to be the future of ag in Vermont, at least a growing part of it. Can you tell me what kind of things you raise on your farm?
Sure. I know that actually your county, Windham County, is the most diverse ag county in the state, which is a nice little hallmark to have. Obviously, I think we still want dairy to thrive and need to figure out how to remedy the multi-year challenges that they've been facing. But on our farm, we grow about 50 different types of crops, maybe even 150 types of cultivars, because there's, say, 3 varieties of carrots and 12 varieties of tomatoes. But we also raise meat birds. We do this year, we're going to do about 1,300, almost 1,400 meat birds. And we raise some hogs. We sell piglets in the spring, probably about 100 this year. And we've got some laying hens, not as many as we'd like, but we grow a range of things. We don't do any cheese or dairy at this point, and probably won't, because we're pretty full busy. And we also grew hemp for the first time last year, and now we make some salve and sell hemp flour as well.
Yeah. The question leads to a question that I get a lot. Can Vermont feed itself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill McKibben visited my farm over 20 years ago when I was in the Intervale. And I said we can. We certainly have the land. We have the equipment. We have the ability. We would need a big shift in our systems to do it, however, because right now it would take far more labor than currently works on our farms. And we would probably have to import some more vegetable or grain type equipment because we have a fairly dairy type equipment focused situation. But as far as having the land open and ready to be planted, I think we certainly could, but it would be a transition. Some of those hay fields and cornfields would need to be a wider range of products. But we're seeing that experience and expertise grow in the state with some really innovative farmers and grains, even a rice farmer. And then our extension agency is having a broader and broader set of knowledge. So if we had to on a dime, I'd say with 1 year notice, and we could get our hands on the seed, if people were ready to get out there and work or volunteer to get that food grown, if we were in a we need to produce our own food moment, we could, but it wouldn't happen on a flip of a dime.
No, we've got some, as you said, some amazing growers down here in Windham County. People like Paul Harlow in Westminster, Jack Mannix at Walker Farm in Dummerston.
Yeah, great.
And one of the things they mention is we would need to boost our storage.
That's absolutely right. That certainly to maintain food throughout the year, we would need to be able to put it up, whether it's root cellars, whether it's canning, whether it's freezing. You know, we have some pretty big storage units on those apple farms, but when you actually think how much food we eat, I'd give you an example. Our farm, we're pretty excited in the fall when our 3 coolers in our warmer room are full. We probably have 100,000 pounds of food, and it's mind-boggling to look at that much food. But when I do the math, I live on the very edge of Chittenden County and Addison County. That's less than 1 pound of food for all Chittenden County residents for 1 day. And I'm not as big as Paul Harlow or Pete's Greens, but I think according to the Farm to Plate survey, I'm in the top 5% scale. And so if I've got not enough food for, you know, a sixth of the population have 1 pound for 1 day in storage, then that really, I think they're absolutely right. That is a massive pinch point, and we would need to construct significant storage.
So as we look to get our economy rolling again, especially ag, you know, as you mentioned before, dairy is struggling, and you know, dairy certainly has its challenges. For a while there, last year, milk prices were finally up around $19, $20 a hundred, but now they've crashed, and we're looking to help people diversify. Is this the way to help the ag economy forward?
Well, I think there's a combination of things. I don't know whether we try to differentiate Vermont's milk from commodity milk. We do that with our amazing cheeses, and we've differentiated that value-added product from other cheeses around the country and the world. We're getting awards from around the world, competing with France for, you know, the best cheeses in some categories. And you know, I think our dairy can continue to thrive if we differentiate it, including our fluid milk, and if we put some parameters around grass being a bigger part of their diet, live grass, field access, and worker conditions. I think there's a southern New England market that would pay a premium that could reward our farmers for their work. At the same time, I think we have a real opportunity in diversification. This current pandemic is putting a big spotlight on what are the most critical and basic things that we need in society, and obviously food and healthy food is about as basic as it gets. And so this reliance on the global system, while it is a very good system, I think we've tipped the balance a little too far in the ability to ship and move everything wherever we think we can around the world. And maybe we should build a little more resilience into our own local food economy.
Yeah, well, getting the economy going is a big thing. Any other ideas on what we can do to kickstart our economy?
Well, I know right now there's the beginnings of a conversation between some restaurants, some food shelves, and food distribution networks that I've been working with. And the Skinny Pancake was one of the first folks that did it. They're doing, I think, over 4,000, almost 6,000 meals a day is their plan to produce and distribute to people who are food insecure. And maybe, and this is a topic of conversation to figure out, with the COVID relief money, an expense created by COVID would be the need to deliver food to people. So what if the state were to buy, at this point, commodity food, because our farms don't have it, we're at the end of the storage season, but if they were to buy food in, give it to the restaurants who are larger facilities to then make meals and or can, freeze, and store food, and then the employees of those restaurants who right now have no jobs could be delivering those. And maybe the COVID money could also augment that pay, because restaurant staff workers' pay is a fraction of the minimum wage. And so the PPP money doesn't go far enough for that. So maybe there's a way to create at least a short-term feeding program with the federal money that would put a lot of people back to work, so that when doors started to open, those restaurants would still have their employees. Some restaurants could shift over, we could sequence it, and the restaurants would have income from this project to pay their other bills, because we really don't want our restaurants to go out of business. There's a huge concern about that. Then we have the opportunity with the unfortunate, obviously, situation around schools and unequal education right now in rural areas where broadband doesn't reach. Teachers might not have good hookups. Students might not have good hookups. And we certainly don't want to become reliant on a remote education system. I think there's so much more learning opportunity and socialization in the classroom and all the dynamics that happen. But certainly could pay a lot of people who have either engineering or mechanical skills to run that fiber up and down the valleys and into the nooks and crannies of the state of Vermont, and not only get that education opportunity back up and running, so that if in the fall this continues or re-continues, but also that would be a huge boost for the economic opportunity for people throughout Vermont to take advantage of being able to bring high-skilled work into their home with clients in Boston, New York, Connecticut, just a few hours away, especially for you in the South, where, you know, once a month, once every 2 months, they could drive a couple hours, meet with clients for 2 days and a night, and then live in Vermont for a month with their kids and their families.
Or bring more people to Vermont, knowing we have that infrastructure for broadband.
That's right. That kind of job, that kind of lifestyle would be possible. And I think that could really help, especially southern Vermont and actually up in the Northeast Kingdom where the 89-91 corridor gets people pretty fast, because there's a study out there, a Harris poll, that shows 39% of urban dwellers are rethinking whether they want to live in urban areas or move to rural areas after this crisis. And we only need 5,000 or 10,000 or 20,000, which is a fraction of a percent of the people in southern New England.
Yeah, it's interesting that after 9/11, we had a similar bump.
Exactly.
Where people started looking to us, and then there's a lot of speculation that climate is going to have people looking to a place like Vermont for a safe refuge. So we need to be ready for that.
Can I touch on that for a minute? One of the things, being ready for that is a critical point. We have had an economy that had been doing, pretty well with low unemployment, although half our state was living paycheck to paycheck. So for me, that's not the definition of a good economy, but we were doing relatively well. So we could sort of coast on that. And I think our administration did coast on that. But if you're thinking ahead and you're planning for the future, you've got to be doing more. And one of those is, if there's a big influx of folks to Vermont from other places, if we already think housing is too expensive now, our housing market is affected by pure capitalist models of supply and demand. And people that are coming from Boston or New York or New Jersey, they can sell a 2,000 square foot home, and up here can buy a 3,000 square foot home with 30 acres for less money. And so the affordability that the governor talks about for Vermonters, it's going to be like a statewide gentrification. We're already seeing that. So unless as a state we put in policies to really invest in affordable housing in our village centers, and even perpetually affordable housing, more than just straight up affordable housing, so that Vermonters don't get displaced by that migration with higher money, then we're really doing Vermonters a disservice. And that takes planning, foresight, and investment. And that's part of what we need to be doing.
Oh, well, I totally agree. And it touches on something I wanted to bring up as well. One of the things we've been burdened with that slowed down some of the work in the legislature is we've had to fight back against Trump policies where they've pulled protections for the environment, attacks on women's reproductive freedom. When we have to backtrack and try and push back against Trump policies, we can't move our own agenda. But you make a good point. When I think the Times just released a list of 100 places where Trump has pulled back EPA protections for the environment. In your administration, where's the place of the environment balancing those pieces you just mentioned?
Well, I think actually it's right up there. When I announced I was going to run, one of my top items is the climate crisis in our rural economy. And I think we have tremendous opportunity. One of the things about Vermont that is great, but is also a challenge, is that we are one of the most geographically spread out populations of almost any state in the country. And so doing that means we have higher per capita mileage on our cars. It means that distribution of key goods or public transportation is more difficult. But if we were to invest, rebuild all of our village centers, or invest, not necessarily rebuild, but build in those village center areas and have, 6 and 8 and 30 unit dwellings, built into some of these village centers, you would have an economic opportunity to have enough people living in the area to have a coffee shop or a gas station again. If you have good broadband, you would have people not having to drive the kind of mileage that people have to drive, which is both an environmental solution and it's a personal, better life situation. If you have to drive 40 minutes each way to work every day, think how many hours of your life are spent in a car. Whereas if you could work out of your living room or a community technology hub in each village center, maybe at the schools, turn our schools into community centers that include a health aspect and or agency of human services connection, so that the schools wouldn't have to carry all the social service costs, but have that be on the broader tax base. There's a lot of ways that we can make our villages really thriving, that would allow the whole town to thrive in a reborn kind of way, but in a climate conscious way. And part of the climate conscious way also includes our agriculture. We actually, across this country, the greatest opportunity to take carbon out of the air is through agriculture. It's through growing plants that breathe carbon dioxide. And instead of just burning those plants off or taking everything, put those cover crops back into the soil. Grow more no-till crops. There are ways that we can actually help the climate crisis fastest by really shifting agricultural production. And I think Vermont can be a model for that. And that also would mean we would have a value for our product, because there are people out there that recognize that they have to put their money where their mouth is to save the environment.
Yeah, and right along with that village development, I think the Transportation Climate Initiative would help us develop a public transportation system we don't have right now. And it's a little disappointing that this governor has been so reluctant to get behind the Transportation Climate Initiative. What's your thought on the TCI?
Well, one of the things that has not been made clear is that if the TCI goes through in the general region and Vermont doesn't participate because the governor says we're not going to do it, our prices of fuel are still going to go up because we are part of this regional cost system. And so the wholesalers aren't going to suddenly, figure out how to sell the Vermont trucks less costly fuel. So we're going to pay for it either way. But if we join it, we would actually get the receipts from it to be able to put back into the community. Now, I happen to think we should make sure those who are working class, struggling Vermonters, rural area folks, they ought to get a rebate or a deduction on their paychecks, so a deduction of the taxes on their paychecks, so that they are made whole. Because it is a difficult tax for working class paycheck to paycheck people to pay. And so we do need to make sure they're maintained and whole. But it will still give us an extra chunk of money that we would be able to invest in things like public transportation or recharging stations or various other climate-friendly transportation alternatives and adjustments.
Yeah, it's a win-win situation, I think, for us. But you pointed out the challenge is how to make this so it doesn't feel regressive on working Vermonters.
That's a key piece for me, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, David, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. One of the other things we've had to push back hard against with the Trump administration is their relentless attacks on women's reproductive freedom. Vermont has consistently supported a women's right to choose. We trust the women of Vermont to make these decisions themselves, and yet in state after state, the Trump administration has organized efforts to put that aside. Where are you on this issue?
Well, I've been a staunch supporter of women and women's reproductive freedom since before I can remember. My mom was a strong leader and actually did biochemistry work back in the 60s researching women's endocrinology. So it's been a topic in my household since before I was ever in politics. And I've supported every Roe v. Wade resolution and each bill that we move towards women's reproductive freedom, autonomy, as well as economic situations, because actually women don't make as much as men in the same jobs on average, and therefore they're also not as well situated to be able to have the freedoms and autonomy that some men have. But ultimately, we've also just passed in the Senate, and I think you passed it in the House, Proposition 5, which is to enshrine in our Constitution those rights for women, so that no matter what happens at the federal level, with the federal courts and the stacking that Mitch McConnell has just done in an egregious way, that we would be able to protect women here. That may be another reason people actually consider moving here, is based on some of these just draconian policies of the Trump administration that have really been such a step backwards for the progress we have been making, not only on women's issues, but like you said earlier, on the environment, on human rights, and so forth.
And a fair economy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the the Trump administration tax cuts, they primarily benefited the wealthy. If you look at the Vermont supposed savings for Vermonters, it was about $500 million, of which the top 5% was about 250 million of it. The top 10% was about 350 million of that. And so, you know, this trickle down theory of Reaganomics that we've been living with for all of my adult life, you know, the past 40 years, has clearly failed working people. And there's a reason working people are angry. I still don't get why they flock to someone like Trump in terms of for the solution, because it's the top down financial policies that Trump is the epitome of that has left working people stagnant for wage growth, while the upper, middle, and top class have grown and grown under this trickle down. I mean, the way I explain it is, you know, if someone already has a couple of houses and pools and nice cars, if you give them more money, they're not going to buy another pool and put that in. You know, so this idea that wealthy people will create jobs by expanding what they have. When I look at the current situation with the direct payments to people under the stimulus plan, when people have money at the bottom level, they buy food, they pay their bills, they pay their rent, they pay their car payment. Well, that means the person that works at the auto dealer and all these different places, they get paid, and then they get paid. So the money actually bubbles up far more through our society when it's down at the bottom than when it's inserted at the top. It doesn't really trickle down. And we've experienced this for 40 years. We can't keep drinking that Kool-Aid and thinking it's going to taste different.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that how we would do well to help people down at the lower levels. And one of the things we did in the legislature this year, or we tried to do, was pass a Paid Family Leave Act. This went through the Senate, went through the House, but the governor does not support this. And at a time like this, it shows how important something like this could be. Now, where are you on paid family leave?
Well, it's interesting. I would put paid family leave and raise the minimum wage in the same boat as far as the governor vetoing bills that would have put working people in a better position to weather this storm. When you don't pay people enough that they can barely meet their basic needs, the minute the economy crashes, whether it's 2008, whether it's a pandemic, no one could forecast a pandemic. I don't fault the scale of the situation at all on this governor. I don't think anybody can or should. However, in a regular economic downturn, our systems would have failed. Our UI system didn't have the computer system and the resources to deal with it. I get that some of that's federally based in terms of how many employees are there, but the ramp up of augmented supplemental employees was very slow. I know that's a slight sidetrack. We can get back to that in a minute. But if we had paid family leave, the number of people that would have been immediately backlogged in the UI system would have been fewer, because some of those folks who were trying to take care of or protect their vulnerable family members would have had the opportunity to potentially use paid family leave as an economic augmentation for those first few weeks while the UI system was dealing with the backlog. If you had a higher minimum wage, 50 cents an hour is $1,000 a year more in someone's pocket. My understanding is the 2-year raise that was going to happen, that we actually we overrode the governor, but is about $5,000 over those 2 years. Well, he had already vetoed a minimum wage bill last biennium. So you add that on, how many people would be better off today if they had made $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 more in the last 2 years? Quite a few would have gone into this situation less precariously on the edge. So these decisions have impacts, very real impacts.
Yeah. And the reason for paid family leave is for unexpected events.
That's right. That's a good point.
David, we've only got a few minutes left here. I just wanted to say, I appreciate you taking the time of going back to when I first came into the House and you sat behind me in the House. I've appreciated working with you. And I just want to say that I look forward to working with you as governor. And I want to offer my support for your candidacy. and hope we can move Vermont forward in a way that brings you and the values that you want to share with Vermonters. Are there any last words you want to share with the people of Windham County here?
Well, certainly, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And I also want to just say, recent news broke that your district mate, Nodder, is not running again, which I think is really unfortunate. He brought a lot in this one term. I think his wisdom and his breadth of knowledge and his measured thinking process and presentation were just really an asset for the building. And I hope that there's an opportunity for him to return someday, because your district really had a gem there, along with you and of course his predecessor, David Dean. But so I want to thank him. I want to thank you for both the endorsement and of course the work that you're continuing to do. And I look forward to it. I think what we could do with a deliberative, thoughtful process looking towards the vision of Vermont and sort of the rebirth from this pandemic is really a unique opportunity that we could do amazing things with.
Yeah. Well, thank you, David. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you down here in Windham County.
And if anybody wants to visit, it's zuckerman.forvt.com. And you can get information about me. You can reach out to the campaign and learn more about what my vision is. You can, of course, contribute, but zuckerman4vt.com. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And thank you to the people at BCTV for bringing this to the viewers down there. So have a great day. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Welcome graduates, family, friends, faculty and staff, members of the Board of Trustees to the Landmark College May 2020 graduation ceremony. Now, this is not a virtual graduation ceremony. This is a real ceremony, and we're so proud of everything you've done, graduates. Given the disruption we've all faced in our lives due to the coronavirus public health crisis, and when thinking about you, our graduates, and how you handled the disruption to your lives and to your learning, my thoughts today are brief and simple. It's not what happens in life that matters, it's how you respond. That's what matters the most. Life is uncertain. Anything can happen. You can find yourself in extremis at any moment. You can't control that. But you can control how you respond to adverse conditions. What does it take? Courage, persistence, confidence, and a willingness to adapt. A willingness to adapt, even when it may be uncomfortable or difficult to do so. You, our graduates, you responded to a very difficult situation. You took it head on. You didn't give up. You completed your college requirements in a completely different format. You have proven that you have what it takes to handle whatever life throws at you. And that says something important about you all. That's what makes you different. We talk a lot about learning differences. That's not what makes you different, learning differences. What makes you different is you have what it takes to respond to adversity and to succeed. Congratulations to every single one of you. Now, before we get started, as always, we want to mention our recent faculty retirees. This year, Steve Carmichael, Lena John, Cindy Tolman, and Jim Balcom. You will be truly missed. In our ceremony today, students were given the opportunity to submit photos and speeches. They'll be shown during the conferring of degrees. And we also have a shout out from a special guest and friend of the college. Now, we'll move into the presentation of awards. Thank you.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Julius Adochi. Julius, you have come a long way during your time at Landmark College. At first, you weren't sure if Landmark could give you what you needed, if you were in the right place, and if you fit in. We knew you were, of course, but like all of us, a sense of place is something we have to discover for ourselves. And you did just that when you became involved with the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion. But you didn't stop there. You used your experience and your position as a trusted mentor on campus to help so many others who needed to know that Landmark was the place for them. Through the programs that you have sponsored to the individual outreach that you have provided, you have helped so many students think about their place in the world, understand that what they say and what they think matters, and that they make our community stronger. With confidence, I can say that Landmark would be less of a place if not for you and your contributions to our community. Congratulations, Julius.
At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements, such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics, such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness, and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. This year, the student who best exemplifies these characteristics is Stephen Vitt. During his time at Landmark College, Stephen has become a thought leader on campus. He is an influential neurodiversity advocate because he speaks from the heart with a moral center that includes everyone, not least those who are vulnerable in society and not possessing his advocacy abilities. He has been a pioneer, helping the college to create the Center for Neurodiversity from the ground up. He has served on the center's steering group, participated in outside panels, provided media interviews, and invested his energy in faculty-student research projects, including creating online research guides for the library and evaluating dictation software. The general consensus from those who have had the opportunity to work with Stephen is that he is a real partner in the learning process, and that is ideal for academics. His academic work is used as exemplars in classes. His scholarship is a valuable resource for others, and his advocacy for social justice and willingness to act clearly demonstrates that potential to make life better for others, including the next generation of children as they move through their own educational journeys. Please join me in congratulating Stephen Vitt, this year's recipient of the Academic Dean's Award.
The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but someone who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student also helps the rest of us realize that we have far more resources to draw upon than we may think, and therefore helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. This year, we have 2 Charles Drake Award winners, Jenny Beller and Katie Maroney. Jenny and Katie, I know you're watching today. You both deserve this award so much. We're so proud of you. Everything you've done here over the years has been an inspiration to many. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, and you'll succeed no matter what you choose to do the rest of your lives. Congratulations. The President's Award is given to the student who best exemplifies the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head on, works hard, and is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. This year's President's Award winner is Erica Loveland. Erica, I know you're watching. I can't think of a better recipient this year than you, Erica. You've touched so many at this campus. You've succeeded in every realm. We think the world of you. Congratulations.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Olivia Ames.
Like many of you, Landmark is my second college experience, but previously I had felt left out. Everyone seemed to be moving through life with great ease, and at Landmark, although I need to use my scooter, I felt more included. I knew everyone there were facing challenges of their own. Landmark has helped me with my time management and procrastination. I'm still a work in progress, however, as I waited until the last minute to work on my speech. But there's a quote I love. Don't give up. You had a bad day. Forgive yourself and do better tomorrow. Landmark has taught me that with effort and perseverance, tomorrow will be a better day. I'm so proud to be part of the 2020 graduating class at Landmark.
Jake Baskin. Andrew Blanchard. Hugh Devers, Phi Theta Kappa.
We finally made it to graduation. To be here is surreal because at times I didn't think I was going to make it with my grades hanging on by a thread, but as you can see, I'm here as a college graduate, as a Landmark college graduate. I've met many friends here that I have just absolutely adored and will probably continue to know for the rest of my life, as well as teachers that I hope to keep in contact with and use the lessons and skills they have taught me in life in the college I will go to and continue from here. I'd like to say a special thank you to Eric Maddie for all the public speaking and communication skills that I use in my personal life as well as academic life. And a special thank you to John Rose for being too cool for freaking school and being the man. Thank you for all the strength, for all the lessons and everything you have taught me. Stay awesome, stay cool, and keep contemplating jazz. Thank you.
Morgan Doyle Elwell.
I would like to say thank you for the school for giving me the opportunity to come here during the last few years. Thank you to my family for always supporting me, and my mother for being my biggest advocate both growing up and even now.
Zachary Dunn. Matthew Goldstein.
My time in Landmark may have come to an end in a way that we all didn't want, but I'm just so glad that I was able to come here. I grew as a person in such a way that I'm more confident with going out in the real world, making friends, getting a job in an environment that doesn't collar you for having learning disabilities, but pushes you to be better and to be more comfortable with who you are. I hope everyone stays safe out there, and I also hope that you find a way to celebrate because you've all done such a great job, and we've all gotten through this together, and we're gonna go out and do great things out in the world. I also want to dedicate this to my friends who I'm mostly leaving, that I hope you have a good time too without me, and I hope you stay safe.
Gordon Graham. Oscar Held, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hello everyone. I don't have much time, so I will be brief. I have learned many things here at Landmark. I have learned how to cooperate with others more in terms of school, and made many friends, improved my billiard skills and my basketball skills, as well as the qualities that a leader needs to have. These qualities are very important, especially in these trying times. We need more leaders if we are going to survive this, or just in life. We need them to inspire us and keep pushing forward. And since I believe I have those qualities, I will do my best from now on. Thank you.
Alexander Call.
I have been in Landmark for a time that seems so short yet so long. As Mother Teresa said, yesterday's gone, tomorrow has not yet come, we have only today. My first day at Landmark was very different from my college that I went to before. The teachers were much more accepting of us students with LDs, be it dyslexia or on the autism spectrum. I've met students just like me with similar LDs, though we all learn differently. I now know that I can accomplish things that I did not think I'd be able to accomplish before, all thanks to Landmark. In these times, there are only two things I can say: stay well and stay healthy. Thank you.
Kevin Knowles. Christian Loreno, Phi Theta Kappa. Catherine Maroney.
Hello everyone, and congrats to the class of 2020. I know I'm repeating a lot of Landmark graduates when I say I truly didn't expect to make it this far, never mind under these circumstances we're facing. My experience at Landmark was unlike any I could have imagined after too many years of frustration and failure over my learning difference. At Landmark, I found solidarity, compassion, and a whole new understanding of myself as a student, one who is capable despite the little voice in her head telling her she's not. I still remember my very first day as a Landmark student, and after just one taste of failure, I was ready to pack my things and go home because I thought that meant I was just not meant to be successful. But here I could reframe my thinking. Just as one failure could affect me, so can just one piece of feedback, one hello on the quad, or just one instance of understanding to interrupt the vicious cycle. Thank you, friends, family, faculty, and staff at Landmark for never giving up on me. Thank you.
Hannah Marshall. Nicole Metzgar.
I wanted to say a big thank you to my family for helping me get to this point. I also wanted to thank the teachers and Landmark staff members who were kind and encouraging and who helped and supported me during my 6 semesters here at Landmark College. This was my next big step after graduating from high school towards proving all the people, teachers, peers, including myself and probably a few people here, wrong. And I plan to continue proving them all wrong as I continue my educational journey at my next college and earning my next degree. But before I leave, I wanted to say a special thank you to a few select people, to my mom and dad, my sisters, my few close friends that I made here, along with Brian Cohen, Adrian Major, Ann McCloskey, Rebecca Maddie, Alice Vogel, Kathy Burris, and of course the amazing Jim Balcom. Thank you.
Eric Nordstrom. Dylan Riley. Rosie Rose. Daniel Rosenberg.
Hello, everybody. I don't know how these speeches are eventually going to be organized, but I know if it's alphabetical, then I'm pretty late on the list, so I'm going to keep it brief. I didn't come to Landmark straight out of high school. I, like many other students here, spent a semester or two failing out of a local college, feeling awful and unworthy of an education. Also, like many other Landmark students, I struggled with executive functioning and attentional challenges throughout middle and high school, and like every student graduating today, I still have a learning disability and I still struggle with these things every day. But today, I'm graduating with an associate degree, so I think I've come a long way. And I'd like to thank Landmark for helping me make that happen. The support I've received from the teachers, advisors, executive functioning coaching, from tech support staff and librarians and Res Life, that support is what made this day possible for me. I've always believed that everyone is deserving of an education and capable of achieving it, but somewhere in the process of struggling through school, I was convinced that that statement somehow didn't apply to me. I'm grateful to Landmark for proving me wrong.
Anne-Marie Scalfaro.
Today I'm graduating and I can't believe I've gotten this far. It wouldn't have been for the help of my mom and my dad and my family. I also want to thank Landmark College. You guys have been an amazing support system, and I wouldn't want you guys to change that. Thank you, teachers and faculty, for being kind, helping, and understanding. It really means a lot, more than you would ever know. Thank you all again.
Erica Shea.
I would like to thank Franklin Academy, my parents, my friends, my boyfriend, and Landmark College for believing in me. Today I received the greatest achievement of my life, which is my associates in liberal studies. But I am not done. I am a shooting star that keeps continuing to thrive. Elton John once sang, "Don't you know I'm still standing, better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time." I am not the only one that is still standing here today. All of you are too. Congratulations to all the graduates. Thank you.
Julius Adochi. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Business Studies. Brendan Lemieux.
Hello all, this is Brendan Lemieux here. I'd like to take the time to thank all my family, friends, and all the faculty at Landmark that have helped me while my 2 years there. I'd especially like to thank Dr. Landon for helping me with all my business courses, as she's always easy to email and help out if I have a question. I'd also like to thank my parents who have helped support me throughout my time at college, and I'd also like to thank Charlie, Dan, Eric, Tim, and Vitar for always supporting me. I hope we keep in touch and have a great summer. See ya.
Corey Zaruki Cohen. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Computer Science: Gil Bornstein, Christopher Farina, Caleb Strauss, Justin Willis, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hi, my name is Justin Willis. My time at Landmark College has taught me to never give up. I have to push myself every time I need to get work done, and I couldn't do it alone. The help and support I received from the Landmark staff was unbelievable. I was blessed to have been able to work with students who share similar struggles and professors who understood how we were wired. I want to thank the Landmark professors who put their heart and soul into embracing those of us who learn differently. Their mission to help us takes patience, passion, and extensive knowledge of multiple learning disabilities. And finally, I would like to thank all Landmark staff for making Landmark College what it is today. And a special thank you to my advisor, Ann Wheeler, for not only dealing with my unscheduled visits, but also getting me to where I am today, a cap, tassel, and a degree, and the confidence to move on to my next challenge. Thank you, Landmark.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Science: Daniel Meadows.
Hello, my name is Daniel Meadows, AS. First, I would like to thank my parents, my family, and friends for supporting me during my time at Landmark. I would also like to thank my advisors, Gene Fulton and Todd Miller, for helping me navigate my courses at LMC. Finally, I have to thank folks like Doug Lynch, Kim Coleman, and Sydney Tolman for being as caring and committed as they were in class. All of the chances you've given me and all the patience you have had have allowed me to give this very speech. I came to Landmark College with so many expectations, and so many of them have turned out to be wrong. The location, the school, the staff, and the students surprise me every day. Campus is funny that way. The greatest surprise that I felt every day was my own progress. I earned my own self-respect and my place within the professional world, even during the current pandemic. In closing, I would again like to show my gratitude to those who've given me the love and support that I needed to excel, even with my learning differences. Thank you and good luck to all of those still stuck at home.
Sabina Breitbard.
Hello, I'm Sabina, and I'd like to thank everybody who supported me in getting my degree in life sciences. I'd like to thank my Aunt Nancy and my Uncle Alan and my friends and family. I'd also like to thank the STEM department, who really care a lot and are very accommodating. I'd like to thank Professor Stein, who was my professor for 4 of my classes and also my mentor. I aspire to have a similar career that he has, and going forward I will be studying conservation biology. Thank you.
Justin O'Brien. Nathan Santana.
I just wanted to thank Landmark College for all the support throughout the years, and of course the teachers that have helped me succeed. I wanted to thank my friends and my family for everything they have done for me. I wanted to give a big shout out to Mark Thurman and the Rise Up Center and everything that they did to help me succeed and grow as a person. And now I'm looking forward and moving on to the next chapter. Thank you, Landmark.
Daniel Shin.
Hello. First, I'd like to take this time to thank everyone for supporting me throughout my entire journey here at Landmark College, especially to all of my instructors, my academic advisor, Denise Higgins, who always urges me to get all the work done. Also, thanks to all the staffs and decals, the librarians, and all of my classmates that helped me out in some assignments. I also would especially like to thank my family for always supporting me. Next, I really loved and enjoyed every single minute of the opportunity for all the school events, such as being a radio DJ, a member of the Arcade Club, the Student Government Association, and the Campus Activities Board. And I'm also grateful to work for Emily Northa and the numerous opportunities that she had offered. Finally, I know that this will be my last moment as a student here at Landmark College, and that I thank everyone for treating me like a family member of the campus community. As President Eden always says, don't give up and keep moving forward, and always believe in yourself that you can always do it of achieving your goals. Thank you, and good luck to everyone in your next journey that's part of your future. Go Sharks!
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual is the first to meet the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, Wyman Jackson.
It is exciting to have our first Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership graduate this spring 2020. Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, abbreviated as COML, draws from and combines the communication and business fields in some really interesting and meaningful ways. The major is grounded in current organizational theory and leadership best practices with multiple opportunities for real-world application. Now, the foundation of the major is built upon courses such as marketing, management, interpersonal communication, and media production. Now, students then can go on to focus in two different ways. One is called Leadership for Organizational Social Change, or the other is Multimodal Communication and Storytelling. We anticipate our graduates with this major to be prepared to move in multiple directions, all different kinds of careers and professions, including advertising, public relations, human resources, sales, broadcasting, new media. It goes on. Again, congratulations to our pioneering first graduate, Wyman Jackson.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Erica Loveland, Golden Key.
Landmark, thank you for being part of the development that has made me proud to be dyslexic, for being a place where I could explore various leadership roles and participate in many fun activities. I am so grateful for the connections I made from faculty and staff to, of course, my friends. Thank you to my peers for showing me different perspectives. Thank you to my boyfriend and his family for giving me a second home on the East Coast. And of course, thank you to my family for the endless love, support, and encouragement. I will cherish the memories that I've made at Landmark, from cultivating mushrooms with a couple science professors to traveling Africa. Landmark is a special place, and I'm so honored to be a part of this family.
Sean Noonan, Golden Key. Jenna Pavajak.
Thank you to my family, friends, and the great faculty and staff for making a huge impact on me. It's hard to believe that after all these years, my school life is coming to an end. My life has sure been interesting, to say the least, from repeating second grade to skipping seventh grade to now graduating college in 4 years despite this pandemic. Thank you to Landmark for the continuous support, the opportunities you've provided me with, and the great lifelong friendships I have made. I did it!
Christoph Rozicki. Jessup Strauss, Golden Key.
I want to thank everyone who stood by me, especially when things got hard. Special shout outs to my parents, my various teachers from over the years, and all my close friends, whom I shall never forget.
Stephen Vitt.
First of all, congratulations to my fellow graduates. I would like to thank all the professors I've worked with over the years, in particular Peg Alden, Dan Miller, and Solveig Schmolsky. They've given me not just knowledge, but confidence in my own abilities. I would also like to thank everyone at the library, with special mention of Kathy Burris, who has been not just supportive in my academics, but a good friend as well. Speaking of friends, I would also like to thank all my peers that supported me over the years. Most of all, I want to thank my mother and grandmother for their endless support. I love you, Nunny. Mom, thank you so much for always believing in me. I could never have done this without you. Turns out you were right about my potential. Have fun bragging.
2 baccalaureate students will graduate today with a major in psychology, the first to do so at Landmark College. Psychology students explore the many facets of human behavior and the human mind by reviewing scientific studies of each, as well as learning the varied research methodologies of this far-reaching discipline. At Landmark, of course, there's a special emphasis on neurodiversity. Through coursework in cognitive, educational, and developmental psychology, as well as basic neuroscience, applied statistics, and human biology, students in psychology develop the foundational background knowledge that will help them pursue any number of career options, including counseling, education, research, and business. In fact, the study of psychology underlies almost everything we know and will continue to learn about human interaction in an increasingly complex world. Congratulations to Emily Bartlett and Gianna Eisenberg.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals are the first to meet the requirements of the Bachelor of Arts in Psychology. Emily Bartlett.
Hey guys, it's Emily Bartlett here. I just want to thank all the people who got me here, all the friends that I've made. I'm definitely going to miss them. All the faculty and staff, my family, my advisors, everyone. And I'm definitely going to miss all my friends that I've made here, as mentioned before, and definitely gonna miss doing study abroad. That was one of my favorite things that I did here. Ireland, New Zealand, Costa Rica, most recently London, and yes, they're all in that order. And I am super psyched to be one of the first graduates of this BA in psychology. And on that note, I'm going to throw my cap in the air. Whee!
Gianna Eisenberg.
Congratulations, class of 2020. I just wanted to thank my professors and advisors for helping me get to where I am today. I really want to thank my friends for all your support. I want to thank the people in the business office, the RAs and RDs that I got the opportunity to work with. I love you all so much. I want to thank my boyfriend, Nate, for all his support and going through this college journey with me. I want to thank my moms for making it possible for me to come to Landmark. I love you guys so much. And I want to thank my emotional support guinea pig, Oreo. Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Arts. Jenny Beller, Golden Key.
Good afternoon. Every day is a great day to be a shark, but today is an especially great day. Thank you to everyone I've met at Landmark. I truly believe it is the people that make this college so great. A special thank you to the art department and the residential life team. I am so proud to be graduating alongside a bunch of my friends and fellow RAs. Yay, class of 2020. Thank you.
Alyssa Casey.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at public speaking, even with the benefit of multiple takes. I'm inclined to keep this brief for my own sake and the sake of the viewer. But I will say this, graduating has been a struggle and a half, and I wouldn't be able to do it without support. So I really want to thank my parents and the rest of my family, Amma and Umpa, Auntie and Uncle. I couldn't have done this without their support, emotionally and financially. I have no money. Thank you for putting up with my procrastination, breakdowns, and constantly changing my mind about my future career. I think there was a month there where I legitimately wanted to be a circus clown. Sorry to say, you'll be putting up with school Alyssa for another few years as I aim for my master's, but at least one step is sorted. Moving on to this next chapter in my life, I'm daunted, but I couldn't be more excited despite my fear. This has been a very weird semester, but I'm glad to say we all pulled through in the end.
Maxwell Cornell.
My time at Landmark has made me appreciate the value of self-reliance as well as the values of camaraderie and cooperation. When I first came to Landmark, I had no idea which way to turn, and over the subsequent semesters, I have grown a deeper appreciation for the people and things that challenge me to be my best self. I would like to thank everyone who has supported me on this journey as I continue to find my way and develop as an artist and a human being. I am proud to have been part of our Putney community, and I am humbled by the talent, goodwill, and gentility I have seen in the students and professors I have met along the way. While at this moment we may be separated geographically, we are all in this moment collectively, and I hope we can all continue to share the moments of our lives with each other. Thank you all so much.
Vikas Mitchell.
Hello, faculty, fellow graduates, friends, and family who are here with us to share this amazing moment. I want to send a message to everyone out there who has any sort of learning difference. If you focus on your strengths rather than your weaknesses, you will be successful. I have always been timid to disclose my LD because I believed that it would take away from the opportunities I could have been given. I feared I would be looked down upon and not be able to succeed. Landmark College has proven that wrong. I want to thank everyone at Landmark College for granting me so many wonderful opportunities. Thank you to my fellow students, friends, and faculty for being so caring, understanding, and supportive. You will all be missed.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Nathaniel Gully.
Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it. I just want to give a shout out to all my friends that I met along the way and all the friends that I have in California. Thank you for being there to support me on this whole crazy journey. Shout out to all my family back in California, and most of all, shout out to my mom and dad. Thank you for pushing me and getting me to this point. I wouldn't have made it here without you. Also, shout out to my girlfriend, Gianna. Thank you for helping me through this whole college journey, and I can't wait to see what's next. P.S. Nate, hope you packed everything. It's been a crazy month.
And now we're going to hear from a special guest of Landmark College.
Hello everyone, it's Ewan McGregor. I'm sending this message to all the graduates at Landmark College this year to wish you all my best and to give you all my congratulations for the hard work over the last 4 years. I'm really sorry that you've had to end it in this odd way during this lockdown situation with the coronavirus, and that you haven't been able to finish together at the college. It's a shame that you haven't been able to do that, but I know that it'll be very special nonetheless that you're graduating in the way that you are, virtually, online. I got to know Landmark a little bit over the summer. My daughter Jamman came there to do the summer course, and I saw what a special place it was and what special people go there, and I could sense that it was a very wonderful atmosphere, and I bet you've all had a great 4 years there. So I just wanted to wish you my best wishes going forward, and my congratulations for all the hard work that you've done, as I've said, over the last 4 years. And they told me to say congratulations to the May Landmark College Associate and Bachelor Degree graduates, and I had to write that down because I would never remember it. I remembered a Shakespeare play once, but I couldn't remember that one line. Anyway, lots of love to you all, and congratulations, and well done. Cheers.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degree in Liberal Studies, Business Studies, the Associate of Science degree in Computer Science, Life Sciences, the Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, Liberal Studies, Psychology, and Studio Art, and the Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science on this day, May 30th, 2020. I hereby present the May 2020 class of graduates who are now officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association.
Good afternoon, and congratulations, Alumni Sharks. On behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now claim you among our alumni ranks. I feel a deep sense of pride to continue to serve you as you further your educations, start careers, and embark on new life paths. There's a motto in alumni relations. You're a student for just a few years, but you are an alum for life. The focus of these points of life start and end with dates. But what matters most is the dash that's in between those years. The dash represents all the time spent working hard and learning more about yourself. We heard from you today all the great things you did with your dash as a student. Trips to Botswana, pioneering one of our new degrees, and making friends that will last a lifetime. And if you're anything like me, in your undergraduate dash, there were some hiccups too. My hope for you is that you know how much this dash is worth. As a student, and now how much more it will mean as an alum. The mentors you just thanked, the moment that you found yourself while you were here, learning that perfection does not exist, but motivation does, are the things that will guide you in your next dash. In your alumni dash, you have many more years, even decades, to give back in the ways that you were afforded to as a student here. I'm excited to be the one that officially welcomes you to start your alumni dash. And to officially start this dash, we mark this moment with the gift of your alumni pin. This pin is exclusive, and it represents your continued connection and commitment to Landmark College as proud, productive Sharks. It also symbolizes a sense of security, knowing that no matter where you are, wherever you go, that you will always have a spot and a place back at Landmark College. We ask you to wear this over your heart, where Landmark will be for the rest of your life. Congratulations, welcome to the Alumni Association, and most of all, welcome to your new dash.
Here's a message from our board chairperson, Bob Lewis.
On behalf of the entire Board of Trustees of Landmark College, congratulations on achieving your college degrees. Graduation is always a highlight for me. Congratulating you and hearing about your paths to get here, your hard work addressing your challenges, and the appreciation you all show to others who have helped you. They are all reminders for me on how I should live my life. As you move on from here, remain thankful and supportive of this great institution, Landmark College, its unique mission, its faculty, and its staff. And at this truly defining moment in all of our lives, let us all take from here the realization that the future will hold unexpected and uncharted challenges, always. What we make of those challenges defines us as the human race. Let education, study, science, and research guide us, and let us use our mature, informed judgment based upon those things to make our society a better and safer place for all who need our leadership and service. That's what lifelong learning is all about. Congratulations, and we wish you all the very best.
Wow, that was amazing. Congratulations, graduates. We're just so proud of every one of you. Fantastic job. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't provide some thanks to a number of individuals and groups. First, the faculty and staff. Everything you've done this year is just, words can't express our gratitude and the wonderful job you did. Also, thank you to all those who put together this fantastic graduation event. Very meaningful. Well done. Ewan McGregor, you're the man. We love it. Thanks so much. Hope to talk to you again soon. Now, as we close out this ceremony, there's one thing and then a look back at your time at Landmark College. Thank you for joining us today. Take care.
felt fine. I raised my white flag in the night. This time I'm gonna make it right. I find my strength up in the stars. Sing hallelujah, sing the God. This is the first time I feel the sunrise. Lift the gray skies from my mind. I raise my white flag in the night. Out of the dark into the light.
it out that the sun shines down.